What's up, legends? Welcome back to the ultimate anime channel where every what if gets taken to the next level. Today, we're diving into What If Deku Had the Sharingan. Part 4. The plot twists are unreal, and you won't believe where this story is heading. Shout out to the amazing Mr. Author 18 for creating this epic journey. Don't forget to support them and show some love in the comments. Let's hit a like goal of 100 likes to unlock the next part of this incredible series. Smash that like button, drop your thoughts below, and subscribe to join the Legend Squad. Let's roll into it. Chapter 16. Midoriya the Powerhouse. Izuku decided that now was a good time to drop this. And Todoroki. He called the red and white hair teen, who turned back once again to face him. Izuku turned his back to the whole class and pointed to the Uchiha symbol. I'll show you the true power of an Uchiha. Izuku then exited the room, as the whole class was just silent from the intense tension he created. Denki somehow managed to pull himself together before finally being able to speak. Wow guys, who would have imagined that our usually shy and reserved cinnamon roll could be so intimidating? Don't forget, this shy cinnamon roll was also the one who scared away all the villains during the USJ incident. Hanta replied, but he was right about everything he said. We all should do our best to make it to the top. Kirishima added, does anyone wonder about the Yuke something that he mentioned? Hyoka asked with a perplexed look. She was a bit curious about the name. I don't know. Momo paused for a second. I never heard of this Uchiha thing, Momo exclaimed, making the students even more curious about the matter. However, they had to shrug it off as the sports festival was about to begin. Hey, pay attention. Audience, swarm, mass media, this year's high school rodeo of adolescence that you all love, the UA Sports Festival, is about to begin. Everybody, are you ready? It's time for the students to enter the first-year stage, Present Mike shouted, as the crowd screamed in excitement, the press ready with their cameras for tomorrow's articles, and pro-heroes ready to scout the students who proved themselves. Izuku. Inko nervously called her son's name. She was currently sitting in the seats that were reserved for the students' families with Himiko and Bakugo's parents. Don't worry, Inko. I'm sure that Izuku and Katsuki will do great today, Mitsuki said, as she placed a hand on Inko's shoulder. Yes, Mrs. Midoriya. I'm sure that Izuku will win and blast this whole tournament, Himiko exclaimed, confident in Izuku's abilities. Excuse me, but who might you be? Mitsuki asked. Oh, this is Himiko Toga. She's Izuku's friend and she's been staying with me lately, Inko said as she winked at Mitsuki, the latter gaining an evil grin on her face. I see. Nice to meet you, Himiko. I'm Mitsuki Bakugo. I'm like Izuku's aunt. Mitsuki introduced herself. Nice to meet you too, Himiko replied. Meanwhile, All Might was sitting in the teacher's seats, taking his weaker form. He was nervous as well as excited to watch his successor's performance. I know you'll be able to win and overcome any obstacle in your way, young Midoriya. I believe in you. Show them all who's the next symbol of peace, and tell them I'm here. All Might thought as Izuku entered the stadium, followed by his classmates. Roger that, All Might. Izuku pumped himself as he remembered All Might's words and training. The UA's Sports Festival, the huge battle where fledgling heroes sharpen their swords once a year. Anyway, these are the guys, right? The miraculous new stars who overcame enemy attacks with their hearts of steel. Hero Course, Class 1A and B, right? Present Mike said, as the students from 1A and B entered the stadium. Wow. There are so many people than I thought, Izuku said, a little bit shocked by the numbers of spectators. Will we be able to give our best performance being watched by so many people? This is also part of the training required to become a hero, Tenya exclaimed. Man, he's going overboard with that praise. I'm getting nervous. Aren't you, Bakugo? Kirishima asked. No, I'm just getting more into it, Bakugo replied, as he had a psychopathic look on his face, like if he was a lion finally free from his cage. Next up, General Studies Classes C, D, and E. Support Course, Classes F, G, and H are here, too. And business course, classes I, J, and K. All of UA's first years are here now, Present Mike yelled, as he rapped quickly the other class's introduction, which put a frown on some of them, except the purple hair guy, Shinso, who made a declaration of war the other day. The pro R-rated hero, Midnight, this year's chief umpire for the first years, cracked her whip, before saying, "Time for the player pledge," while some men, women, and students had blushes on their faces. Her hero costume is very similar to one of a traditional dominatrix. She wears a black leather breast-less leotard over a white bodysuit, which emphasizes her breasts, body, and legs, the leotard possessing red gemstone-like accessories in a vertical pattern from the collar to the midriff. She also wears translucent black thigh-high stockings that are connected to a red utility belt decorated with gold studs around her hips, a matching pentagonal buckle in its center, and black knee boots. She has a small, red mask outlining her eyes, a handcuff on each wrist. The white bodysuit is made of thin material that is easily torn, so she can more easily use her quirk. "What is Midnight Sensei wearing?" Kirishima questioned. "That's an R-rated hero for you," Denki replied. "Is it okay for her to be at a high school even though she's R-rated?" Tokoyami asked with disbelief. "Yes," Mineta screamed with a thumbs up, while he had a perverted grin on his face. "Quiet, everyone," Midnight ordered as she cracked her whip again. Representing the students is Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. She yelled as all the students from other courses and the audience were interested in seeing the guy who saved All Might and everyone. "Wait a second, I am supposed to give a pledge?" he asked with visible shock as he had no clue about this matter. "Well, that makes sense since you scored the highest during the entrance exam," Hunter exclaimed as he pushed the nervous Izuku forward. "In the hero course," a student from another course added, with a frown on her face. "It's obvious she hates us," Hunter replied, "and it's all Bakugo's fault," Denki added while Bakugo looked the other way, not giving a damn shit about these extras. "But how come I didn't know about this?" Izuku asked. "Well, Aizawa-sensei kind of planned this whole thing as a punishment for what you did during the USJ attack. He also said that if we told you about it, he would expel us all," Momo explained. "And I'm the one who suggested this idea." Isuka smirked. "She's way too evil," Izuku thought. "I'm sorry about this, Midoriya, but do your best," Momo exclaimed with a sweat drop. "Izuku Midoriya, are you currently present? If so, then please come here to give the player pledge," Midnight repeated once again. "Yeah, I'm right here," Izuku said as he climbed the stairs to the podium. Meanwhile, in the commentators' sitting area, Aizawa was hiding his smirk under his scarf. "Serves you right, kid," he thought to himself. "Please don't tell me that you didn't tell him about the player's pledge," Present Mike exclaimed. I don't know. I think that my memory got messed up a bit when he mind-controlled me," Aizawa replied sarcastically. "You're so evil, Shota," Present Mike replied. "Look, Mrs. Midoriya, Izuku is finally showing up," Himiko exclaimed with enthusiasm, grabbing Inko's attention. "Oh no, what am I going to do? I'm terrible at public speaking. I'm just going to stutter. I'm going to make a fool of myself in front of everyone. Everybody is going to laugh and make fun of me." Izuku finally got to the podium. He looked at all the students. Some had determined and focused eyes. Others were angry, others were sad, and others, well, were indifferent. He then looked at the massive audience, and somehow he spotted not only Himiko and his mother, but also All Might, which managed to help him get over his stress, as he saw the smiles of the people who supports him. He took a deep breath before holding the mic and saying, "Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm sure most of you know me because of the USJ incident or even saw me on TV. But as you can see, I'm back to full health and doing well. I have to say though, sorry UA for causing you a lot of trouble," Izuku said with a sheepish smile. "Anyways, let's not talk about the past now and focus on today," Izuku exclaimed as he was thinking about what he would say now. He took a deep breath. "All men are not created equal. That is the harsh reality I learned at the young age of 4. Some people are born with everything. Money, power, prestige. Others aren't as lucky. There are even those who are born with none of these. Izuku paused as he saw he had everyone's attention and interest. To be honest with you, I didn't have a quirk. I was a late bloomer. I was always told by everyone around me that I should give up, that I could never become a hero. People shut down my dream, said it was foolish. No one really believed in me, but I never gave up on being a hero. Why did I never give up, you may ask? The answer is simple. It's because I have a dream. So no matter how much they tried to shun me, I didn't let their words stop me or decide my fate. I just never gave up. And to never give up are not just a few simple words to me. To never give up, to never go back on my word became my way of life. My hero way. Now everybody in the stadium had their eyes fixated on Izuku. They were all curious about hearing his next words. Izuku meanwhile had a small tear coming down his cheek, but did his best to hide it. And after 10 years, something finally happened. One day, I've been given a chance to prove myself. I saw somebody who needed help. So, without thinking, I did what I always wanted to do. I saved a life. I was a hero, but that's not all. As in that same day, someone came to me and said the words that I will never forget for the rest of my life. Now everybody was on the edge of their seats with one thought in their minds. What did he say? He said to me, "Young man, you can become a hero." All Might smiled warmly as he realized what his successor was referring to. He was so happy that he never chose another successor over Izuku. Izuku continued his speech. Ever since that day, I decided not to let the chance I got go to waste. I worked as hard as I can and have been through so much, and so much has changed in my life. Izuku smiled, thinking about how much his life has changed. He has powers now, he has friends, people that willingly stand by his side and support him. His entire world flipped upside down. Izuku then took one final breath before he ended his speech. What I'm trying to say is that dreams can become a reality, no matter what they are. You just have to fight for them. And that's why today in the UA Sports Festival we should all aim for the top. Give it our best. What course you are doesn't matter, Izuku said as he glanced at the general ed students. No matter your background, abilities, or even where you may come from, just go for it today and fight for your dreams and what you believe. Izuku turned to face all the students. Go beyond plus ultra. Izuku raised his fist in the air. Plus ultra. Everyone followed Izuku's example before they started clapping their hands. Izuku's speech managed to reach the crowd's hearts, gaining their respect and admiration. And Izuku's eyes widened as he realized that the applause was directed at him. The Sharingan user bowed and quickly got off the stage, making his way back to his friends, from which he received many compliments and thumbs up. So manly. I have never heard such words before. Those words hit harder than any punch I could ever block. Midoriya, you have inspired me to do my absolute best, Kirishima said as his manly tears from his eyes. He truly is manly, Tetsu added with his own manly tears. He got me fired up, Denki cheered. Izuku, I'm so proud to call you my rival, and I look forward to face you in the finals, Ojiro said in his head. I honestly expected the #1 applicant to be overconfident and to just declare that he would win the whole festival, but he's the exact opposite. He's humble and just wants everyone to do their best. Seems like not all the people from the hero course are arrogant, Shinso thought. People of the other classes were also having similar thoughts about Izuku. It was truly a surprise to the other classes to hear such words from a student of the hero course. A good majority of the classes thought that all students from the hero course would look down on the other classes, but they were wrong. They actually appreciated what Izuku said and, just like Shinso, grew a newfound respect him. However, there was something only a few people noticed about Izuku when he was giving the student pledge. Some of those few were none other than Himiko, Momo, Ituka, and Ochako. While Izuku was giving his speech, they focused on Izuku's eyes, and while they did see a burning inferno of motivation and determination to excel in the festival, they also noticed something more. Hidden in his green orbs were years of pent-up sadness and grief. They even saw a tear escaping his eye. It was very brief, but they were observant enough to catch it while everybody else was immersed in his words. Izuku. Inko called her son's name with tears in her eyes. She wished she could have been more supportive to Izuku when he was a kid. It's okay, Inko, Mitsuki said, as she put a hand on her friend's shoulder. But Inko tried to protest. But you're here today, Inko. You're here for him, and that's what matters. The other woman replied, this is the real Izuku. Himiko thought, as she wanted to know more about him. She wanted to see the Izuku who managed to change her mind and stop her from becoming a villain. She wanted to know his drive, his true personality, his history, everything that made Izuku the person who he's today. Izuku, what happened to you that made you go through suffering and despair? Yeah. Everybody give it up for Izuku Midoriya. That speech will definitely be remembered in our school for ages, President Mike announced as the crowd began cheering. He then turned to Aizawa. I see that your little revenge plan failed, Shota. Even if it failed, his words managed to make me proud to have a student like him. Aizawa admitted, oh, is that the sound of the famous strict teacher Aizawa acknowledging someone? President Mike teased his best friend. Well, he sure has my respect, but let's see if he can back up his words. Aizawa replied. All Might looked on in absolute pride as he couldn't get the smug smirk off of his face. That's my successor for you. Honestly, for a second I thought he would start stuttering and muttering. Meanwhile, a certain flame hero was standing among the crowds, staring at our Sharingan hero with interest. Izuku Midoriya, could it really be? I mean, the name Midoriya and that green hair, he must be related to him. A sound of a whip was heard throughout the arena as it got everybody's attention. All right, thank you Midoriya for that beautiful student pledge. You have inspired the hearts of everybody in this arena, including mine. She finished that sentence with a blush on her face. But we have to get back on track, Midnight announced as now everybody was focused on the R-rated hero. All right, let's get this show on the road, President Mike announced as the crowd were all fired up now. Midnight smirked sadistically as she whipped the air. Now let's get started right away. The first game is what you'd call a qualifier. Every year, many drink their tears here. Now here is the fateful first game. This year it's an obstacle course race, Izuku said as he looked at the screen behind Midnight. All 11 classes will participate in this race. The course will be the outer circumference of this stadium, about 4 kilometers. Our school's selling point is freedom, Midnight said as she licked her lips. As long as you stay on the course, it doesn't matter what you do. Now take your places, everyone, she added as everyone went to take their places. All Might, Izuku thought as the first light of the entrance went off. Please watch me go beyond, Izuku said in his mind as he activated his Sharingan. And the second light went off. Plus ultra, Izuku yelled in his mind as he activated his full cowl at 8%. Start, Midnight shouted, as immediately all the students began to run at full speed through the entrance to get the lead. That turned out to be a tunnel. Okay, here's the play-by-play. Are you ready to do the commentary? Eraserhead, President Mike asked. You're the one who forced me to come, Aizawa replied. Let's get started right away, Eraserhead. What should we pay attention to in the early stages? This part right now, Aizawa answered. Hey, it's too narrowed. Ouch. Hey, move. Many students shouted as they were stuck in the crowded tunnel, as it was too narrow and small for all the students to fit. However, the temperature immediately dropped, as the tunnel was immediately covered in ice by Shoto Todoroki, who froze the whole tunnel, trapping the other participants while he advanced. Ow wow. What the? It's freezing over. I can't move. So cold. Wow, folks. It seems like Todoroki already took the lead by freezing the whole tunnel and trapping the others. What fierce power, President Mike shouted. Sorry, but Todoroki was about to say something, but saw someone emitting green lightnings far ahead of him. You're wrong, Mike. There's someone else who has the lead, Aizawa corrected his friend. Izuku Midoriya has the lead. This unbelievable, everyone. When did he get here? President Mike yelled. That is what happens when you don't pay attention. If you were looking carefully, right when the race began, Midoriya had already ran past all the other competitors. He figured out that the tunnel would be too narrow to fit all of the students at once, so he made the smart decision on being the first one to go through the tunnel, thanks to his incredible speed. Aizawa stated as he knew that Izuku would never fall for such a cheap trick. DKU. Half and half bastard. I won't let you get away so easily. Bakugo shouted, with explosions coming out of his hands, as many students of Class 1A and B started to get out of the ice trap. "Whoa, that was close," Mina exclaimed, as she dodged an ice attack. "I can't use my special move yet," Achiko said, as she was trying to keep her balance while walking on the ice. While some students were just carrying Shinso over it, more people outside of Class A and B were able to dodge that than I expected. "But the true threat is you, Midoriya," Todoroki said with annoyance in his voice. Mineta used his balls to get over the ice with ease as he bounced over them. "I've outwitted you, Todoroki. How pathetic. Take this, my special attack, GRA," but Mineta was immediately thrown away from an explosion made by Bakugo. "Get out of my way, extra," he shouted. Meanwhile, Izuku had to stop for a second, as he got surrounded by many robots from the entrance exam, including many zero-pointers. "Targets found. Lots," the robot in front of Izuku said. "The faux villains from the entrance exam?" Izuku questioned, as he looked at the robots in front of him. "Obstacles have shown up suddenly, starting with the first barrier."
Robo Inferno.
Present Mike announced. "Aren't those the zero-point villains from the entrance exam?" Denki asked, as fear covered his face. "Seriously? The hero course had to fight those?" A student from another course asked. "This is what they meant by obstacles? I wonder where they got the money for all these robots?" Momo asked, as the robots surely looked expensive. "That's UA for you. Run away, Izuku. You can't beat those robots." Inko screamed with teary eyes, while also clenching Himiko really hard and suffocating her. "He'll be fine, MMPH MMPH." Himiko tried her best to calm down the older woman before she loses her breath. Many students were standing in fear right now of the giant robots ahead of them, but that wasn't the case for Izuku, who immediately jumped over a three-pointer and stomped its head with his foot, destroying the robot and jumped higher than before. "This sure brings back a lot of memories," Izuku said, as he went to face a zero-pointer. "But this time, I'll destroy you without getting injured," Izuku added with a grin. Triple kick. Izuku performed one of his signature attacks, destroying the zero-pointer with ease, before running again with the lead. The first one through the first barrier is Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. Can you believe this, everyone? Izuku Midoriya destroyed the zero-pointer with one attack. What a display of strength and speed. And just so you know, folks, during the entrance exam, he also managed to destroy the zero-pointer with one punch. You've improved a lot, Midoriya. There's a huge difference from when you broke your arms and legs during the exam. I'm really proud of you, but can you keep the lead forever? Aizawa thought with a smile on his face. That kid is sure something else. His strength is unbelievable. One of the pro heroes in the crowd said. Yeah, if he's just a kid and he's this powerful, imagine how strong he'll become once he grows up. Another pro hero added. He'll surely be a top hero. Another pro hero cheered. Izuku was then followed by Todoroki and Bakugo, who also started their rampage. "D, you stupid piece of shitty metal," Bakugo yelled, as he destroyed a robot with one of his explosions. "So, this is what they used in the general entrance exam? If they went through all this trouble, I wish they would have prepared something better. Since my stupid old man is watching," Todoroki said, as he froze all the robots who were in front of him. "He stopped them," a student shouted in relief. "Between their legs. We can get through," another student shouted, as they began to advance once again. "I wouldn't if I were you. I froze them when they were unbalanced. They'll fall over," Todoroki said, as he went after Izuku, but not without creating another trap for the students behind him. "I won't let you outperform me, Midoriya," Todoroki from Class 1A. He attacked and defended in one hit. "How elegant. Amazing. It's unfair," Present Mike shouted. "His actions are logical and strategic," Aizawa exclaimed, as expected of someone who got in through recommendations. He'd never fought them before, but those Robo-Infernos couldn't get past his elite moves, Present Mike added. And now he's trying to catch up to Midoriya. Suddenly, from underneath the rubbles made by the fallen robots, Kirishima appeared with his quirk activated. "Like I die," he yelled. Kirishima from Class 1A was underneath. That's crazy, Present Mike shouted. That bastard, Todoroki. He timed it on purpose so it'd be right when they fell. If it hadn't been me, someone would have died, Kirishima exclaimed. Ojiro Kirishima. Quirk. Hardening. His body can get super hard. He can become the strongest spear, or the strongest shield, Present Mike explained, before Tetsu also came from underneath the rubble. That Todoroki is truly a bastard, the metal boy shouted. Tetsu from Class B was also underneath. That's crazy. If it hadn't been me, someone would have died, he shouted just like Kirishima.
Tetsu.
Quirk. Steel. His body can become like steel. He can become the strongest spear, or the strongest shield. Our quirks are pretty much the same. I have a hard enough time standing out as it is, Kirishima as he ran with tears coming out of his eyes. It was truly unlucky for him. Like I'd let you get ahead of me, DKU, Bakugo shouted, as he used his explosions to go over the destroyed robots. Class 1AS Bakugo. Since the bottom's blocked, he goes overhead. Clever. It's really weird that most of the group that's gone ahead is from Class A. The pro hero Snipe said. From the teacher sitting are. Class B and the other courses aren't bad either. It's just. All Might replied. Class A doesn't spend a lot of time standing around. They are always competing against each other and pushing each other further. Aizawa finished All Might's sentence as he looked at the top three, Izuku, Shoto, and Katsuki, combined with their experience with the world above them through the incident at USJ. Those who had fear planted in their hearts. He added, as he looked at Ojiro, who was in the top 5 and destroying the robots in front of him easily. They all used that experience to drown out their hesitation. He then looked at Momo, who created a cannon to blast the robots. Class 1A are just starting. Meanwhile, Izuku was running as fast as he can, as he saw the students behind him who cleared the first obstacle getting closer. However, he had to stop when he saw what seemed to be a bottomless pit. There were tall platforms spaced out between each other, but they were so far apart that it seemed like it was impossible to simply jump from one platform to the next. In between each platform were long and narrow trails of rope that honestly didn't seem like they were stable enough to hold the weight of a couple of students. Hey, the first barrier's a piece of cake. Huh? Then what about the second? Present Mike grinned as many students widened their eyes in horror. If you fall, you're out. If you do not want to fall, then you have to crawl. It is the fall. When did they build this stage? Ochako asked as she, like the other students, were very fearful of dropping to their death. However, our Sharingan hero looked at the entire obstacle carefully. This is surely the work of Power Loader Sensei, but, he thought, before smirking and getting into a jumping stance. I can jump from a platform to another easily, he said, as he launched himself high in the air, and then started to jump from one platform to another. Wow! And now, the leader of the pack is easily getting through first, Present Mike announced as the crowd began cheering for Izuku. Deku-kun, I didn't know he could jump so high, Ochako exclaimed in shock as she and the participants had their eyes focused on Izuku. Whoa! His quirk must be super strong to allow him to perform such amazing acts of athleticism, Present Mike shouted as the spectators agreed, since Izuku has been nothing but impressive so far. Pay attention, you idiot. His quirk is only helping him in enhancing his physical strength and speed, but how he moves, how he jumps, his judgment and his analytical skills are all the results of his training before UA. Aizawa lazily groaned. Midoriya, if you think that I'll let you embarrass me in front of my shitty father, then think again, Shoto growled, as he used his ice slide through the gaps between each platform. I got you now, half and half bastard, Bakugo shouted, as he was finally catching up to Todoroki. Bakugo was using his explosions to boost himself upwards over the pits and platforms, and since he was sweating more, his explosions got stronger and made him faster. Shoto looked behind him to see Bakugo really ganging up on him. Looks like he's getting fired up. A slow starter, Shoto said as he continued to run forward. He needed to catch up to Midoriya before it's too late. Damn it! Bakugo noticed that Shoto was picking up speed and catching up to Izuku. so he boosted his explosions to gain even more speed. My older brother is probably also watching. I can't let him see me act so uncool. Tenya saw that some students were already crossing the dust. He proceeded to land on the rope and used the engines in his calves to thrust him forward and much faster along the ropes. That is so uncool. Present Mike shouted as the rest of the audience agreed with. Tenya was about to say something but stopped as he almost lost his balance, when a special teenager with a tail kept jumping and using his tail to grab the ropes and go from a platform to another. Sorry, Tenya, but I have to catch up to Midoriya and the others now, Ojiro said, as moved faster than usual and was soon catching to Bakugo. The guy in second place behind Midoriya is so strong, and he might even catch up to him. A member of the audience commented as he and many others were impressed at the strength that Shoto showcased. Yeah, his quirk is really strong, but his natural athletic ability and judgment are also cut above the others. Of course it is. That is the flame hero Endeavor's son.
No wonder.
The blood of the guy second only to All Might. There'll be fighting over who gets him as a sidekick. The lead pack is a step ahead, but below them, everyone's clumped together. They haven't announced how many people will make it through, so you can't relax. Push forward. Present Mike exclaimed as when the students heard that, they hastily continued through the obstacle course, not wanting to be left behind. Izuku was nonchalantly running at very high speeds before he abruptly stopped as he saw the last obstacle ahead of him. There were signs that read danger mines, and now we have quickly arrived at the final barrier. The reality here is that it is a minefield. It is set up so that you can tell where the mines are if you look carefully. So you have to exploit your eyes and legs. By the way, these landmines are for games, so they are not that powerful, but they are loud and flashy enough to make you wet your pants. Present Mike announced as he revealed the third and last obstacle. That depends on the person. Aizawa commented as he didn't think those mines would make everybody pee themselves. I get it. So they put this as the last obstacle so that those in the lead would be in a disadvantage so that others lagging behind can have the opportunity to catch up and possibly take the lead themselves. This is very clever design, and also entertaining for the audience here and the viewers watching at home. But with my Sharingan, I can clearly see where the mines are hidden. Izuku thought as a grin formed on his face. I love my power so much, he yelled in his head. Izuku began hopping between mines in a consistent but fast pace, making sure to scan with his Sharingan the mines' locations. Behind him, several students were going through the mines carelessly and igniting pink explosion that slowed them down and in turn caused an area of effect where other competitors nearby were also stunned and slowed down. Shoto was right behind. He knew that unlike Izuku, he didn't have the luxury of knowing the exact location of the mines without observing, so he decided to slide on his ice following the same way Izuku was taking. Just when he clears this minefield, I'll freeze his legs and steal the first place from him, Shoto thought. Bakugo looked at the minefield and smirked as it didn't scare him the slightest. This doesn't affect me, Bakugo yelled as he used his explosions to send him above the minefield. He then passed Todoroki, who had a surprised look on his face. He clearly was not expecting Bakugo to just rush through like that. Bastard, don't make a declaration of war to the wrong person. Bakugo then aimed an explosion towards the bicolored teen, but Shoto was able to dodge the attack. Wow, and now we've got someone new in second place. Rejoice, mass media. It's the kind of development you guys love. Present Mike yelled through the speakers as the crowd cheered loudly as they finally got to see two students fighting for the second place head-to-head. Not lagging too far behind them were the other students as they were going through the minefield in their own quirky ways. Hey, the rest of the pack is also speeding up. However, even as they push and pull at each other, can the three at the top remain in the lead? Izuku looked behind him as he grit his teeth. Damn, Kaken and Todoroki are right behind me, and the others are not too far behind either. Kaken really has the advantage in this obstacle, and if he managed to shrug off Todoroki and come at me, he'll easily get ahead of me. I have to. Izuku's thoughts were suddenly cut as he barely avoided a kick from someone. You should pay more attention to your surroundings, Midoriya, Ojiro said as he was the one who launched that kick. I have to say you really surprised me, Ojiro, Izuku replied, before trying to deliver a punch, but Ojiro dodged it. Look at this, folks. Can you believe it? Someone has finally been able to catch up to Midoriya. It's Ojiro Mashireo from Class 1A. Amazing! Both of the teenagers were about to attack each other again, but they dodged as Shoto's ice attack came in between them. Todoroki? Kaken? Izuku questioned, as the two said teens stopped fighting among themselves to catch up to him and Ojiro. You fucking nerd don't even dream about getting first place. Neither you Tails. Bakugo yelled, as he shot an explosion at Izuku who dodged it. But I only have on tail, Ojiro said with a smile, happy that he's in the lead. Shut up, Tails, Bakugo growled. Ojiro tried to grab Todoroki's leg with his tail and flip him over, but the bicolor hair teen attempted to freeze Ojiro's tail, only for Ojiro to back off his tail immediately. However, he was almost met with another punch from Izuku, but he barely dodged it. You should pay more attention, Ojiro. Izuku repeated the same words the other teen told him earlier. Don't ignore me, shitty nerd, Bakugo shouted as shot an explosion at Izuku's face. Izuku managed to react and slapped his wrist, but the explosion managed to graze his cheek. At that moment, Shoto took his chance to send an ice attack at Izuku, who dodged it at the last second and almost stepped on a mine. Shit, Todoroki growled. Phew, that was close, Izuku said with relief washing over him. This is it, everyone. The final battle between these four. Who will emerge victorious, I wonder? Present Mike shouted to pump the crowd, who started to cheer more and more. Izuku then took a moment to analyze his current surroundings. Just behind him was Bakugo and Todoroki, and besides him was Ojiro. This is even worse than the worst-case scenario I had in mind. What should I do? What should I do? Think, Izuku. Think. And just like that, a light bulb went off in Izuku's brain. He turned around to face the other competitors. Hey, Kaken, Izuku yelled. What the fuck do you want, Deku? You'll never be able to surpass me, Izuku teased as he stuck his tongue out at him. Bakugo snapped. Why, you damn nerd? Bakugo then ignited an explosion in both of his hands to get closer to Izuku and murder him. Izuku smirked right away when he saw explosions forming on Bakugo's hands. Got you. He then looked in Ojiro's eyes. Hey, Ojiro. He called his friend's name before casting a genjutsu on him, and he immediately fell into it. He then grabbed Ojiro by his tail and threw him towards Bakugo and Todoroki. What the fuck? HEY, before Bakugo could make a move or dodge, Ojiro's body slammed into him and then Todoroki, making them all fall and land on several mines. This caused a huge explosion that managed to push back a lot of competitors, while it gave Izuku a boost forward. What in the world? Todoroki shouted in shock as he and the rest of the participants were blown off of their feet. The velocity of the explosion was just too much for them to handle as they were immobilized for quite a bit. Wow, what is going on? Hey, everybody except Midoriya is down. How did all of the mines go off simultaneously? Present Mike asked earnestly as he and the rest of the spectators had no clue to what just happened. Bakugo got up again, but was a little bit stunned and glared darkly at Izuku, who cleared the last obstacle and was heading to the finishing line. Damn you, DKU. Thanks for the help, Kaken. You're truly a good friend, he said sarcastically. You, Eraserhead, can you explain what just happened, because everyone watching here and at home are completely lost? Present Mike asked as he looked towards his co-commentator, who was currently trying to take a nap. Huh? Oh yeah, well you see, Midoriya taunted Bakugo, which provoked him to try to engage Midoriya. However, Midoriya used his ability to cast illusions on Ojiro and threw him on Bakugo, who had no time to dodge, and Todoroki got dragged with them before they all fell. Izuku made sure to calculate it at the right time so that Bakugo wouldn't be able to dodge no matter what. He also tried to make sure that most of the participants in the surrounding area would get knocked off of their feet due to the blast radius. Even though he pretty much got rid of all of the obstacles for his opponents and made their path much easier, he in turn got a really big lead and will now more likely than not get first place in the race. Very smart choice for him. He will make it far as a pro. Aizawa finished his explanation as he began to close his eyes again. Oh, well, thanks for the play-by-play explanation, Eraserhead, Present Mike said as he and the audience were now understanding what exactly happened a minute ago. Now, pay more close attention so you don't have to interrupt my naps. Would you believe it? Midoriya cleared the minefield in an instant. Present Mike announced, no matter how hard you're cornered, you always find a way to get past the wall in front of you. You're so cool, young man. All Might thought as a proud smirk was visible on his face. The first ones to get back up after Izuku's little stunt were Todoroki and Bakugo. Todoroki used his ice to make him run faster. Bakugo then used his explosions to follow closely behind. Ojiro finally managed to snap out of the genjutsu, but unfortunately for him, Izuku and the other two got ahead of him. Eraserhead, your class is amazing. What are you teaching them? Present Mike asked. Aizawa sighed as his nap was interrupted again. I didn't even do anything. They got each other fired up on their own. Aizawa said as the cameras focused on Izuku, Shoto, and Katsuki, who were in first, second, and third place respectively as they were running towards the tunnel that led to the entrance to the stadium, which was the finish line. UA Sports Festival, first-year stage. Are you not listening? Aizawa comically groaned. Who could have predicted the developments at the beginning or this conclusion? Present Mike exclaimed as the audience were now eagerly waiting on who would come through the tunnel first. Right now, the first person back in the stadium is that man. Not Bakugo or Todoroki, it's the powerhouse, Izuku Midoriya. Rainbow-colored confetti dropped as the crowd cheered furiously, happy to see the Izuku come first place in the obstacle race. IZU. Inko started to flood her sitting area with her tears, but luckily Himiko and Katsuki's parents had umbrellas. Himiko was so happy that Izuku won. Oh, it's that kid from last year, the one who rushed the slime villain who had a hostage and was then saved by All Might. Death Arms said, it truly is a small world. Who would have thought we would be seeing this kid again, getting first place in the first event of the UA Sports Festival? Kamui Woods commented as he also recognized Izuku from the slime incident from a year ago. From the League of Villains hideout, Tamura Shigaraki was covered in bandages and watching the sports festival. That brat with the demon's eyes, he growled. He was pissed off when he saw Izuku's face. After Izuku crossed the finish line, he took a moment to look around and observe all of the cheers and applause he was getting from the viewers in attendance. He then looked all the way up at the teacher's box and found All Might, who was clapping and smiling down at him with proud face. Izuku grinned as he made a closed fist and pointed it towards his idol. The sports festival is a competition where they have to aim for the top, even if it means defeating their friends and classmates. Modern heroes depend a lot on their popularity, so they need to have that desire to be above all the others. At your core, you are a true hero who wants to help and protect others. That is exactly why I chose you, but I thought that was also your weakness. I was worrying over absolutely nothing. Sorry. But hey, at least you're not crying your eyes out like how you used to. All Might thought as he was overjoyed at the fact that Izuku was slowly becoming more mature and more of a man and hero. Well, what do you think? First of all, Midoriya's stock will climb really fast. He definitely has the look. Tall, strong, and defined muscular frame. He has it all. The power, speed, size, and explosiveness. He also seems to have a brilliant mind. We could really highlight those parts, but we will need more raw material to work with. All Might's sweat dropped as he overheard the conversation between the students. That business course, they never change. Huh? The three students that were just discussing Izuku's marketability are part of the business course in UA. There is not really any benefit to them participating in the sports festival. Therefore, they cultivate their instincts by selling things or doing marketing simulations. They've got a lot of free time. Bakugo made it through the tunnel as he stopped to catch his breath. He was panting hard as boiling with anger. Damn it! I fell right into his plan again. Damn you, Deku. You played me for a fool. I can't let you get away with that. When I'm able to get my hands on you, I swear. And now, they are finishing one after another. We'll make a list of the results later. But for now, good work. Present Mike announced as more and more students began entering the arena. Shoto caught his breath as he glared at Izuku, who was too busy doing his best, trying not to cry as the emotions that were currently going through were very hard to hold in. Wise, I made it through the first round. Now all I have to do is be consistent and hopefully I can make it through the entire tournament. Izuku thought, D-Kukan, you were amazing. You got first place. Izuku turned around to see Achiko running towards him to congratulate him as Ituka and Tenya were not too far behind. Tenya was sulking in the background as he was comically depressed over falling behind with a quirk that was supposed to be most dominant in a racing type of environment. Uraraka, Ituka, I'm glad to see you guys and Ida were able to make it through the first round. Izuku exclaimed as he was genuinely glad that his friends were advancing to the next round with him. First place is amazing, but did you have to pull that little stunt at the end? Ituka asked as she pouted. Izuku smiled sheepishly. Sorry, my bad. But I had to find a way to ensure my victory, and that idea was the first that came to mind. But wow, Izuku, you were so fast. Ituka pointed out. You did well too, Ojiro. Ituka tried to cheer our blonde martial artist. Yeah, but I can't believe how Izuku just turned the favors into his sake with one move. He replied with a sheepish smile. Midnight then began to speak as she saw the last people who were able to advance through the first round. The first game of the first year stage is finally over. Now take a look at the results. Midnight announced. 1. Izuku Midoriya. 2. Shoto Todoroki. 3. Katsuki Bakugo. 4. Masahiro Ojiro. 5. Shiozaki Ibara. 6. Hananuki Juzo. 7. 42. Like in canon, the top 42 made it through to the next round. It is unfortunate, but don't worry, even if you did not make the cut. We've prepared other chances for you to shine. The real competition begins next. The press will be all over it. Give it your all. Bakugo growled in anger as he was still mad over falling for Izuku's trick and having to get third place instead of first. Midnight then swiped her whip as the spinning wheel began spinning at high speeds to determine what the next game will be. Now then, here is the second game. I already know what it is, but what could it be? What could it be? I just said it and now here it is. The wheel landed on the words, Capture the Flag. Chapter 17. Capture the Flag. Now then, here is the second game. I already know what it is, but what could it be? What could it be? I just said it and now here it is. The wheel landed on the words, Capture the Flag. Capture the Flag. Now that's going to be easy. Denki pointed out. It's not an individual event, so I wonder how it'll work. Suyu exclaimed, as she had a finger on her chin. The participants can form teams of 2 to 4 people as they wish. It's basically the same as a regular Capture the Flag, but the one thing that's different is, Midnight explained before taking her breath. Based on the results of the last game, each person has been assigned a point value. A point-based system like the entrance exam, huh? That's easy to understand. Sato said. In other words, each team is worth different points depending on who's on the team. Achiko exclaimed. I see. Mina yelled as she understood the game. You guys don't hold back even though I'm talking, huh? Midnight shouted angrily as she flicked her whip. Yes, that's right. And the points assigned go up by 5 starting from the bottom. So 42nd place gets 5 points and 41st gets 10 points. I see, so that's how it is. Then if I've done my math correctly, I should have 210 points. Izuku thought. Unluckily for him, reality had different plans for him, and the point value assigned to the first place is 10 million, Midnight exclaimed, with a grin on her face. Izuku just stood there with a blank expression, and so confused about what had he just heard. T10 million? He shouted in panic, with his eyes widening from the shock. Unfortunately for Izuku, as soon as he was assigned with the 10 million points, he became everyone's target. 10 million, huh? In other words, if you take down the first place player's team, you can stand at the top no matter what place you're in. That's right. It's survival of the fittest, with a chance for those at the bottom to overthrow the top. Midnight further explained. At this moment, Izuku was able to feel the stares that he was receiving from all the other participants. They clearly wanted a piece of him and his 10 million points. What the hell can you do? You're quirkless. Izuku closed his eyes as he remembered his childhood. The eyes around me are different from junior high. The top spot I got for an instant changed that. So this is what All Might has to deal with every day, huh? To always have a target on your back. To have everybody want to have a piece of you. Yes, this is what it truly means to be number one, Izuku said in his head, as determination began to surge through him. Even if the odds are against me, I didn't make it this far just to go down without a fight. You're quick to understand, huh, young man? All Might thought, as he could see the fire of determination in his successor's eyes. Now then, I will explain the rules of Capture the Flag. The time limit is 15 minutes. Each team is worth the total of its members' points, and the flag will have that number. Teams will try to steal each other's flags until time runs out and try to keep as many points as they can. Stolen flags must be placed in the team's designated area, so the more you steal, the harder it will be to manage them. And the most important thing is that even if your flag gets stolen, you're not out, Midnight said, as she explained the basic rules of Capture the Flag. Which means, Momo said, since there are 42 people, there will be 10 or 12 teams on the field the whole time? Sato said as he finished Momo's thought. That's tough, Aoyama commented. One strategy could be to let someone take your flag first so you'll be more free. Mina added, it is hard to say without seeing how all the points end up getting split up, Mina. Tsuyu hummed. During the game, it will be a cruel fight where you can use your quirks, but it is still a Capture the Flag. You will get a red card for attacks that could seriously injure someone. You will be removed immediately. Also, you're not allowed to move your flag from its place, unless it is to bring it back. Midnight warned. Fuck, Bakugo shouted. Now you have 15 minutes to build your teams. But before that, Midnight said, as she made a signal to present Mike, who pressed on a red button, and as soon as he did, the ground started to shake. What's happening? Kirishima asked, as the ground was shaking violently. The stands, they're moving, they're being pushed back, Ituka remarked, as she saw that they had more space now in the stadium. Once the stands were pushed back far enough, Midnight made another announcement. Now, once you've chose your team, you'll take your flag and choose your designated area. Don't forget you have 15 minutes. Now start. So, who wants to be in my? Izuku said, but stopped once he noticed that practically everyone has moved away from him and began forming their own teams, completely isolating him. Staff break room. The UA Sports Festival is more about simulating the competition they'll face as heroes than seeing how prepared they are to be heroes, Death Arms said as he smoked a cigarette while sitting down and enjoying his break. He and the other pro heroes who were assigned as security guards for the sports festival were currently watching the prestigious event from a monitor. Huh? What are you talking about? The blonde heroine, Mount Lady, asked as she too was enjoying her break with her colleagues. Death Arms blew out a puff of smoke before replying. In a world crowded with hero agencies, in order to put food on the table, there are times when you have to kick down others in order to show your stuff. That was what the obstacle course race in the qualifier was about, right? Mount Lady covered her nose as she waved away the puff of smoke Death Arms blew out before she answered. Doesn't that just pain your heart? What? You did that quite gleefully, remember? The wood hero, Kamui Woods said as a tick mark formed on his head. He still remembered clearly the day that Mount Lady made her debut. She stole the spotlight right when he was about to finish off the villain. She shamelessly took all of the credit for apprehending the villain while the poor would hero moped in sadness in the background. On the other hand, even if you're business rivals, there are many cases where you have to work together. Death Arms added as he also knew there were times when pro heroes had to cooperate with one another to take down a group of villains. Mount Lady widened her eyes in realization. Oh, that's just like Capture the Flag. If you win, your teammates also win. You have to think about compatibility and other people's quirks. It is a give-and-take situation. She now clearly understood the purpose of the preliminary rounds of the sports festival. She had to admit it was a very clever structure and design. She'd expect nothing less from the #1 hero school in Japan. Coordinating with your sidekick and joint quirk training with other agencies, Kamui Woods muttered as he realized that is exactly what the freshman students of UA were doing now in the upcoming event. The kids are doing stuff now that will be their way of life after they become pro heroes, Death Arms replied. Mount Lady sighed as she thought about what the young adolescents had to go through. Man, they've got it rough. You said it. And let's not even talk about the guy who got first place. Midoriya, was it? He has it the worst out of all of them. Absolutely nobody would want to team up with somebody that has a huge 10 million point target square on their head. Although, Something tells me that this kid is going to face the challenge head-on. Kamui commented, "Oh, you want to bet and see if he'll advance to the next round?" Mount Lady replied to Kamui's comment with a smirk. "Ha! I'll bet on 5,000 yen that he'll win the whole sports festival." Kamui replied, "All right, and I'll bet on Endeavor's son." Mount Lady exclaimed, "What about you, Death Arms?" She asked. I think it's too early to decide, but if I had to, I'll bet on Endeavor's son too." He replied, "Fine, no problem. More money for me then." Kamui said, "Team up with me." Sato said, as he pointed to himself. "What? Bakugo? Team up with me?" Mina exclaimed, "Don't you want to team up with me?" Aoyama asked, as he clenched his stomach. He had a stomachache from overusing his quirk. However, they never expected that all this time, Bakugo didn't give a shit about their very existence. "I don't know what quirks you all have." "What?" he shouted. "I can understand not knowing Class B's." But Mina began. "He doesn't pay attention to what's around him at all." "Huh?" Sato finished her thought. Even though his personality's like that, he still came in third and has 200 points. Considering the all-purpose use of his quirk, it makes sense that he's popular. All Might thought, "Hey, Todoroki chose his team already. Bakugo, team up with me." Kirishima exclaimed, "Weird hair." Bakugo simply replied, "I'm Kirishima. At least try to remember." Kirishima replied, annoyed by the fact that Bakugo doesn't even know his name. "Also, my hair's not that different from yours. You're gonna be an attacker and try to steal flags, right? Then who'll be the wall that will guard all these flags? Someone with guts." Bakugo replied, "Not really, but yeah, me with my hardening. I'll be a wall that never breaks. You're gonna get it, right?" Midoriya's 10 million points. Kirishima pumped the explosive boy and managed to sell himself, as the latter gained an evil smirk on his face. "Damn, Kirishima, you should consider a sales manager career." Meanwhile, Shinso had just finished brainwashing Aoyama into joining his team when he felt a hand on his shoulder. "Undo the brainwashing if you want to team up. I'll team up with you, but we'll work as a team," Ojiro said. "Or else?" Shinso questioned. Ojiro shook Aoyama out of his trance before replying, "Or else, I'll expose your quirk to everyone." "Tisk, very well. I'll cooperate with you during the second round. Besides, I'm sure you know more about your classmates' quirks." Shinso replied, "Yeah, and with you as our element of surprise, I can think of 2 more people who'll be solid teammates." Ojiro replied, "As expected, people are teaming up with their classmates." "Huh? Since no one has a good grasp of what quirk those in the other classes have, I need to do something quick, too. About the current state where everyone's totally avoiding me." Izuku screamed in his head, "Deku, let's be a team." Achiko offered, "Uraraka, is it really okay? Everyone will probably be after me because of my 10 million points." Izuku screamed, happy to finally get his first teammate. "If we protect the flag the whole time, then you'll win, right?" Achiko asked. "Do think you're overestimating me, Uraraka?" Izuku replied. As much as he was confident in his abilities, he knew that he couldn't defend the flag alone. Even with Achiko with him, he needed more teammates. "Like I would. Remember who's the one who saved me by punching the 0-pointer?" she said, as she tried imitating Izuku's punch. "Or that time, when you defeated one of the Nomus with that super-duper dragon kick," she added as she tried to imitate Izuku again, while Izuku was getting embarrassed. "Anyway, it's better to team up with people you can get along with," she said, as Izuku closed his eyes. "What's the matter, Deku? You're so bright, Uraraka. So bright that I can't look straight at you. Actually, I wanted to team up with you, too." "Thanks. For teams, it's best to be with people you can communicate with smoothly, right?" Izuku replied. Yup. Actually, with your quirk and the one other person, I thought of a plan." "Ida," Izuku called his turbo friend before he made his offer and explained his plan. "I expected no less from you, Midoriya, but I'm afraid I have to refuse." Ida rejected their offer. "Ever since the entrance exam, I just keep losing to you. You are a wonderful friend, but that's why, if I just keep following you, I will never grow." "Bakugo, Todoroki and Ojiro aren't the only ones who see you as a rival. I will challenge you, Ida added, as he went to join Todoroki's team. Ida, Ochako simply said, it has already begun. Everyone's an enemy. That's right, I'm at the top right now. I can't just play at being friends. Izuku thought as he stared at Bakugo, Ojiro, and Todoroki's completed team. As I thought, this is great. You stand out. A girl with pink hair and weird goggles said. Team up with me. Person in first place. She added as she got close to Izuku. Ah, so close. Who are you? Izuku questioned as he freaked out. I am Mei Hatsum, from the support course. The pink-haired girl replied. Oh, that weird person from back then. Ochako replied, as she remembered seeing that girl using some weird gadgets to cross the second obstacle. I don't know you, but let me use your position, Mei bluntly said to Izuku, while also ignoring Ochako. She's honest, Izuku said, shocked by Mei's behavior. If I team up with you, then I'll inevitably become part of the team everyone's watching most, right? If that happens, then my super cute babies will inevitably be seen by the big companies. That means, in other words, that those big companies will see my babies. Mei explained. Wait, what babies? You brought babies here. I don't understand. Izuku replied, completely confused. Yes, what companies and BA Ochako added, but was interrupted and ignored once again. Yes, I have lots and lots of babies. I could even make one for you. Mei bluntly further explained to Izuku. WWH what? Wekant Dothathir, and we real Sobshud. Izuku began to mutter and freak out with how Mei was close to him, and with that talk about babies. Himiko dear, what's wrong? Inko asked, as she looked at said girl who had a purple aura around her. My Izuku is playing around with another girl, senses are tingling right now. She replied, as she clenched the chair's arms, crushing them. What's wrong, Itsuka? Ibara asked her friend. My Izuku is playing around with another girl, senses are tingling right now. Itsuka replied. Then why didn't you join his team then? I mean, you like him, right? Ibara asked. Although she was against relationships between teenagers in school, she knew that her class president would be rational about it. Not to mention that everyone respected Izuku in the hero course, so of course she would want her friend to be with a guy like that. WWH what? No, of course not, he's just a friend. Yeah, definitely, she replied as her whole face was red. Besides, as your class president and your friend, I should make sure that you're not left out. After finally clearing the misunderstanding about the baby stuff and discovering that Mei was referring to her inventions, Izuku accepted her in his team. He only had to find one last team member for his new plan to work. Midoriya, please allow me to join your team, Momo asked. Yaoyorozu, you were actually the person who I was looking for. But are you sure about this? I mean, we'll be everyone's target, you know, with my 10 million points. Izuku replied, yes, I'm sure of my decision. Momo replied, great. Glad to have you in our team then. Izuku then gathered his team and chose his area. Everyone, first of all, we all agree that we're only going to defend our flag during the whole match, unless it is taken, right? Everyone replied, if we're being realistic, we do lack defense power and this event will be so hard. However, the keys to our success are you two, Izuku said, as he looked at both Momo and Mei. I can't use my full power without breaking my bones, so I'm constantly holding back. I'm sure you two know about this, but Mei doesn't. Izuku explained. How much are you holding back, Midoriya? Momo asked. Let's say I'm using about 8%. Yes. And that's why Yaoyorozu and Hatsum, I need you two to. Now then, it's about time to get started. Midnight shouted, as the time limit alarm rang. After 15 minutes to form teams and talk strategy, 12 teams are present in the field. Present Mike announced. There are some interesting teams out there. Aizawa pointed out. Now raise those battle cries. It's time for UA bloody battle. Light the signal fire. Present Mike yelled, as each team finished their preparations. Like Todoroki, who just covered his flag in a glacier of ice. Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, Hatsum, please step back and get ready for Phase 1 of Plan A, Izuku said as he activated his Sharingan. I chose you 3 because I thought it would be the most stable formation. Always you'll be on defense and make sure that any flag we bring here doesn't get out of our area by sticking them with your quirk. Tokoyami, you'll also be on defense, close to the ice cave and the flag, where you can use Dark Shadow a lot much better. Tenya, you're going to attack with me, and bring any flag I give you here as fast as possible. Todoroki explained their roles. So, you will attack and create diversions with ice and fire? Then, Todoroki? Ida asked. No. In battle, I will never use my left, Todoroki said, as he clenched his fist and looked at his father coldly. All right, you made your teams? I'm not gonna ask if you're ready or not. Now let's go. Counting down to the brutal battle royal. 3, we're aiming for, Bakugo said, as he cracked his knuckles. 2, one thing. Todoroki finished Bakugo's thought. 1, start. Midnight yelled, and as soon as the second event started, all the attackers rushed at Izuku's team to take their flag. It's basically a battle for the 10 million points, Tetsu yelled. However, Izuku was standing alone in front of his area, wearing a weird gauntlet in his right hand. His eyes were closed as he was focusing on the task at hand, and as everyone got closer, he charged 100% of One for All and yelled, Detroit Smash, as he punched the air, creating a powerful shockwave and gust of winds that were able to push all the participants back, while Momo, Achiko, and Mei took cover. So that's Midoriya's full power. Incredible, Momo said, as she was shocked by Izuku's power. Unbelievable, folks. What is this power? Eraser, what did Midoriya just do? He was able to knock down all the participants by punching the air, Present Mike exclaimed, with visible confusion and shock in his voice. Aizawa then looked at Izuku and analyzed the boy's gauntlet for a few seconds, before replying. Well, as it was stated before, Midoriya only got his quirk a year ago, and because of that, he still lacks some control over his quirk. Normally, when he uses his full strength, he tends to break his bones, but from what I'm seeing, it seems like he asked the girl from the support item to make him some kind of gauntlet that could help him release all of his power without injuring himself. You mean to say that what we just saw was Midoriya's true power? What are you exactly feeding your students, Eraserhead? Just pay more attention to the match and stop disturbing me, Aizawa replied. I see. Even the gauntlet can't withstand a 100% smash. I'd give it 2 more times before it breaks, Izuku murmured as he glanced at his gauntlet. The students who were knocked down began to stand up again. For a few seconds, they didn't know whether to try to steal Izuku's flag after their first failed attempt. But as some of them began attacking again, the others decided to follow. Damn it, I was hoping that they would be afraid to attack our area again after the first smash. I guess I have no choice, I'll have to use the same attack again, Izuku said, and as he prepared to use another Detroit Smash, his feet began to sink in the ground like he was in quicksand. I won't let you use that attack again, Juzo Hananuki shouted. Name, Juzo Hananuki. Quirk, softening. Juzo's quirk allows him to soften any non-living thing he touches. For example, he can soften the ground to make it similar to quicksand, hindering movements and mobility. If Juzo makes contact again, he can undo the effect. He is also capable of swimming through softened material. He's also one of the 4 recommendation students like Todoroki and Momo. I see it's his quirk, huh? Izuku questioned, as he grabbed some kunais from his pocket. Good thing Momo and Hatsum made these too, he added before throwing them in front of the participants. Ha! Your aim is off. Is that the best you can do? Juzo taunted Izuku, but Izuku was just smirking. Before the stadium was covered in multiple explosions that knocked multiple participants away. That was my baby number 150, explosive kunai. Mei gladly cheered and boasted about her invention. Phase 2 of Plan A, successful, Izuku simply said, still with a smirk on his face. Wow, Deku was like a ninja the way he used the kunais, Achiko pointed out, as she was surprised by Izuku's ability. I have to say, I never knew that he knew how to use them. When he asked me to make them earlier, I was afraid that he was going to hurt someone, Momo exclaimed. Well done, Midoriya. That's my student for you. The way he used those kunais was flawless, Kurigane said from the stands. You mean our student? Daisuke corrected his friend. Haha, I have to say, he's handling the situation pretty well. Mori cheered. However, as the dust settled, another explosion was heard. But this one wasn't coming from Izuku's kunais. DKU. Get ready because these 10 million points are mine. Bakugo yelled as he came from the sky and let another explosion from his hands before rushing at Izuku to punch him. Izuku responded by giving his own punch and clashed fists with Bakugo. I knew you'd come Kakin, but don't think I'll hand over the 10 million points. Izuku replied. You damn NR. Bakugo began, but was cut off. Yaoyorozu now, Izuku shouted. Right, Momo replied, as she fired a cannonball from her cannon towards Bakugo, which made him back off a couple of steps. And as many participants were trying to gang on Izuku, Izuku once again charged 100% of one for all in his arm. Detroit Smash, he shouted, as once again he managed to knock away his enemies. What do you think of my babies? Aren't they cute? Cuteness can be made, you know? Mei shouted from behind Izuku. Excellent long-range attacks and very good durability. The babies are amazing, handsome, Izuku replied. Right? She replied. It's because I made the materials and the kunais, Momo murmured, with a frown on her face. We're going after them too. Come on, Jiro. Time to get revenge, Toru shouted, as she went to attack Izuku's team with Jiro. They never rest, do. Aha, Toru, why are you naked? Izuku screamed in panic. What do you mean, Midoriya? I'm invisible. Wait, don't tell me you can see me. She also screamed from embarrassment. Luckily for her, Momo quickly made a spare shirt and threw it to Jiro, who handed it to Toru. Midoriya, even though I was so scared to come back and attack again, you, how dare have a quirk that lets you see Toru naked? And how dare you have 3 girls in your team, including Momo, you bastard. I'm going, Mineta exclaimed as he was behaving in his usual perverted manner. But Momo took one of Izuku's explosive kunais and threw it at him, making the perverted teen fly away. Thanks, Yaoyorozu, Izuku said, as he smiled sheepishly. I hate that pervert, she simply replied. Izuku suddenly felt an incoming attack, but he was able to swiftly dodge, thanks to his increased perception. A tongue, that could only mean, I didn't expect any less from you, Midoriya. Tsu said. Azui, call me Tsu, she replied, as she used her tongue to attack again. But this time Izuku activated his full cowl and grabbed Tsuyu's tongue. And as soon as he did, Tsuyu immediately felt her whole body jolt from a shock, as if she got hit by a taser gun. Emitter, Tsuyu began as she was struggling to stand up, but was interrupted by the sound of an explosion. Kakin, Izuku said with visible shock. He didn't expect Bakugo to come back so soon. Don't get carried away. Damn it, Bakugo yelled as he was firing explosions from his palms to boost himself. He then fired an explosion directly in Izuku's face, but Izuku managed to block it, although it did hurt his arms. Izuku was ready to counter and go on the offensive when he saw Bakugo ready to shoot another explosion, only for it to turn out to be a feint, which gave Bakugo the opportunity to get past Izuku, but not before Shiro used his tape to restrain Izuku. Shit, Izuku exclaimed, as he was now worried. Wow, could you see this, everyone? Team Bakugo was finally able to get past Midoriya's defense. Will Bakugo manage to finally get the 10 million points? He better do, cause only 7 minutes are left, Present Mike shouted, as the crowd cheered. Release, Achiko shouted, as she brought her hands together, making multiple rocks fall in front of Bakugo, slowing him down. Damn it! Out of my way, round face, Bakugo yelled, as he destroyed the rocks with his explosions. This flag is mine, he shouted as he got closer to the flag. Good job, Uraraka, Izuku exclaimed, before he mustered all of his strength to get his hands out, then grabbed the tapes that were connected to Shiro's elbows and threw Shiro towards Bakugo. Izuku then grabbed his last item, a capture weapon like Aizawa's, and captured both of them, before throwing them out of their area. Incredible! Team Midoriya was able to keep their flag safe thanks to Midoriya and Uraraka, but it seems like Midoriya used your capture technique's eraser head, Present Mike announced, as the whole crowd were curious about how Izuku was able to use Aizawa's capture weapon and techniques. It's really simple. Midoriya has the ability to copy other people's fighting styles thanks to his eyes. He already saw me using it many times, so it's not a surprise that he's able to use the capture weapon like me. Aizawa simply replied, while the whole crowd were wondering what is Izuku's quirk, or how many quirks does he possess. Phew, that was close thanks Uraraka, Izuku said, as he gave Ochiko a thumbs up. Phase 1 of Plan B successful. Staff break room. Damn, that kid Midoriya is really good. He was able to keep the 10 million points for half of the match. At this rate, he really might get to the next round. Death Arms said, as he was amazed by Izuku's power and strategies. See, I told you. Looks like I'm gonna go back home with my pockets full. Kamui replied with a smirk. Oh, it's too early to say that. Mount Lady replied, now, let's take a look at each team's points. Here are the current rankings up on the screen. Present Mike pointed out, as the results were shown on the stadium's big screen. IT seems like other than Midoriya and Ojiro's teams, Classa isn't doing so well. In fact, more than half of Classa aren't doing so well. And Bakugo's team, they have 0 point. Present Mike said with visible shock, as he analyzed the scores, which made Bakugo go back to check on his team. Class A is too simple-minded, Monoma said, as he grabbed Team Bakugo's flag, while Kirishima and Mina were trapped in Juzo's quicksand. What did you say, you bastard? Give that back, or I'll kill you, Bakugo yelled. Since Midnight said it was the first game, it wouldn't make sense for them to cut a ton of people in the qualifier, right? Assuming they'd keep about 40 people for the next stage, we just made sure we stayed within that number as we ran, observing from the back the quirks of those who would be our rivals. There's no point in being obsessive over winning in the prelims, right? Monoma explained his class strategy. You did this as a class? Bakugo asked. Well, it wasn't a consensus, but it was a good idea, right? Now excuse me because I'm done playing with small fries like you. Now it's time to face a real hero, my real rival, Midoriya, Monoma exclaimed, as Bakugo grew God only knows how much tick marks on his forehead. Kirishima, weird face, raccoon eyes, change of plan. Before we get shitty Deku, let's kill all these guys, Bakugo said, as he looked like he was being possessed by the devil. He then immediately fired multiple explosions and attacked Juzo first, knocking him and allowing his teammates to get out of the quicksand. Class B had a long-term strategy that involved throwing the qualifier. It's true that they could leave a stronger impression by overturning the mood that favored Class A before the sports festival started. But based on their way of thinking, it means they won't necessarily come after me, Izuku mentally said. As he analyzed their situation, he was happy because that meant that Ojiro's team, that consisted of Ojiro, Ituka, Ibara, and Shinso, were probably not going to attack him. They were actually one of the teams that Izuku was worried about. Everyone, our load will be easier now that Bakugo's team and Ojiro's team won't, Izuku said, before seeing two familiar faces coming towards him. It was Shoto and Tenya. Forgot about me, Midoriya? Shoto asked, while his father was watching his son go against Izuku. Todoroki, it won't be that easy. And now it's Todoroki's team turn to try to steal the 10 million points. I wonder who'll wear the 10 million points in the end. The son of the number 2 hero, or Midoriya the powerhouse? Present Mike announced as the crowd cheered. I'll be taking that now, Todoroki exclaimed. Alright, remember Shiozaki, I'll leave Kaminari to you while I take on Sato, and once we do, we'll get their flag and fall back. Understand? Ojiro said, as he and Ibara revised their plan for one more time. Understood, Ibara replied. Good, now let's go, Ojiro said, as they rushed at Toru's team area. Denki immediately noticed Ibara coming towards him and knew that it was his time for action. However, he couldn't help but think how Ibara was cute though, despite knowing that she was also strong. When this is over, wanna grab a bite to eat? I'll comfort you if you'll have me, 'cause this match will probably be over in a second, Denki said, as he activated his quirk and ready to discharge his electricity. Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volts. He shouted. Crucifixion, she simply said, as her vines went underground before coming out again and trapping Denki in a ball of vines, while suspending him in the air to restrict his movement. Denki said, as he was smiling up there and looked like an idiot. Name: Denki Kaminari. Quirk: electrification. Denki's quirk allows him to generate electricity and cover his body in it. While he can also emit this energy over a distance, Denki has little to no control over it. Exceeding his wattage limit causes his brain to short-circuit. Ibara then giggled before sarcastically saying, "You're funny. At least I'll give you that. Ha, and you were calling yourself a competitive Pokemon player. What player doesn't know that grass has advantage over electricity, dumbass?" Zero also sarcastically said, "Focus on killing the enemy, weird face, before I kill you." Bakugo shouted at the tape user. All right, sheesh." Zero replied, "Good job, Shiozaki. I knew I could count on you." Ojiro cheered as he was fighting Sato. "I won't let you get our flag," Sato shouted as he rushed to attack Ojiro, but surprisingly Ojiro managed to catch his fist. "If that's all you've got, then I'm afraid to say that this ends now," Ojiro said as he smacked Sato's face with his tail, stunning him, before doing a front flip and stomping Sato's shoulder in an axe motion with his calf, bringing him down immediately. How was his kick so heavy?" Sato murmured as he was in a lot of pain. It felt like Ojiro's leg weighed 40 kg, 93 pounds, or something. Wow, and just like that, with their amazing performance, Team Ojiro managed to capture a third flag, giving them second place. Present pick announced as the crowd cheered. As I expected, I knew that Todoroki's team was going to attack us sooner or later. After all, he wanted to recruit me to defeat Midoriya, Momo said, as she observed their new opponents. "Only 5 minutes are left. We won't lose now," Izuku exclaimed. Todoroki began his advance, sliding on his ice, and Tenya activated his engines to build up some speed. Unfortunately for Izuku though, Todoroki's team wasn't the only one attacking his team now. Many teams who lost their flags became desperate and decided to attack Izuku's team with everything they have. "Damn it, I'm out of kunais now and I can only use the gauntlet or one more time. I guess I have no choice then," Izuku thought before charging 100% of One for All in his arm. "Detroit Smash!" Izuku yelled as he threw one last punch to the air, destroying the gauntlet and knocking everyone away. Unluckily for him, Todoroki immediately made a wall of ice to stop himself and Tenya from being knocked away. "You should know that this trick won't work on me again." "Well, it won't work on anyone anyways," Todoroki said as he glanced at the shattered gauntlet. "My baby!" Mei shouted as she saw her invention broken on the ground. "Guys, I'll leave the rest to you. I'll take care of Todoroki," Izuku said as he activated his full cowl and headed towards Todoroki. "So, you finally decided to get close and abandon your post," Todoroki said as he froze the ground in an attempt to trap Izuku. Izuku, however, dodged the attack thanks to his enhanced prediction and mobility and jumped through the air ready to deliver a roundhouse kick to Shoto. "Well, I thought that it would be a good idea to stretch my legs a little," Izuku said. "I see, warming up. I'm not good at that though," Shoto said as he made a wall of ice to protect himself from Izuku's kick, before making an ice spike to attack Izuku. "Then why don't you use your left side? You can release fire from that side, can't you?" Izuku replied as he dodged Shoto's attacks. Shoto immediately felt his mind overcome with rage at the mere thought of using his father's flames. He threw the ice spike towards Izuku, who dodged it, before freezing the ground, trapping Izuku and the other participants that were around them. He then rushed at him with another ice spike in his hand, before saying, "I'll never use my left side." Izuku, however, was in quite the predicament. He had to do something quickly. He looked around him and saw one of the kunais he used earlier, and immediately picked up, before blocking Shoto's ice spike with his kunai. "If you never use your left side, then forget about defeating me," Izuku said as he looked at Shoto in his eyes, then paralyzed him for a moment with a genjutsu, before freeing one of his legs thanks to his full cowl and kicking Shoto in his chin, knocking him and bringing him out of his trance. "Midoriya, you bastard," Todoroki said before freezing the whole area around them, and separating the other participants from interfering in their battle. Achiko and Mei were taking care of the other participants when they saw the wall of ice surrounding their area. "What is that?" Achiko asked. "Is that Todoroki's ice? I didn't know that it was this powerful," Momo said while she was fighting Tenya with her staff and her fair share of support items. "Unbelievable. I didn't know that Todoroki had this much power," Tenya gasped in shock. "Wow. Can you see this, folks? Todoroki made a giant wall of ice to separate his team and Midoriya's from the other participants. It seems that he's truly aiming to get these 10 million points. What power?" Present Mike announced as the spectators were in awe after seeing Shoto's power. "Monoma, stop provoking him. You'll be the same as him," one of the students of Class B said. "That's right. I wouldn't become a hero. Besides, don't you often hear about heroes who get done in by villains who want revenge?" Monoma said, further mocking Bakugo. "Bakugo, calm down. If you don't calm down, we won't be able to get our flag back." Kirishima tried to calm down Bakugo. "Kirishima, I'm seriously calm. Now come here, it's time for some teamwork," Bakugo said. "Teamwork? You?" Since Kirishima began, but got interrupted by Bakugo, who grabbed him. "Wait, Bakugo, what are you doing? Killing these extras," Bakugo said, as he lifted Kirishima by his shirt and used an explosion to throw him on Monoma's team.
Kirishima launcher.
He yelled. Kirishima understood immediately what Bakugo wanted to do and hardened his body, taking down one of Monoma's teammates. "Bakugo, you scared me, but that was manly," Kirishima said. Bakugo, however, rushed at Monoma and fired an explosion to his face, before saying, "Die!" But Monoma swiftly dodged, while also making skin contact with Bakugo's hand, copying his quirk, and firing an explosion in Bakugo's face. "Wow, what a nice quirk," Monoma taunted. "Bakugo, someone has the same quirk as you, too?" Kirishima asked, but was ignored by Bakugo, who really wanted to murder Monoma. "Damn it!" Bakugo yelled as he fired another explosion at Monoma, to which the latter blocked with his forearm, using Kirishima's quirk that he copied earlier. "Really, such nice quirks. Mine's better, though," Monoma exclaimed. "Wah, mine? The same again?" Kirishima questioned in panic, clueless about what was happening. "No, this guy copied them," Bakugo deduced. "That's right," Monoma replied. "Name, Neita Monome. Quirk, copy. He can use the quirks of anyone he touches as much as he wants for 5 minutes. He can't use 2 at the same time, though. Well, even an idiot can figure it out, huh?" Monoma further taunted Bakugo. "Damn, someone really has a death wish. You think I'm going to lose to a copycat, you fucking bastard?" Bakugo growled. "Yes, because I'm part of the copycat duo along with my rival, Midoriya. Just like he copies fighting styles, I copy quirks," Monoma exclaimed. "To hell with you and that shitty nerd," Bakugo replied. 1 minute left, Present Mike pointed out. "Bakugo, forget about him. Let's try to take other people's flag, please," Mina pleaded. "No, we're not backing down now. We're going to get all the flags that this bastard collected," Bakugo said with unbroken determination. Todoroki made it so he'd have the 10 million to himself to seize in an instant. At least, that's what I thought 5 minutes ago. But unbelievably, Midoriya's been able to defend his flag in that cramped space for 5 minutes, Present Mike announced as the crowd cheered. "That's good, young man. Keep it up," All Might thought with a smile on his face. "Damn it, Shoto, try to take other people's flags, or you won't make it to the next round. He can see right through you. Fool, if he's that man's grandson, you won't be able to take his flag. Even though their quirks are a bit different, those eyes are still the same. Yes, the eyes that can see through anything, the Sharingan." Endeavor murmured to himself. "He's been staying on my left side the whole time now, making it harder for me to deal with him. He's paying attention. At this rate, if I want to freeze him fast enough before he dodges, I have to turn around. At this rate, I'll also reach my limit while this monster doesn't get tired at all. Tenya is also having some trouble with the other 3. 1 more minute. That bastard. We didn't get any other points other than what we already had," Todoroki thought. "Todoroki, there's less than a minute left. You won't be able to use me after this. I'm counting on you, Tenya said. Ida, Todoroki questioned. Make sure you bring the flag back to our area, Todoroki. Tenya said, as his engines started to emit blue flames. Torque over, Tenya said, as he ran at blinding speed towards Izuku's flag. Reciproburst. He yelled as he grabbed Izuku's flag and began running, while Izuku and the others didn't have the time to react. No! The flag! Momo shouted in panic. Wah? What happened? So fast. So fast. Ida, if you could accelerate that fast, then show us in the prelims. Present Mike exclaimed as the crowd cheered louder. This was the part where things get exciting. What was that? Todoroki asked with visible shock. By forcing the torque and rotations to increase, I created an explosive power. With the recoil, my engine stalls after a while, though. It's a secret move I hadn't told anyone in class yet. Tenya said, while Izuku was now in complete shock on how did that just happen. I told you, didn't I, Midoriya? That I'd challenge you. He added, the tables are turned. Offense and defense right at the edge. Reining that in, Todoroki gets the 10 million, and Midoriya is suddenly left with 0 points. Present Mike announced. Get back here, Izuku shouted with his full cowl activated. He rushed at Tenya, but Shoto made an ice wall in front of Izuku to slow him, before taking the flag from Tenya. WWE. Lost. Momo said in defeat as she fell to her knees. No, not yet. I won't allow us to lose. I won't allow things to end like this. Not after how far I came, not after all this training. Izuku yelled. The next All Might, the fledgling symbol of peace, Izuku Midoriya. I want you to tell the world, I am here. Izuku remembered All Might's words. Damn it, I didn't want to use it before the final match. But, Izuku said in his head, all right, we'll get it back. Deku, we definitely will. Achiko yelled, as she used her quirk on Izuku to make him float over the wall. Music, you say run. Uraraka, Izuku simply said, as he was amazed that she didn't lost her will to fight. That's right, it's not just me. The feelings of the three who put their trust in me. Even if I don't make it after this, they have to. After all, I'm carrying all their trust and dreams with me right now. Izuku yelled as he activated his full cowl and pushed it to his limit, with the lightning around him intensifying and sparkling more. He started to control his breath and was getting ready to perform his ultimate move. Don't tell me he's going to do it now? Kurigane questioned with visible shock in his voice. Izuku was only a few seconds away from activating his ultimate move, when suddenly he heard an explosion. Coming through the sky was Bakugo, who with a surprise attack managed to hit Shoto with an explosion, making the flag fall out of his hand. I already said that those 10 million points are mine, Bakugo yelled. Bakugo? Izuku questioned in surprise. Team Bakugo was able to seize all Team Monoma's flags, making them earn second place. The rankings keep changing in the final stages. It's the passion of youth. It seems like the idiots managed to bring back the flags safely to our area, Bakugo said with a grin. Sheesh, Bakugo. If even after securing our spot you still went to get the 10 million, but that's so manly, Kirishima said from Bakugo's team area. And now with 15 seconds left, Izuku, Shoto and Katsuki were standing around the 10 million points flag, each one of them not letting their guard down. The time left was being displayed on the screen stadium, and as 10 seconds were left, they all rushed towards the flag. Bakugo used his explosions to boost himself, Shoto used his ice in the same way, and Izuku used his full cowl and ran as fast as he could. The whole crowd were now watching the intense final few seconds, with All Might sweating up from nervousness. No, this isn't enough. I have to catch it. I have to catch the flag first, Izuku yelled in his head, as he pushed himself more and more, running faster and faster, until he finally managed to catch the flag first. Now, he had to deal with Bakugo and Shoto's attacks, but Izuku didn't even hesitate. He charged 60% of one for all in his arm, ready to nullify both of their attacks. Todoroki immediately saw this and, without even knowing it, activated his flames, but it proved to be useless once Izuku punched both of their attacks and nullified them with a strong shockwave that was also able to knock them away. But now he had to go back to his area. 3. Present Mike yelled. 2. the crowd yelled. All Might was about to say when he heard a loud boom, with gust of winds being produced, before something or someone crashed into a wall. 0, Present Mike announced, but there was a moment of silence as no one knew who got the 10 million points. He looked at where the 3 competitors were, only to find Izuku missing. So he looked at the dust that was filling the air in Izuku's area and slowly fading away. Suddenly, they saw someone coming out of the rubble at Izuku's area, and that person was surrounded by green lightning. It was Izuku with a broken leg, a broken arm, and covered in blood. He was using the flag as a cane to support himself and was indeed in his area with his flag. His Sharingan and full cowl were still activated. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Izuku Midoriya, the powerhouse himself of Class A, made it back to his area safely. He really did it, folks. Izuku Midoriya managed to keep the 10 million points to himself. Present Mike yelled with all his might, with the crowd following and giving their applause. Izuku gathered all his strength to lift his broken arm, as a victory sign with a smile on his face, while Achiko, Momo, and Mei also celebrated their victory. Chapter 18, The Lightning Cutter. 3, Present Mike yelled. 2, the crowd yelled. All Might was about to say when he heard a loud boom, with gust of winds being produced, before something or someone crashed into a wall. 0, Present Mike announced, but there was a moment of silence as no one knew who got the 10 million points. He looked at where the 3 competitors were, only to find Izuku missing. So he looked at the dust that was filling the air in Izuku's area and slowly fading away. Suddenly, they saw someone coming out of the rubble at Izuku's area, and that person was surrounded by green lightning. It was Izuku with a broken leg, a broken arm, and covered in blood. He was using the flag as a cane to support himself and was indeed in his area with his flag. His Sharingan and full cowl were still activated. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Izuku Midoriya, the powerhouse himself of Class A, made it back to his area safely. He really did it, folks. Izuku Midoriya managed to keep the 10 million points to himself. Present Mike yelled with all his might, with the crowd following and giving their applause. Izuku gathered all of his strength to lift his broken arm, as a victory sign with a smile on his face, while Achiko, Momo, and Mei also celebrated their victory. He kept his gaze on the crowd who were cheering for him, before Momo and Achiko approached him to help and support him. But Izuku just shook his head and refused their help. Deku, Midoriya, both of them questioned why their friend refused their help and wanted to stay while he was clearly hurt and needed medical attention. You know, I was someone who nobody thought is worthwhile, who never received goodwill, and figured would never get any. I thought it would be fine like that, but being recognized feels surprisingly good. Izuku exclaimed to both Momo and Achiko, who were a bit confused by what he said, but decided to leave the questions for later and stood beside him, with Mei tagging along. Soon after, the medics came to take Izuku to Recovery Girl. It was a short moment of victory, but to Izuku it was definitely one of the best moments of his life. Staff room. While every pro hero was watching the sports festival live from the TV in the room, amazed by the power that Izuku displayed, Kamui Woods had a large grin on his face. I told you all he would make it to the final round, and now I'm a step closer to fill these empty pockets. So what? He made it to the final round, but it still doesn't mean he won the whole thing. Mount Lady replied in annoyance. She was really getting nervous now. She never imagined that Izuku had this much power and seems like she was going to lose the bet, which was something she really hated. After all, she really loved fame and money. I have to say that kid might be even at the level of an average pro, maybe even stronger. Death Arms pointed out. So, do you believe that he could win now? Kamui asked. Well, I have to see the next match first. He replied. What do you mean? Mount Lady asked, curious of Death Arms' reply. Did he notice something that the others failed to do so? To be honest, after seeing Izuku's capabilities, she's starting to think that Izuku's going to win the whole thing. But of course she won't admit it to Kamui. You'll see, Death Arms simply replied, while watching Izuku being transported to the infirmary. Meanwhile, while Izuku was being transported, Shoto was thinking about what happened during the last few seconds of the match. What the hell was that? He said in his mind. They think that Bakugo used a surprise attack on me to knock the flag out of my hand? No, this isn't what happened. This isn't what happened at all. He screamed in his mind. How? How didn't they see it? I only turned my head back for a second to see if he was coming after me, but he had a different aura, a calm aura, so calm that it was deadly and scary. I just froze. I couldn't move, although as soon as it appeared, it disappeared. And then Shoto stopped for a second and looked at his left hand. I won't use this to attack. That's what I had decided. But I was overwhelmed. Todoroki. Tenya's voice called, and that other power he used at the end. Only one other person I know has that same kind of power. Shoto thought. Todoroki. Tenya called again, which made Shoto snap out of his thoughts. Are you all right? He asked. Why, yeah. Shoto replied. But in reality, he wasn't all right. He had so much on his mind now, and the match. Shoto simply said he forgot about the match. His team did pretty bad, and it's all his fault for only focusing on Izuku and letting his anger get the best of him. Ida. About the match, Shoto began but was interrupted by Present Mike. Now, let's take a look at the top 4 teams right away. In first place, you know it folks, the one and only Team Midoriya, Present Mike yelled, as the crowd cheered loudly. I still have trouble believing that we won, especially with what happened during the last minute of the match. Momo said, yeah, Deku is amazing, he's the only reason why we won. Achiko replied, but she felt a bit uneasy. What is this feeling? Even though we won, I feel guilty. She thought, yeah, Midoriya really did save us. It's thanks to him that we're advancing to the next round. Momo exclaimed, but she also felt uneasy despite winning the match. Why do I feel like I'm so useless? That I should have done more? In second place, Team Ojiro, Present Mike shouted, as the crowd began cheering again. We did it! WOOH! Ituka cheered while hugging Ibara. She was happy that she was able to qualify to the third round. Yes, we did, and we're all going to the third round. Ojiro replied, smiling at his comrades. He then turned to Shinso and said, I'll keep my end of our deal, and as promised I won't tell anyone about your quirk. But I also have to thank you for cooperating with us. Your judgment and quirk were pretty amazing out there. You managed to take the flag of a whole area by yourself. Look at you going all soft on me now. Listen, I'm not here to play friends, all right? If we face each other in the third round, I'll defeat you with everything I have. Shinso replied, before turning his back and walking away. However, he was smiling for the first time in a long time. He was happy that someone praised his quirk for once. In third place, Team Bakugo. Yay! We got third place and qualified to the third round. Mina cheered along with Zero, before Kirishima interrupted them. Do you really think that's how he feels? Aya! Damn it. Third place again. I didn't only lose to DKU twice now, but to Monkey Tail too. Fuck! Bakugo yelled with all his might while smashing his head with the ground and cursing his existence. And finally, in fourth place, Team Todoroki. What? How? Todoroki questioned, but felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned back to see a ways, grinning and pointing at Tokoyami. When Present Mike said that only 5 minutes were left, we waited for another few moments before we began to worry and decided to get some flags ourselves. Luckily, since our team's points were pretty high to begin with, 2 flags were enough to secure a spot to the third round. Tokoyami explained, I know you wanted to get the 10 million points, but things don't always go your way, Todoroki. Well, at least fate gave us another chance now. Yes, I understand. Thank you, though. Shoto simply replied. These are the 4 teams who will advance to the final round, Present Mike announced. Now, we'll take an hour's break for lunch before we start the afternoon festivities. See ya. Hey, Eraserhead, let's go grab food, Present Mike added. I'm sleeping, the lazy teacher simply replied. Sheesh, you're always sleeping, Mike pointed out. And you're always yelling, his lazy friend replied. No, Mike began, but found that Aizawa was already snoring. Too fast, he added as his eyes bulged out comically. Kiss, you're all patched up now, but it'll be better if you rest in the bed for a little bit. Thank God that you didn't use 100% of one for all and that we had an hour break, or else you would have not been able to participate in the final round. Also, I'm not here to heal these kinds of injuries. so stop breaking your bones as if you can regrow them. Is that clear? Recovery girl scolded the green-haired boy. She was watching the match from a monitor, and as soon as she saw what happened, she face-bombed. Yes, ma'am. Izuku quickly replied. For God's sake, you're just like Tashinori. You broke your bones, so that these girls can make it to the final round, didn't you? Recovery girl questioned. They decided to trust me and join my team, despite me having the 10 million points. It felt so wrong to let them down. Izuku exclaimed, as he looked with an intense gaze at Recovery Girl that showed his unfaltering will. Recovery Girl sighed before saying, and looks like your harem is already here. The door to the infirmary opened as Momo, Achiko, Mei and Ituka came in to check on Izuku. Izuku, Deku, they called him while he was just going to ask Recovery Girl what she meant by harem. Oh, hey girls, he replied with a smile. Are you okay now? Mei asked with a worried tone. Yeah, I'm all patched up now. Recovery Girl said that I'll be back to full health before the final event. He cheered. Good now. How dare you destroy my baby like that? Mei yelled as she grabbed Izuku by his shirt and started to shake him violently, while everyone decided to take a step back. Hatsum calmed down. We all weren't sure if the glove was going to work in the first place. Izuku quickly replied, while being shaken back and forth. It doesn't mean you had to break it, she replied, before catching him in a headlock position.
Alright, I'm so sorry.
I'll let you make my new H-Hero costume. How about that? Izuku said, as he gasped for air. Then why didn't you say so from the beginning? Mei said, letting him go. If that's the case, then I do forgive you. Tell me, what do you need? She added and got closer to him, interested by his offer, which made the other three girls a bit uncomfortable. Mental note to add, never break Mei's inventions. Izuku thought as he finally started to breathe again. I'll tell you about my new costume after the sports festival, if that's all right. Sure, she replied with fire in her eyes, with different costume ideas flashing in front of her. Just then, the door of the infirmary reopened, and Shoto appeared, before looking at Izuku in his eyes. Everyone, go to the cafeteria. I'll catch up to you there later, Izuku said, as he got out of his bed and followed Shoto. I wonder what Todoroki wanted with Deku? Achiko asked. I don't know, but these two have been at each other's throats since the morning, with each confrontation getting more and more intense. I hope they don't battle each other today, or it might not end well, Momo replied. She was really worried about the amount of destruction that could happen if these two fought. What do you mean? Ituka asked. Todoroki declared a war on Izuku this morning, and Izuku, well, he said that he's not going down without a fight. And as you see, they've been at each other's neck in every event, with Bakugo tagging along, Momo replied, as they were walking out of the infirmary and heading to the cafeteria. However, Ituka got curious and decided to go after Izuku and Shoto. Ituka, where are you going? Achiko asked. I'm sorry, I need to check something, she replied as she went on her way. Meanwhile, Shoto was just standing in silence for a while and didn't speak a word. So Izuku decided to speak first. Whatever you have to say it now. I don't have the time to wait much longer. I need to eat and resupply my energy before the final round. Honestly, what is he thinking? Is he trying to intimidate me with his silence? Izuku thought. Shoto, now not wanting to waste more time, decided to finally speak. I'm sorry. It's just that I want to ask you a lot of things. And there's something I would also like to tell you about, Shoto said, grabbing the Sharingan's user attention. Izuku, now feeling that this was an important matter, said, what did you want to talk about? I was overpowered. So much that I broke my pledge. Shoto replied. He never used his fire even if it would be to his advantage. Izuku thought as he analyzed Shoto's words. Ida, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Bakugo, or that pink-haired girl, none of them felt it. At that last instant, I was the only one who was overpowered. Only me, who had experienced All Might's full power up close. Shoto exclaimed, as Izuku began to worry that his secret was finally exposed. What do you mean? Izuku asked a bit nervously. It means I felt something similar coming from you, Shoto added, as now Izuku started to panic. Midoriya, you know that my quirk is a combination of my parents, You know that sometimes children inherit both their parents' quirks. So, are you one of those children? Are you All Might's secret love child or something? Shoto asked. Izuku's super strength that even Hatsume's glove wasn't able to contain, and that was able to knock all the participants away, without even touching them, Izuku rushing to save All Might despite his injuries and the cafeteria meeting the other day. Her thoughts were interrupted by Izuku, who was laughing. Izuku was really laughing hard and clenching his stomach right now. He was so worried earlier because of this. This made him have a good laugh. Todoroki, man, I didn't know you were so good at telling jokes. Of course, I'm not All Might's son. That's not it. In the first place, let me ask you something. Why do you think that about me? Izuku exclaimed, but unfortunately by dropping his guard made a great mistake. Since you said that's not it, that means there's a connection between you two that you can't talk about, right? Shoto replied, while Izuku began to worry again. Shit, I'm an idiot, I didn't think carefully. Izuku thought. Izuku's not All Might's son, but there's something else? What could it be? Itsuka thought, but felt a hand grabbing her by her shoulder. She looked back. It was Bakugo. He put his hand on her mouth to silence her, and moved a finger in front of his mouth to tell her to be quiet. Endeavor's my old man. I'm sure you know that he's been stuck as the number 2 hero for forever. If you have something from the number 1 hero, then I have even more reason to beat you. My old man has a strong desire to rise in the world. As a hero, he won a name for himself with crushing force. Because of that, the living legend, All Might, is a great eyesore to him. Since he couldn't surpass All Might, he moved on to his next plan. Todoroki explained, as his body began to fill with rage for what he was going to say next. What are you talking about, Todoroki? What are you trying to tell me now? Izuku asked. You've heard of quirk marriages, right? That thing that became a problem for the second and third generation after superpowers appeared. Choosing a spouse based only on strengthening your own quirk and passing it on to your children, forcing people into marriage. The old-fashioned way of thinking brought about by a lack of ethics. He is a man with both accomplishments and money. He won over my mother's relatives and got a hold of my mother's quirk. He is trying to fulfill his own desire by raising me to be a hero to surpass All Might. It's so annoying, Shoto said with disgust and so much hatred. You mean? Izuku began but was interrupted. I won't become the tool of scum like that. In my memories, my mother is always crying. Your left side is unsightly, my mother said as she poured boiling water on me. Shoto added as he put his hand on his scarred face, while Izuku was shocked and didn't know what to say. Basically, I picked a fight with you to show him what I can do without using his damn quirk. No, I'll reject him completely by winning first place without using it. Todoroki finished. As the 3 listeners were all silent, none of them knew what to say or what to do. Even Ituka and Bakugo were wondering if it was right to eavesdrop on this conversation. We were so different. While I suffered because I was quirkless, he suffered because his quirk that is one of the strongest and most awesome I've ever seen. Izuku thought. That's why when I put 2 and 2 together, I thought that All Might also decided to have you to create a stronger quirk than his own. I guess All Might is different though, he's really a true hero. Shoto said as he walked away. I don't care if you can't tell me how are you connected to All Might, but no matter what, I'll rise above you with just my right side. Sorry for wasting your time. Wait, Izuku said, as Todoroki stopped and turned around. I won't pretend to understand what you've been through because I can't. But just know that if you come at me with half of your power, then you'll lose. Because I won't let anyone disrespect the amount of effort I've put in my training by holding back. Izuku replied as memories of his training flashed before him. He then looked at Todoroki with determined eyes and added, All Might, a hero who saves everyone with a smile. I'll become just like him, and in order to that I'll get stronger and rise above everyone to become the number 1 hero. So I won't lose. Izuku finished as both teenagers stared at each other for a while, before both of them went on separate ways. I don't think I have to remind you that what we just heard must be kept to ourselves, right? Ituka reminded Bakugo. Whatever. This was a waste of time. Bakugo replied before leaving Ituka alone. I wonder what half and half bastard meant by Deku having something from All Might. Deku, you bastard, what else have you been hiding from me? Bakugo thought, I have to find the truth about the connection between Izuku and All Might. But what could it be? I need more clues. Ituka mentally told herself. For now, I'll keep an eye on him. Hey, Endeavor. It's been a long time. All Might greeted the number 2 hero. Let's have some tea. All Might. Endeavor coldly called his rival's name. What do you want? He asked with visible annoyance in his voice. I saw you, so I wanted to greet you and say hello. All Might replied, I see. Well, you've already done that. Now leave me wait. He quickly changed his mind, which made All Might confused. He knew that this man hated his guts, but now he wants to talk? Interesting. That kid, Izuku Midoriya, he's his grandson, right? He's Hajime Midoriya Sensei's grandson. Endeavor pointed out. Well, yes. All Might nervously replied, knowing where was this going. I didn't imagine that he'll notice right away, but I guess the Sharingan and the resemblance gave it all. He mentally thought, you knew about this, didn't you? Endeavor asked with an angry tone. No. Yes, I knew. All Might replied, deciding that it was better not to lie. How dare you hide his existence from me, All Might? You know that it was my duty to train him, to make it up to Midoriya Sensei for failing him. Endeavor nearly shouted. Endeavor, calm down. Look, it's complicated and the boy knows nothing about his family, since it was his father's wish. He only had his mother in his life so far, and lately so much has been going on with his life, so I just didn't want to pressure him. All Might replied, that's still no reason to hide his existence from me. Wait a minute. He's Hisashi's kid? When did it even happen? Endeavor questioned. Before he left, I guess. All Might said and shrugged. Look, if it makes it better. Even I didn't know about his existence until last year. All Might replied, trying to ease the tension. That makes it even worse. Endeavor said. Judging by what I've seen of him so far, I guess the elders are the ones who trained him, didn't they? Endeavor said, trying to put 2 and 2 together. 3 of the 4 did. Kenda-san, Mori-san, and Kirigana-san. All Might pointed out. Then, for your information, I'll be the one to train him from now on. And don't worry, I won't reveal any secrets you and the elders are hiding. Although, I have to say he's going to be a great test to Shoto today. Endeavor explained with a smirk. What do you mean? All Might questioned. You see, I created Shoto to become a hero who will surpass you one day, and after watching little Midoriya's matches, I realized that he doesn't have the same Sharingan Midoriya Sensei had. For one, after seeing his face closely on screen, he lacks the 3rd Tomo. However, he also can't produce fire like the rest of his family, but instead has super strength and super speed, and it even might be close to your level of strength. Endeavor explained, while All Might got nervous and started to worry about his secret. If I remember correctly, his mother's quirk is telekinesis. So where did the super strength and speed came from? He asked. Well, maybe a mutation. I mean, you heard the story. He got his quirk last year. All Might shrugged, while trying to maintain a poker face. Yes, his Sharingan is definitely not like his ancestors, but anyway, as I was saying before, with a close level of strength to yours, he'll be the greatest test to Shoto, who will surpass you, me, and everyone. Endeavor said with a grin, before walking away. Young Midoriya, I'm afraid we'll need to do a better job at hiding your quirk, or else danger might come after you. All Might said in his mind, with visible worry on his face. Now don't worry, we'll get our food now. Izuku murmured to his growling stomach, as he went to the cafeteria, only to say Denki with a stupid expression on his face and giving thumbs up, while Jiro, Hanta, and Aways snapping photos of him to create some memes and post on every social media app that existed. Way! Denki exclaimed, as he looked at Izuku and gave him the thumbs up. What's wrong with him? Izuku asked. The idiot overused his quirk and short-circuited his brain. Jiro replied, trying her best to stop laughing, but it was no use. Denki right now was too much for her to handle. Everyone, I hope you're all ready because we're resuming the sports festival in 10 minutes. Present Mike announced with his loud voice. What? 10 minutes? I didn't eat anything yet. Excuse me. Izuku shouted as he ran to grab a sandwich from the crowded cafeteria. Now that lunch is over, It's finally time to reveal the last game. But before that, there's good news for all of you who didn't make it to the finals. This is a sports festival. So, we've prepared recreational games that everyone can participate in, too. We've even brought real cheerleaders from America to liven things up, President Mike was announcing, but stopped when he saw the girls from Class A and B in cheerleaders' costumes. Huh? What are they doing? Aizawa asked, weirded out by what was happening in front of him. What's the matter? Hero course students. What kind of fan service is that? President Mike questioned. Mineta, Kaminari, you tricked us, didn't you? Momo yelled at the two perverts of Class A. Why am I always caught up in Mineta's schemes? I even used creation to make the outfits, Momo said, as she fell on her knees and sighed. Those guys are so dumb, Ojiro angrily said with visible embarrassment. Allow me to punish these sinners, Ibara exclaimed as she looked at Ituka, who was spaced out. She was staring at Izuku, who was eating the sandwich he bought earlier. She was still wondering about the connection between him and All Might. Ituka, Ibara called her. Yes, Ituka responded. Is something wrong? Are you sick? Ibara asked. It's nothing. Sorry, I was just thinking about the next event, she replied. All right, just don't stress yourself out. All right? Yeah, she simply replied. Meanwhile, Izuku was still happily eating his sandwich when he noticed the girls in the cheerleaders' costumes. Wow, Ituka, Uraraka, and Momo look so amazing, he thought. No, Izuku, you can't focus on these kinds of stuff. Remember, don't be like Mineta and focus on the task at hand. But, he said in his mind as he began to stare at them again. His eyes made contact with Itsuka's and they both blushed. However, shortly after, Izuku felt shivers being sent down his spine, as he looked behind him and found Himiko looking like she was going to suck all of his blood at any given moment. As I was saying before, focus on the task at hand, and that's eating my chicken fajita sandwich, he said, as he took a big bite from the sandwich, afraid of looking back at Himiko. Ituka, however, sighed, as she thought that Izuku was only interested in his sandwich, while Momo and Achiko felt a bit annoyed for some reason. All right, everyone, let's have fun competing in the recreational games. When that's over, the 16 from the 4 teams that made it to the final round will duke it out tournament style. Onion, President Mike announced. The last round is a tournament where we fight Onion. Huh? I'm gonna stand on the stage that I watch every year on TV, Kirishima said with visible excitement. He was proud of himself to make it that far. Was it a tournament last year? Mina asked. It's different every year, but there's a Onion competition every year. Last year, it was a sports chamber match, Hanta replied. Now, let's draw lots to determine the bracket. Once the bracket is determined, we'll have the recreational games and then start. The 16 finalists can choose whether or not they want to participate in the recreation. I'm sure some of you want to rest or save your strength. Midnight explained their current situation. Now, from the first team, Izuku Midoriya. She called his name. Izuku went up to the stage with his sandwich in his hand. I wonder which number I'll get, he mentally asked himself. Midoriya, you can't come here with your food, you know? Midnight said. Oh, sorry about that. But you see, I got to replenish my energy back before the last round. Midoriya bluntly replied. Ooh, this is it. This is youth. I can't say no when you say it like that, Midnight exclaimed as she blushed and squealed. Midnight, I would like to stop behaving like that in front of my student, please. Aizawa quickly replied to stop the R-rated hero from doing something well. R-rated. After this embarrassing moment, everyone went up to the stage to draw lots to determine the brackets, while the stadium's monitor showed who would fight who. The tournament's brackets: Izuku Midoriya versus Ibara Shiozaki, Itsuka Kendo versus Hitoshi Shinso, Katsuki Bakugo versus Achiko Uraraka,
Tenya Ida versus Mei Hatsume,
Momo Yaoyorozu versus Mina Ashido, Shoto Todoroki versus Hantasiro, Fumikage Tokoyami versus Ojiro Kirishima, Mashireo Ojiro versus Yosetsu Owaze. The first match of the first round, huh? If both Ituka and I win, then we'll fight each other in the second round. I better not hold back then, but I'll also have to fight Ibara, Izuku murmured, as he looked at his right, bandaged hand. TSK, I haven't fully recovered yet. This isn't going to be easy. He thought to himself, yes, this is it, this is my moment. All I have to do is defeat Shinso, and then I'll face Izuku. I already promised myself a year ago that if I ever make it that far in the sports festival and face Izuku, I'll tell him how I feel after the match. Ituka mentally cheered. Although, I still don't know anything about Shinso's quirk, and despite being together on the same team in the second round, he refused to tell us his quirk. Ojiro was the only one who knew about it, and said that he had a pretty good reason to hide it. Maybe it's pretty easy to figure out its weakness. Ituka murmured, "Humph. So I get to crush Deku before half and half bastard. Fine with me." Bakugo exclaimed, "I'll be waiting for you at the top mid-area, and then I'll defeat you without using his power, and show him that I'm better than him." Shoto mentally thought as he looked at the screen. Meanwhile, Achiko was feeling down a bit, having to fight Bakugo at the first round. If she was honest with herself, she knew that her chances to win were close to zero. All right, let's leave the tournament aside for a momentary interlude. Let's have fun with the recreation, Present Mike announced. Even if they were told to have fun, those who were in the tournament couldn't relax. Some polished their strategy against their opponent. Some tried to keep their presence of mind. Some prepared for the fight. Some sharpened their senses. And some tried to relax their nerves. As they thought their respective thoughts, it was time to start before they knew it. "Hey guys, are you ready?" Present Mike asked, pumping up the crowd, who began cheering with so much intensity. A lot's happened, but it's now come to this. A serious battle. You can only depend on yourself. Even if you're not a hero, you'll face lots of situations like that. You get it right. Heart, skill, body, wisdom, and knowledge. Present Mike gave the heroes in training a piece of advice. "Let's see what you've got in store for us in this round, young man." All Might mentally thought, "Audience, the finals that you've all been waiting for are finally starting. Match number 1. You know him, you love him. It's the One Punch Man but with hair. From the hero course, it's Izuku Midoriya," Present Mike announced, as the crowd roared with cheers for one, if not their favorite competitor, while Izuku went up to the arena. Versus the assassin from Class B. Pretty things have thorns, you know? From the hero course, it's Ibara Shiozaki, Present Mike announced, as Ibara made her way to the arena. Please excuse the interruption. What do you mean by assassin? I have only come to find victory, not to take my opponent's life." Ibara corrected Present Mike's earlier statement. Sorry," he quickly replied, feeling bad. But unfortunately for him, she continued. "In the first place, I wish to enter UA High School not for wicked reasons, but for salvation of others," Ibara added, as holy light from a mysterious source shone upon her. "I said, I'm sorry. My bad, okay. Please forgive me, big guy," Present Mike replied as he looked at the sky. "She's not a saint, you know," Aizawa reminded his friend. "Oh right. I almost forgot with the whole lights effects and stuff," Present Mike said to his fellow friend. "I thank you for your understanding," Ibara exclaimed as she bowed in respect. "Anyways, the rules are simple. Force your opponent out of bounds, or immobilize them. You can also win by making your opponent say, 'I give up, bring on the injuries,' because we've got our own recovery girl waiting on standby. You know the old lady will smack you for this," Aizawa lazily said. "Put your morals and ethics aside for a moment. I want TOC blood, Todd." Present Mike was explaining the rules, but go hit by a jab from Aizawa. "I mean, of course anything life-threatening is crap. It's not allowed. But a little blood is maybe okay," he continued, but got hit by Aizawa again. "What? Are we really going to have this talk again?" Aizawa asked with a raised eyebrow. "I like it when the arena is a bloodbath," Present Mike said to his co-announcer. No bloodbath," Aizawa firmly said. "Fine," Present Mike replied before he sighed. "Anyways, ready? Start." Izuku closed his eyes for a second, before activating his Sharingan with the 2 tomos giving a quick spin. He also didn't waste any time and activated his full cowl. However, Ibara did something else. She surrounded herself with vines and created what seems to be a big ball of vines, shutting herself in it. I see, so you're playing defensive Shiozaki. Izuku exclaimed as he analyzed his opponent's moves. I had to take countermeasures against your mind control power. She replied, fair enough, but you should know that there's more to my power than mind control. Izuku said, as he rushed at Ibara to break her vine's shield, only to see some vines coming out of the ground trying to attack him, to which he managed to dodge. Of course I know that, Midoriya. It will be a grave mistake to underestimate you after all. However, I think you shouldn't underestimate me too, Ibara said from inside her vines, before another vine came out of the ground and tried to capture him. Thankfully, Izuku managed to dodge, but the vine managed to graze his cheek. Damn it, I can't get close to her if these vines keep attacking me. Not to mention, it seems she's using the vines from inside the shield to attack me by making them travel under the ground, which gives me limited time to dodge since I can't predict where the vines will come out from, Izuku said in his head as he dodged more incoming vines. Damn it, that fucking nerd better not lose, Bakugo murmured angrily. From Bakugo's perspective, this sports festival isn't worth it if he doesn't battle Izuku. Meanwhile, Izuku was trying to get closer to Ibara, while dodging the vines as best as he could. He was actually getting closer, but then a vine came towards, so he decided to catch it with both hands. What is this? Midoriya caught Shiozaki's vine with his bare hands. Is he crazy? These things are pointy, you know, Present Mike shouted. Damn, I have to say this is a bit painful, Izuku said as he looked at his bloody hands. But now that I got you, Izuku began, as the lightning of One for All began to intensify and fill the air. I'll throw you out of the arena, Izuku exclaimed as he pulled the vine, ready to swing Ibara and throw her out of bounds. However, before he could, for vines appeared out of the ground and quickly grabbed each of his limbs. The tables have turned, Midoriya. I'm the one who got you now, Ibara said with confidence, thinking that now the match was over since she immobilized Izuku. Izuku Midoriya is immobilized in such a kinky way, Midnight announced as blood was coming out of her nose while she squealed. The ref, Midnight added, but was interrupted as Izuku stomped the ground, shoving his feet in the arena. Not yet, I won't lose, he said with determination, as he used all of his strength to move his arms despite them being tied by Shiozaki's vines. How can he move his arms while being restrained by my vines? Shiozaki said with visible shock in her voice. She snapped out of her shock quickly and used more vines to bind Izuku, who was now clearly struggling. I said, I won't lose, Izuku shouted, while mustering all his strength. He finally grabbed the vines that tied his left hand and pulled them off, before pulling the one binding his right and then his legs. Unbelievable, folks. Did you see this? With his monstrous strength, Izuku Midoriya managed to pull off Shiozaki's vines, Present Mike announced while he was clearly amazed by Izuku's power. But now we're back at square one. Damn it, this isn't going anywhere. At this rate, I'll just lose. It's like she has a counter for everything I can do, Izuku thought as he was taking his breath and also sweating a lot. Deku isn't doing so well, Achiko said from the stands. Yes, it's so weird. He was doing much better in the first two events, Tenya said, as he put a hand on his chin, trying to think why Izuku wasn't at his best like usual. Izuku then rushed again, dodging the vines coming towards him. Come on, Izuku, you don't have much time left, you need to push further, he mentally said, as he ducked underneath two incoming vines, then jumped over another two, before making his way to Ibara's vine's shield. What is this? It seems like Midoriya is finally managing to get closer. Will this be the end for Shiozaki? Present Mike announced to get the crowd on edge. Finally, after dodging her last vine, Izuku jumped on the ball of vines and tried to separate the vines to make his way in. Unfortunately though, the vines that formed the ball began reshaping again before trying to capture him. Luckily for him, he managed to predict this with his Sharingan and barely managed to move out of the way. However, he took a couple of steps back and fell on one knee while trying to catch his breath. Ha 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 ha, that's because we Class B studied each one of your quirks, Class A. Strengths, weaknesses, uses, you name it. We developed counter strategies to counter each one of your quirks. However, when we came to Midoriya's quirk, I have to say that none of us had a good strategy against his quirk except Shiozaki. Monoma said, showing up from behind a wall while laughing like a maniac. Luckily, Ituka quickly came to smack him on the back of his head. Man, what is it that you have with our class? Kirishima said with visible annoyance. I just hate how you Class A seems to be getting more attention than the rest of us, while we're also attacked by villains. However, my goals for Midoriya are different. I want to see his full capabilities. I want to see how truly strong and heroic he is. I want to push my rival to be the best. I want him to go beyond his limits. That's what we agreed on when we became the copycat duo. Monoma finished. No, something's wrong, Ojiro said from his feet. What do you mean? Momo asked as everybody turned to look at Ojiro. Even some kids from Class B were interested and stood beside Monoma to hear what Ojiro was about to say. This is not Midoriya's real strength, and I know it. I sparred with him many times. I fought with him in the USJ. I know exactly what he's capable of, and right now I know that he's not at his best. Ojiro explained, while everyone was listening attentively. Are you trying to say that he's holding back? Jiro asked. No, what I'm saying is that he's tired. Ojiro simply replied. Tired? Are you serious? Him getting tired? This is Midoriya who we're talking about. He's tank, a powerhouse like how Present Mike called him. Denki replied, while Mineta just nodded. Take a good look at him. He panting a lot and his movements are sloppy. If Midoriya was at his best, then against a strategy to counter his quirk or not, he would have destroyed that Vine's shield and knocked Shiozaki out by now. Ojiro further exclaimed, while everyone looked at Izuku and see if what Ojiro said was right. But how? How is he tired? Midori was completely fine in the first 2 rounds. Mina asked, Midori? Ituka suddenly popped out in Class A sitting area after hearing the nickname. Yeah, I gave him a nickname. What? Are you jealous? Mina asked. What? Jealous? Of course not. What do you mean by that? Ituka quickly replied as she got all flustered. Oh please, you were always taking care. No extra care of him when he was injured. Not to mention I always noticed your interactions with him. You can't fool Mina, the love expert of Class A. Mina said, as she took a lot of pride in the role she just gave herself, while Ituka became more embarrassed. Ahem. Ojiro interrupted before neither can continue. Ashido, did you really think that defending a 10 million flag for 15 minutes was something easy for him? He had to give it his all to do it. You even saw how injured he was after the second match. But Recovery Girl healed him. Sato replied, yeah. She even said that he would be alright. Achiko added, and that's what makes it weird. Recovery Girl is an expert doctor and she should have been right. Ojiro said, as he put a hand on his chin and began to think about the situation. Do you think she overused her quirk on him and now he's tired because of that? Tokoyami questioned. Yeah, it could be it. Awaze added, agreeing with the Black Shadow quirk user. I don't think so. As I said, this can't happen with Recovery Girl. In fact, I think that only Midoriya himself knows why. Ojiro deduced. You know why, don't you? A calm voice pointed out, as everyone looked at that said voice owner to see that it was Yui Kodai from Class B. Todoroki, you know why Midoriya is truly tired. The girl said again, as all the attention was shifted towards Todoroki now. Even Bakugo, who was only observing the fight, looked at the bicolor-haired teen. I'm not sure, but I think I have an idea, Shoto said. With all eyes locked on him, he thought that he did have to reply. What is it? Zero asked. Meanwhile, Izuku was dodging the Vine's attack coming from left and right, but barely making it. He knew that if this match continued any longer, he would lose. I never expected that even nearly using it would make me that tired. This is bad. As I see it, there's only one way now to win this match, otherwise I'll just lose. I wanted to save until I faced Todoroki, but I guess I have no choice now, Izuku said, in his head as his worried face changed to a newfound smirk covering his face. You see, during the last minute when I took the 10 million flag Midoriya, Shoto began but was interrupted by Present Mick's loud voice. What is this? Even though Midoriya appears to be overwhelmed by Shiozaki's vines, he's smiling. Pay attention, folks. It seems like something big is going to happen, Present Mike exclaimed, which made everyone look at the arena. Music. Number 1 Bleach OST. Izuku dodged more incoming Vine's attack before taking a couple of steps back. He then stooped and started to charge all of his energy, with the lightning of one for all intensifying and filling the air, along with the scent of ozone. What? He took a couple of steps back. What is he planning? Ibara thought from inside her Vine's shield. Izuku kept charging his energy more, before kneeling down and grabbing his right wrist with his left hand, concentrating on gathering the lightning of one for all to his right hand. Guys, is Midoriya holding lightning in his hand? Or am I going crazy? Jiro asked, completely clueless about what was happening right now with the Sharingan user. Bakugo stood up from his seat to take a closer look, as anger washed all over his face, while the other students were just shocked, including Todoroki, whose eyes were widening. No, you idiot. His hand is covered in lightning, Bakugo exclaimed, while the others' eyes were fixed on Izuku's hand. Izuku's Sharingan began to spin so fast, as the green lightning in his hand began to glow stronger, while a sound that sounded like several eagles crying as they dive-bombed could be heard through the whole stadium, and just then the bandages that covered his hand quickly disintegrated. What is this sound? Awaze murmured nervously, as this weird bird cry sound made him feel uneasy. I don't know. It's like the cry of 1,000 birds, Monoma replied, as he couldn't take off his eyes off his rival. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Don't tell me you really did it, yawned Midoriya. All Might screamed in his head, with his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. He recalled his talk with Izuku about shooting lightning using one for all. He never thought it was possible. Eraser. What is exactly Midoriya doing? Present Mike asked his friend. Two don't know. I don't even understand. Aizawa replied with visible shock on his face. Was this a new power? He thought, what is this weird lightning? I know that this is something that All Might can't do, but what is this? What are you, Izuku Midoriya? Ituka mentally asked. I can only use this for an instant, so I need to use the Sharingan to verify her position and estimate the optimal point of attack. Izuku said in his head. The crowd started murmuring to themselves, and Izuku even heard some of his friends whispering, but he couldn't afford to lose concentration before his final attack was finally ready. This is the end, Izuku simply said, concentrating full cowl in his legs to go at maximum speed. Izuku pulled back his arm, causing the cement to shatter beneath his crackling hand, and he took off, appearing like a lightning bolt more so than a human, while the whole crowd just gasped in shock. So fast! Both Kirishima and Denki yelled. I can't even see him, Tenya added. I won't let you. Ibara tried to defend herself by sending vines towards him to attack him, but once they came close to him, they simply disintegrated. Impossible, she shouted with visible shock in her voice. Chidori, Izuku yelled. Izuku thrust his right hand into the brambles, which crumpled before his attack. Then there was a crack like thunder and Ibara's shield blew apart, sending up a cloud of smoke and dust that filled the entire stadium. What the fuck? Bakugo hissed, his eyes widening at the last attack, while everyone's jaws fell to the floor, including the spectators. Even Shoto and his father were taken aback with surprise by the destructive force behind the attack. Not yet, Izuku shouted, as the smoke dispersed, showing his right hand that was still covered in lightning. He clenched his fist and uppercut Ibara's jaw, sending a jolt of electricity to her body and paralyzing her, before the strength of the punch sent her outside the arena. So, this is the power of Midoriya of Class A. I'm sorry, everyone. It seems like we're the one who underestimated him and Class A, she murmured before hitting the ground and losing consciousness. Midnight stared in awe for a couple of seconds. She couldn't take her eyes off Izuku with all the lightning dancing around him. She then remembered that she has to check on Ibara. She went to check on her and cracked her whip down at Ibara's prone body laying outside the ring. Shiozaki is unconscious. She raised her whip towards Midoriya, who was still holding his right wrist and panting. Midoriya wins. It took a couple of seconds for the crowd to fully grasp what had just transpired in front of them, but soonly afterwards, the crowd erupted into cheers and applause as Present Mike screamed, "Look at that, everybody! Izuku Midoriya from Class A1. and with his elite moves just kicked Shiozaki's ass like nothing. Man, he is no simp. If you're going to the commenting, do it properly, Aizawa sternly said, before smacking present Mike on his head. Meanwhile, Izuku just smirked at Bakugo and Todoroki. He loved the look they had on their faces. Yahoo! And with this super amazing match finished, let's move on to the next one, present Mike announced, as Ibara was being carried away on a stretcher to Recovery Girl. Izuku also decided that he should exit the arena and go to Recovery Girl, but once he made it to the corridors, he tripped and fell on the floor. He was so tired, and using the Chidori while he was already tired sapped the rest of his stamina. No! It can't end like this, Izuku said with a weak voice as he began to faint. Two promised All Might that I would win the sports festival, that I would tell the world I'm here, he added as he tried his best to crawl to the nursery office that was still far away. I wonder where is Deku? Achiko questioned. I'm sure he's at Recovery Girl's office to heal his injuries, Tenya replied, trying to assure her that nothing was wrong. It's just I think he's taking a lot of time. The second match is about to begin, Achiko exclaimed, while Momo, who overheard this, began to feel that something was wrong. Damn it, this can't be the end. There's still so much I wanted to do. I wanted to save Todoroki, settle things with Kaken, but most importantly, I wanted to show everyone the power of the Uchihas, the power of my bloodline, Izuku said as he tried to lift his arm, but he couldn't move at all. Momo stood up and decided to check on Izuku. Something was worrying her and didn't feel right with her. With his injuries, he should have been back with them by now. Staff room, what the hell was that? Mount Lady screamed. Did you guys see this? Whatever this lightning explosive thing was, she added, while the rest of the pro heroes were just lost for words, as the highlights of the fight showing Izuku's Chidori was being replayed for God knows how many times on the TV. Do you think that we're the ones who should be sending him internships, not the other way? Pro hero asked. I don't know. I feel like I'm becoming one of his fans. Another one replied. See? I told you that kid was amazing. He's definitely going places when he grows up. But today he'll win the sports festival. Kamui cheered with a smug face. I have to say, I'm definitely sending him an offer to intern with me. He added, he's definitely going places in the future, but I'm afraid this is the end for him. Death Arms replied, as he lit a cigarette, before he grabbed everyone's attention. But I'll definitely send him an offer too. He added, what do you mean? Mount Lady asked. If she was honest with herself, she wanted Death Arms to be right so that she doesn't lose her savings. But that didn't mean that she wasn't going to send the Sharingan user an offer too. Do you think that Endeavor's son will win? It's not about their capabilities anymore, he pointed out. That Midoriya kid, he's tired. He gave it his all. During the whole match, he was so tired and his movements were sloppy. That last attack was probably something he wanted to save for the finals, but maybe he knew that he wouldn't make it, so he instead decided to give it his all in this last match. It's truly unfortunate, but no one said that maintaining the #1 spot is easy. While it's a good mindset to have, it's easier said than done. However, I think we can all agree that he's strong kid, the veteran hero explained to the others. However, Kamui felt Death Arm's words drop on him harder than any punch he ever took, as his mind drifted to his poor bank account. No, it can't be, he silently murmured, while the other heroes present in the room were looking forward to collect their friend's money. Meanwhile, Izuku was just lying on the floor in the corridors. He was trying his best not to lose his consciousness, as this was all he could do right now. However, he suddenly heard footsteps coming towards him. Well, what do we have here? A familiar voice said. Chapter 19. Izuku's Eternal Rivals. Meanwhile, Izuku was just lying on the floor in the corridors. He was trying his best not to lose his consciousness, as this was all he could do right now. However, he suddenly heard footsteps coming towards him. A mysterious figure was coming close to Izuku with an evil smile, happy that his victim was unable to move. However, as the mysterious person got closer, he suddenly stopped. Well, what do we have here? A familiar voice said. Izuku's eyes were blurry, but nonetheless looked at said voice owner, only to find that it was Kurogane Sensei. Sensei, why are you here? Izuku questioned in surprise. What do you mean by why I'm here? Of course, I couldn't miss my pupil's sports festival. Kurigane replied, before pulling up Izuku and helping him to stand. You were going to use it during the second event, weren't you? Kurigane asked. Yeah, but I never imagined that it would make me this tired after nearly using it. You were right when you told me that it's a forbidden technique. Izuku replied weakly, and that's why I'm here. The older man replied as he opened his hand, revealing a strange medicine. Drugs? Izuku asked with a puzzled expression. Of course not. Why would you think I would give you something like that? The man shouted. Because you're still pretty sus to me. I still remember when you vanished like a ghost during our training. Izuku exclaimed, making the older man facepalm. And why would a ghost give you drugs? He groaned. So you do admit that you're a ghost? Izuku pointed out. Just take the damn medicine. He yelled at the younger boy. Yes, sir. Izuku quickly replied with a chuckle as he took the medicine and gulped it with water. Jesus, I swear Mori really turned out to be a much worse influence on you than I initially thought. Who, in their right mind, even suggested that he should be the one to fix your social skills and personality? Kurigane questioned with visible annoyance as Mori and Daisuke both sneezed. So, what does this medicine do? Izuku asked. It heals the negative effects that are caused after using that technique. After some rest, you should be able to fight and heal normally like you used to. The old man explained. Wait a second, that's cheating. Izuku pointed out. He was perplexed as to why his sensei would do something against the rules. I figured out you would say that. That's why I made sure you take the pill first. Now listen. After each fight, where does the injured competitors go? He asked the younger boy. To Recovery Girl, so that she could heal their injuries. Izuku replied, feeling much better now. Exactly. And then they wait until their next match, right? Kurigane questioned Izuku again. Yes. He simply responded. Now, do you think that Recover Girl would have been able to heal the effects that your body sustained after nearly using that technique? No, as we saw earlier, I went there and it made things worse since more of my stamina was depleted. And then when I used the Chidori, things became even worse. Izuku murmured as he put his hand on his chin, thinking about what his sensei is implying. So instead of going to Recovery Girl, who would have been able to do nothing about the matter, it's like I went to you and you healed me with this magic pill. Exactly, just like Recovery Girl uses her quirk to heal people, part of my quirk can be used to heal people too. In fact, this pill was created by my quirk. Kurigane explained. While Izuku pupils widened in amazement, it was time to enter the fanboy nerd mode. Tell me more about your quirk, sensei. What type of healing quirk is it? What do you mean by part of it can heal people? Can it do more than that? What exactly did the pill do to my body? How does the healing exactly work? Izuku overwhelmed the man by million questions, until the man gave him a chop on his head. Enough! He shouted before letting out a sigh. Fine, but I'm taking you to Recovery Girl first. I'll explain it on the way there, Kurigane said, before carrying Izuku on his back. Wow, even though he's old, he's strong, Izuku said in his head, clearly impressed by how his old sensei could easily carry him like that. While Izuku and Kurigane went to the infirmary, Shinso was hiding behind a wall. TSK, I thought that this was a good chance to hypnotize Midoriya and take him out of the competition. Yet this old man came and helped him. But what was that? I couldn't move earlier or do anything. He had such a strong aura around him, as if he was constantly looking deep into my soul. Shinso murmured, before he went to the competitor's waiting room and prepare for his next match. My quirk's name is... But the older man paused for a moment thinking about a certain person, before he shook his head. My quirk's name is Absolute Blood. He lied. That's a weird name, Izuku replied. At my time, people had weird name for their quirks. Kurigane lied again. My quirk lets me use my blood to heal people by boosting their healing ability, and unlike Recovery Girl, mine's boost your metabolism, blood flow, and increase the vitamins in your body, which restores some of your stamina no matter the blood type. I made these blood pills to make things less disgusting for my patients. Kurigane explained his quirk. Cool. That's amazing, sensei. You can do a lot of things with a quirk like that. It could be a valuable asset in many different situations. I wish I had my notebook right now to write down that stuff. So what does the other part do? You only talked about the healing mechanism, Izuku asked. The man stiffened for a moment. He didn't know whether to answer this question or not. After all, this was a sensitive question. Since he knew that Shinso was no longer present, he decided that there was no harm in telling his student. What I just told you about is what happens when people ingest my blood. But things become different when I ingest their blood. Kurigane further explained. What happens? Please tell me what happens. Izuku pleaded, eager to know more about his sensei's awesome quirk. I can paralyze them for a certain amount of time. He replied. What? Really? That's even more amazing, sensei. Your quirk is really versatile in many different situations. It could be used to support people or offense. The possibilities are endless, Izuku said in excitement, as he thought about different situations where his sensei's quirk would be really useful. Kurigane could only smile, but as soon as his smile appeared, it vanished again. I wish I had the luxury to share the same opinion as you, Midoriya. But unfortunately, this quirk did more harm than good. He decided to change the topic and go with something else. I have to say your last attack was pretty good. Kurigane praised Izuku. Thanks a lot, sensei. I was secretly working on it in my room when I was injured. However, I was never able to really try it until a few days ago. In fact, this is the 6th time I ever use it. I see a new attack. Good to see you're improving, the older man exclaimed, happy to see his last pupil becoming stronger. It was thanks to you, Mori Sensei and Daisuke Sensei, that I was able to get so much stronger and get to UA. Izuku replied, hiding the fact that he also trained with All Might. After all, he didn't know that they all knew each other. Yes, but you became much stronger and it's all down to your hard work. So keep it up. After a couple of minutes, they finally arrived to the infirmary, where Kurigane put Izuku in a bed so that he could rest a bit. Thanks a lot, sensei. I really do owe you one. You say that, but you keep annoying me with the smart mouth of yours. Maybe training in the woods again might be more entertaining for you. Don't you think? He said with a smirk. No thanks, sir, Izuku quickly replied. He gulped as he remembered those 2 weeks. Anyway, I only had one pill. If you use that technique again, you'll be on your own. He added, before the curtains around another bed were opened, revealing an angry recovery girl. It seems like my words are falling on deaf ears. Not only did you get injured again, but you injured other people too to bring them with you. Recovery girl angrily scolded Izuku before hitting him on his head with her cane. Ouch! I'm sorry, Izuku replied. Look at what you did to the poor girl. Her jaw was almost broken, and her nervous system wasn't working well for a while. Recovery girl further scolded Izuku while pointing to Ibara. Sensei, help me out. Izuku called for help, but when he turned around, he didn't find his sensei. He vanished again. Izuku comically freaked out. What are you talking about? Now show me your injured hands. Recovery girl held Izuku's hands, but to her surprise, they were completely fine. She was confused for a moment until she figured out who healed Izuku. I see. So you finally used your quirk again, Sakanji. You should be good to go in a few minutes, Recovery girl said with a warm smile. Izuku lied on the bed, deciding to rest well this time. He glanced over Ibara, who was in a bed next to him. Hey Shiozaki, I'm sorry about that last attack. It was the only thing I could have done to win. You were really a strong opponent. Izuku apologized for hurting Ibara this much. Just like Itsuka said, you always think about the people around you, Ibara said as she turned her head to look at Izuku. Anyways, it's okay, Midoriya, you were a strong opponent, and you bested me with all you've got, so I have no regrets. If anything, this just showed that there's still room for improvement, Ibara exclaimed, taking the loss pretty well, which really surprised Izuku. All right, if you say so, Izuku replied. I want to ask though, what was that attack at the end? When my class was discussing your quirk, no one mentioned that you had lightning powers. Ibara questioned the Sharingan user. To be honest with you, I don't know, Izuku simply replied, which left Ibara with a puzzled look on her face. I had a dream about a kid, a couple of years younger than us. He was wearing a black, short-sleeved shirt with a high collar black shorts, with many small belts adorning his left arm and similar bands around both legs. He also had a blue-clothed forehead protector with a weird symbol on it. He was fighting another kid in a tournament or something, just like the sports festival. And then that first kid I mentioned used the same attack I just used, but once he hit the other kid who seemed to have a sand quirk, he stopped and looked at me, before saying, "You can do this too," Izuku explained, as he recalled the dream he had, and Ibara listened carefully. Not to mention, he had the Sharingan. Was he another Uchiha? I've been trying to talk to Shinso again and learn more about them, but I can't go back to my mindscape at all, Izuku said in his mind. At first, I thought it was just a dream like any other, but unlike any other dream I normally have. I couldn't forget it. So, one day when you were all training and I was in my room getting better, I tried it. I tried to focus my energy, my quirk, and lead the lightning to my hand, and then it happened, more lightning was being focused around my hand. Izuku further explained. What do you mean by focused on your energy? Ibara asked. She didn't understand what Izuku meant by that. Izuku thought for a moment, trying to find the right words to describe the feeling. You know how we usually use our quirk like a muscle or an extension of our bodies? He asked, to which she nodded. This is different. It's like you focus on the source of your quirk, and once I did that, I found a source of energy. I tried to use this energy with my quirk and move the lightning that's usually around me to my hand, and then it happened. The lightning gathered around my hand, where my energy was. Sorry, that's really the best I could describe it. Izuku finished explaining. No, it's totally fine, Midoriya. I get that your quirk is pretty unique, that even you don't know its full capabilities. But that part about the quirk source or energy is really interesting, Ibara commented, before the infirmary door opened. Midoriya, Momo came in shouting in panic.
Yoyorozu.
Izuku called her name with visible confusion at why she seemed so nervous. Momo let out a sigh of relief, before saying, "Where were you? Why didn't you go back to the stands until now? I thought that something happened to you. I thought that the villains attacked you again." Izuku just looked at her like she grew a second head. I mean, he was just in the infirmary resting. He never knew that Momo could be this paranoid. But then he remembered something. Why did Momo join his team today? Usually, Momo is someone who's smart, who prefers taking the safe side rather than taking risks. Something was not right and he had to know what it was. "I'm sorry. I was a bit tired and decided to rest a little longer," Izuku replied, as he put his hand behind the back of his head and smiled sheepishly. Ibara, though, looked at Momo with a different look. "Looks like you have a rival, Ituka," she said in her head. "It's okay. Sorry if I acted out of character," Momo replied, a little embarrassed because of her earlier outburst. However, before anyone could say anything else, they heard Present Mic's voice from the room's TV. "And now, ladies and gentlemen, after finally repairing the arena, it's time for the second match to begin," Present Mic announced as the crowd erupted in cheers. "She may be cute, but she's deadly. She may be one of the first year's beauties. But watch out, folks, because with one flick you can find yourself on the other side of town. It's the flick of death. From the hero course, Class 1B at Ituka Kendo," Present Mic went with the introduction. "That's it. I'm calling the FBI," Aizawa said, before dialing a number. Versus sorry. He hasn't done anything to stand out yet. From the general studies, Aizawa's secret love child, Hitoshi Shinso, Present Mic announced, before Shoto jumped from his seat and took a good look. Yes, he's right," Shoto murmured as he nodded his head in approval. "Please try not to destroy the arena again," Cementos added. He didn't want to keep repairing it. "This is a fight to test the strength of your spirit. If you know what you want for your future, then you can't worry about appearances," Shinso murmured under his breath, while Ituka was trying to figure out his quirk, as well as a good strategy to defeat Shinso. "Ready? I don't really know how someone like you got accepted into the hero course," Shinso began, while Ituka gave him a confused look. "Start. Always playing lovey-dovey with that. What did that dynamite kid call him again? Oh yeah, Deku, the useless Deku. People like you who were blessed really irritate me when you waste your gifts foolishly like that. I bet that when you guys got attacked by villains, you did nothing except crying while your useless crush got crushed by the villains. And they chose you as class rep, ha." More like clown's rep. Shinso mocked her, as well as Izuku and her classmates, which made Ituka boil with anger. There was no way she was going to let him get away with that. "What did you say?" she shouted as she activated her quirk and enlarged her fist to give him a pounding he'll never forget. Unfortunately for her, it was already over. "I win," Shinso simply said, while he activated his quirk on Ituka as she stopped moving. "I'm sorry, Ituka, but I promised him not to tell anyone about his quirk, so please forgive me," Ojiro said in his mind. He was a little bit sad that his friend was going to lose the match. Hey, what's the matter? Liven things up. Kendo, the match has just started and she's completely frozen," Present Mike exclaimed with visible confusion. Recovery Girl's temporary office. "What's wrong? Why isn't Ituka moving at all?" Ibara asked, worried about her best friend. "I don't know," Momo simply replied. She was confused by the information she had on Itsuka's abilities. Ituka should have captured that guy with her big fists and threw him out of the arena by now. Izuku just silently kept watching the TV, trying to figure out what did Shinso do to her. But the thing is, he didn't even move. Just what kind of quirk does Shinso possess? He thought. Back to the arena. "This is not good," Daisuke simply said as he watched his granddaughter. "She has been completely overwhelmed," he added with a sad expression, while his two friends nodded. "She's got a blank look on her face and isn't moving a muscle. Is this Shinso's quirk?" He didn't stand out at all, but could he actually be someone amazing? Hitoshi Shinso from the general studies has gotten the better of Ituka Kendo from the hero course. Who would have imagined this? Will the bottom really overthrow the top? "That's why I said the entrance exam wasn't rational," Aizawa simply said. "Huh? What do you mean, eraser?" "Here's some basic data on the two of them. Since it's individual matches from here on out, I had someone compile it for me." Shinso failed the practical exam for the hero course. Since he also applied for general studies, he probably knew that would happen. His quirk is very powerful, but the practical exam consisted of fighting foe villains. That gave an advantage to those with physical attack quirks. Shinso wouldn't have been able to rack up any points with his quirk. Aizawa explained to his friend. "You're lucky that you've been blessed, Ituka Kendo. Turn around and walk out of bounds," Shinso said, before Ituka turned around and began to head towards the edge of the arena. "What's wrong, Kendo? This isn't you," Monoma said with frustration. "If she goes out of bounds, then she'll lose the match," Awaze remarked. "I don't understand what's happening," Kirishima exclaimed with visible confusion. Name, Hitoshi Shinso. Quirk, brainwashing. Answering his question turns on a brainwashing switch in his opponent's brain, forcing them to do what he says. If he doesn't want the brainwashing switch to turn on, it won't. "Stop! Stop!" Ituka screamed in her head. "My body's moving on its own. No, I can't lose now. I was so close to my rematch with Izuku. Damn it, it's like my head is filled with fog. Please stop," Ituka thought as she was now one step away from stepping out of bounds. She desperately begged her body to stop. She didn't want to lose after coming this far. Suddenly, Ituka felt like she regained control of her body again. She quickly turned around, ready to win the match. She finally figured out how to counter Shinso's quirk. Ituka Kendo is out of bounds. Hitoshi Shinso wins and advances to the next round. Midnight announced as she cracked her whip, and immediately the crowd began cheering for Shinso. Ituka looked down at her feet and found that she was indeed out of bounds. At that moment, she couldn't even hear what was Present Mike saying. Everything fell on deaf ears. She lost. She was so close to that rematch with Izuku, where she would prove herself and then she was going to tell him. She remembered Shinso's words. Despite being harsh, she couldn't help but feel that he was right. She walked out of the arena and decided to find somewhere private where she could stay alone. She wanted to go away and forget about the sports festival. Ituka ran and ran through the corridors until she finally left the stadium through a back entrance. She leaned on a wall and let her body fall before she brought her knees to her head. Am I really unworthy of becoming a hero? Am I really wasting my potential? Am I just wasting time by crushing on Izuku? She thought as tears fell from her eyes. Memories of the USJ came back to her, with images of the Nomu pounding Izuku while she was just standing there watching him almost die. "I really am pathetic," she murmured, her voice breaking because of her crying. "Are you really?" a familiar and gentle voice asked. Ituka raised her head and looked at the voice owner, only to find Izuku standing in front of her. He was panting as if he ran for a few minutes. However, Ituka was so ashamed of facing Izuku right now. She couldn't bring herself to look him in the eyes. "What are you doing here?" she asked, as tears were still running down her cheeks. "I saw the match from the infirmary's TV and I saw what happened. I also saw that you weren't taking the loss so well, which isn't like you, so I looked for you." Izuku replied with a comforting voice. "How did you find me?" she asked. "Well, I asked some people if they spotted you, and figured out you'd want to be alone in somewhere private." Izuku exclaimed. "But why? Why did you follow me?" she asked again, raising her voice this time. "I already told you. I followed you because you were sad," Izuku replied as he frowned. "Still, it doesn't concern you," she responded, visible frustration. "Then what are friends for?" Izuku asked, while Ituka stared silently at him. "During the USJ incident, you were concerned about my safety. You were concerned about everyone's safety. Even after the incident, I saw you trying to talk to the other students and help them in case they were still getting nightmares. You always try to help people feel better. And yet, when it comes to yourself, you push others away. What if I say that I only fulfilled my duty as class rep?" she questioned the Sharingan user. "Liar," Izuku simply replied, as Ituka stared blankly at him. "If that was the case, then I don't know how your classmates call you their big sister," Izuku said with a gentle smile. "Point is, Ituka, you should think about yourself too. It's okay to be sad. It's okay to be frustrated and angry, but you shouldn't face these things alone. Class B is there for you. Ojiro is there for you. I'm here for you. You're the last person who should tell me this," she murmured loudly enough for him to hear. Izuku chuckled while Ituka gave him a cute angry face. He stopped for a moment, before taking a much more serious yet comforting tone. "I don't know what happened out there, but I assume that you're not sad because you lost, because I know this isn't you. I assume you're sad because of the things Shinso said," Izuku deduced, hitting the jackpot, as Ituka looked down with a sad expression. "Let me tell you something. Whatever he told you is not true. He doesn't even know you. I know you much better than he does. And I know that Ituka Kendo is a strong girl, brave and confident, yet also caring, inspiring, and incredible. A genuine person. Someone who I'm proud to call my friend and in the same time, a hero," Izuku exclaimed, while she looked at him with wide, teary eyes. "Someone once told me that a hero isn't defined by his strength, but..." Izuku stopped as he raised his arm. "His heart," he said as he pointed at her heart, before then pointing at hers. "And you, Ituka, are one, so never forget that, never doubt yourself. No matter what that Shinso guy said, you're amazing because you're simply you. And remember, before being heroes, we're humans. Remember that next time you feel sad." "But..." she tried to protest, but Izuku interrupted her.
No buts.
"Remind me exactly who has the quirk that lets him see everything. That's right, it's me. Not Shinso or anyone else," Izuku finished, flashing Ituka a warm smile. It wasn't a long moment before she jumped off her place and hugged Izuku tightly as she sobbed. There, Izuku simply said, as he patted her head. He was glad that Ituka was finally letting it all out. "I guess I really am in love with Izuku. This warmth is truly what I needed. No matter what people say, it doesn't matter as long as you believe in me, Izuku," she said in her mind, as she felt much better being in Izuku's embrace. She felt safe from any danger. It was really soothing and managed to calm her down. However, as soon as she calmed down, she realized that she could feel Izuku's hard abs and pectoral muscles. Now that she stooped crying, Izuku also realized that there was a cute girl in his embrace, which fired alarms in his brains. Nonetheless, both teens broke out from the hug. Their faces were red and they couldn't look at each other for a moment. After a short while, they both managed to calm down, and Izuku was the first one to speak. How about we go back to the stadium and watch the rest of the matches?" Izuku proposed, stuttering a bit. He was still embarrassed. "Why, yeah, Let's go back. Ituka responded. Oh my god. I can't believe I was in his embrace and held like that. That's so embarrassing. She screamed in her mind. The two teens went back to the stadium and proceeded to make their way back to the sitting area. Izuku about Shinso's quirk. I have to tell you how he brainwashes why Ituka began, but was interrupted by Izuku lifting his finger, telling her to be quiet. I don't need to hear about it, Izuku exclaimed, looking at Ituka with confidence. But you need to know, Ituka began. But Izuku interrupted her again. I already know how to beat him, Izuku replied. I don't need to know anything about his quirk other than its brainwashing. Ituka looked at Izuku's expression for a moment. All she saw was pure confidence and determination. She nodded her head before saying, I know this might be selfish, but get him for me, will you? I will. I vow to win, and I never go back on my word, Izuku responded. I won't forgive anyone who hurts my friends. Shinso, you picked a fight with the wrong guy, Izuku said in his mind, feeling angrier than he should be for some reason. While Izuku was with Ituka, Ochako versus Bakugo's battle had already started. Ochako knew that the only way to defeat Bakugo is touch him and make him float. But will she be able to? Ochako appeared behind Bakugo with her hand stretched out. Her top half of the P uniform now gone, as she was now wearing a black tank top. Oh, she made her jacket float and sent it over there. She did it in an instant, too. Present Mike cried out. If I make him float now, Ochako thought. But before she could touch him, Bakugo reacted just in time and fired another explosion at Ochako. This one had even more force behind it than the last one. Ochako was blown back, but she managed to get back on her feet. That explosion hurt a lot. Her body was covered with burns and blood, but she was still standing. He moved after he saw her, Zero said, as he couldn't believe that Bakugo was able to counterattack. He was amazed by his reaction speed. With that reaction time, it doesn't matter if there's a smokescreen. With Uraraka not being able to activate her quirk unless she touches him, she's at a disadvantage with Bakugo's reflexes. Kaminari commented as he figured that the matchup was not entirely favorable for Ochako. Ochako began running towards Bakugo again in an attempt to touch him and use her quirk. Too slow, he shouted. Bakugo fired off another explosion right at Ochiko's face, which made the entire crowd cringe as they were able to feel the heat of that explosion all the way from where they were sitting. That brat, he never holds back when it comes to fighting, Mitsuki said as she watched her son mop the floor with Ochako. To be more precise, he never holds back in anything, Masaru corrected his wife. I feel so bad for that girl. I don't feel that she deserves this, Himiko exclaimed, feeling sorry for Ochako, who received yet another explosion from Bakugo. I know it's hard to watch, but that brat is only doing this because he acknowledges her skills. He really hates it when people hold back on him, so he makes sure he doesn't when he fights. He's just too prideful, Mitsuki explained her son's behavior. Ochako then reappeared from the smoke of an explosion. Take this, Ochako yelled out as she aimed to touch him again with her zero gravity. However, Bakugo just hit her with another explosion which blew her back again. Ochako, Tsuyu muttered as she was worried for Ochiko's well-being. I can't watch, Jiro said as she covered her face with her hands. The sight of Ochako covered in bruises and burns was so hard to look at. Bakugo, don't tell me. Your tastes run in that direction, Mineta said with a pervy tone, but Tsuyu slapped him with her tongue to prevent him from saying anything more. That's because he acknowledges his opponents, Izuku said, appearing out of nowhere. Midoriya, you're back, Kirishima exclaimed, as everyone looked at Izuku. Todoroki, however, just gave him a glance and then his eyes returned to the match again. He couldn't forget Izuku's match when he used the Chidori. Ever since he saw that attack, he kept trying to find a way to counter it. Kaken is a warrior, Izuku began, grabbing everyone's attention. Unlike us, he was born to fight and conquer, and he won't stop at anything till he proves that he's the best. Izuku explained Bakugo's behavior. But Midoriya, isn't he going overboard? Tenya asked the Sharingan user. As I said before, Kaken is a warrior and he will always fight at full power no matter who is his opponent. He acknowledges Uraraka's abilities, that's why he's so brutal, One could say he was a Spartan soldier in a past life or something, Izuku said as he watched the match. Not yet. Achiko kept on getting back up after each blow, but Bakugo just blew her back down to the floor every time. It was getting to the point where the entire ring was breaking apart due to the force of Bakugo's explosions. Uraraka keeps attacking without rest. But this is... Present Mike stopped talking, as he didn't know what to say. What could he say? He said that he wanted bloodbath and all, but this is a massacre. Her substitution earlier didn't work, so she's getting desperate. A pro hero commented from the crowd. Monoma looked towards him and sighed in annoyance. What an idiot. He simply said, "Hey, shouldn't you stop this? Isn't he going a little too far?" A random member of the crowd yelled at Cementos. Achiko ran straight ahead towards Bakugo, but the ash blonde just fired another explosion. I can't watch. Hey, how can you say you want to be a hero like that? If there's such a huge difference in your abilities, then hurry up and send her out of bounds. Stop bullying and playing with the poor girl. Yeah. The crowd then began booing at Bakugo for tormenting Achiko. There's booing from part of the crowd. But honestly, I also feel the SA. Aizawa elbowed Present Mike in the face before he could finish that sentence. Was that a pro saying he's playing around? How many years have you been a pro? Aizawa asked. If you're saying that with a straight face, there's no point in you watching anymore, so go home. Go home and look into changing careers. Aizawa yelled. Everybody was now confused by what he was saying. What do you mean, Eraserhead? Present Mike asked. Bakugo is being careful because he's acknowledged the strength of his opponent who has made it this far. It's because he's doing everything he can to win, that he can't go easy on her or let his guard down. The smoke cleared to show Achiko still standing on her feet, panting, but still on her feet. Not yet. She's still not dead. Bakugo thought as he acknowledged the fact that Achiko is a lot tougher than she looks. He commends her for lasting this long. Izuku nodded, approving of Aizawa's statement, because despite being brutal and blowing the shit out of Achiko, he saw respect in Bakugo's angry eyes. It's about time, I think. Thanks, Bakugo, Achiko weakly said. Achiko brought her hands together. For not letting your guard down, she finished. Bakugo said in confusion as he didn't understand what she was referring to. It can't be helped from where Bakugo is, but it's embarrassing for a pro in the stands to start booing without noticing, Monoma suddenly said as he now had everybody's attention. She kept her body low as she advanced, concentrating Bakugo's attacks on the ground, storing up weapons, and then she narrowed his field of vision with relentless attacks to keep him from noticing. Monoma then looked up and everybody saw what he was referring to. Up in the sky were a bunch of rubble and other debris that were created due to Bakugo's explosions. Everyone stared wide-eyed as most of them didn't even notice that Achiko had been using her quirk all along. I'm gonna win, Achiko shouted with determination as she released her quirk. All of the debris began to fall towards the ring at high speed. A meteor shower? Present Mike cried out. You should have noticed, Aizawa said. She had a desperate plan like that up her sleeve? Mina yelled out in shock as the majority of Class 1A and B didn't even realize that she was planning this from the beginning. Izuku smirked as he watched Achiko's fight. And here I was regretting not giving her a plan to fight Kaken. I guess I didn't have to after all. Achiko then began sprinting straight ahead towards Bakugo. With this much debris, whether he's evading or counterattacking, there will definitely be an opening. In that moment, I'll get close to him with my secret move. Achiko then activated her quirk as now she was ready to go for the win. I will win. I will win and be just like Deku too. She outstretched her hand and she was fingertips away from touching Bakugo. She was fingertips away from winning. She was fingertips away from winning just like Deku, but right before she could touch him, Bakugo raised his palm up and ignited a huge explosion towards the sky that pushed Achiko all the way back. The resulting explosion was so powerful that it completely obliterated all of the debris. The explosion was also able to blow many people off of their feet. Since you're friends with Deku, I thought you'd be up to something. The smoke cleared to show Bakugo, and scathed. Achiko stared wide-eyed in horror. How is he so strong? She wasn't the only one who thought that, as even Izuku was surprised by the power of Bakugo. That was at least 2 times stronger than the explosion he fired off when we did the battle trials exercise. To think he managed to fire an explosion like that without any support items. Just how much strength did you get during the last month, Kaken? Izuku thought while sweating. It seems like taking down Bakugo might not be as easy as last time. Bakugo delivers a satisfying explosion. He blasts boldly through Uraraka's secret plan. Present Mike stuttered as he and the rest of the stadium could barely form words at the display of such raw power. Bakugo took a deep breath. That was close, he murmured. Achiko shook as her mind could barely process everything that just happened. 2 did as much as I could, but he was not fazed at all. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw Achiko getting back on her feet. Amazing. She's still not down. Even so, Bakugo smirked at this. All right, let's get serious then, Uraraka.
Jeuf Aboj.
He called her by her name. If it were Deku. Achiko turned around as she stumbled on her legs. He would never give up. Achiko's body was screaming in pain. She could feel her legs shaking, unable to support her weight any longer. Her skin was burned in various places due to Bakugo's explosions. Her body was screaming at her to stop, to just give up. But she refused. As she was about to fall, one image crossed her mind. The image of Izuku with his Sharingan and the lightning of one for all swirling around his body. For Achiko, this was the image of victory. She managed to stay on her feet and outstretched her hand towards Bakugo one last time. Her legs were not moving anymore. Come on, please move. Please. One last time. She screamed in her head. Please. All I need is to make him float. She screamed at the top of her lungs, surprising everyone by her tenacity. Music, the raising fighting spirit. Bakugo just looked at her in silence, before suddenly his feet began to leave the ground. What the fuck? He shouted, completely shocked. How was he floating? Did Achiko touch him? No, he's 100% sure she didn't. The whole Class A and B were equally shocked. What is happening? Denki stuttered as he looked so confused. Guys, I didn't short-circuited my brain again, right? He asked just to make sure, which made him get a nod from everyone who had their jaws open. Izuku couldn't understand. Achiko's quirk lets her nullify the gravity of anything she touches. So how? How is Bakugo going higher in the air like that? Can you all believe this? Somehow Uraraka actually managed to make Bakugo float. Unbelievable, Present Mike cried out, while the whole crowd were watching in awe. I don't understand, Aizawa muttered. However, after snapping out of his shock, Bakugo was not going to let himself lose like that. Not after coming this far. After all, he had a score to settle with Izuku. Uraraka! He shouted her name as he started to challenge gravity itself and fire constant explosions to get closer to Achiko. Achiko tried her best to make Bakugo float higher by making him more and more weightless, her hand glowing pink. Almost there, she yelled, as her body was screaming at her to stop and her legs were shaking. Bakugo flashed an evil grin at Achiko, showing how confident he was. Don't underestimate me, he yelled as he fired more and more explosions, each one stronger than the one before. His arms were screaming in pain, but he believed that he could challenge gravity itself. I'll win just like DKU, Achiko shouted, not willing to give up too. Her hand was glowing more and more pink. Izuku just looked at her with wide eyes, but filled with respect. This wasn't the same Achiko that was his partner during the battle trials. For a moment, everyone watched the struggle in silence. Who was going to give out first, Bakugo or Achiko? Neither side was willing to give up until Bakugo fired 2 powerful explosions from his hands, and once he was close to Achiko, he fired a giant explosion from his right hand aimed to the center of the arena, one that made the one he fired when he destroyed the debris seems like child's play. The giant explosion created massive shockwaves and the whole stadium shook like if there was an earthquake, dust filling the air. The poor people who were standing fell of their feet. When the dust cleared, it showed Bakugo panting. His arm had significant bruises and burns. Everyone was shocked. The entire arena was destroyed. They tried to locate Achiko, and shortly after they saw the poor girl unconscious beside the wall that separated the spectators from the arena. and it seems like that said wall had a crack in it. She must have smashed into the wall first. Eraser. Present Mike stuttered before calling his friend's name. Yes, Izawa responded. Seriously, what are you teaching your students? Present Mike cried out. I certainly didn't teach them that. Izawa replied, his eyes still looking at the debris of the arena where Bakugo was still standing. He had a wide smirk on his face. Midnight, who was knocked away after the explosion, finally managed to pull herself up thanks to Cementos. Huh? What happened? She asked. That Bakugo kid destroyed the whole arena. Cementos replied with visible annoyance. He had to fix the arena once again. I swear Nizu must pay us double this month. She groaned. Make it double for every time they destroy my arena. Cementos replied, still pissed about the fact that his arena was destroyed again. Midnight chuckled before checking on Achiko. She was unconscious. It's a good thing that the explosion wasn't aimed at her, or else something bad would have happened to her. Uraraka is unconscious. Bakugo advances to the next round. Midnight announced. Unbelievable, folks. I don't know what to say. From the hero course, the man who challenged the laws of physics itself and won. Class 1A Katsuki Bakugo. Present Mike yelled, while the crowd erupted in cheers. But let's also give it to Uraraka from Class 1A2, who despite being at a disadvantage kept going. Present Mike cried out with visible tears in his eyes as the crowd clapped their hands. Poor Uraraka, I wished you had won. He added, hey, I thought we were supposed to be unbiased. Izawa sternly told his friend. Izuku jumped into the arena and ran to Achiko. He looked at her with a gentle smile before carrying her. She needed medical attention immediately. You did well, Uraraka. I want to win, like Deku. She murmured in her sleep. Izuku glanced at Bakugo, who was looking at him with a shite-eating grin, as if he was telling Izuku that he's next. Izuku kept staring in Bakugo's eyes. From what he just saw, it seems like Bakugo was a bigger threat than he initially thought. Will he be able to beat him? Izuku didn't know, but that didn't mean that he wouldn't try. So before breaking eye contact, he smirked, telling Bakugo to come and get him if he can. He finally exited the arena and headed to Recovery Girl. Izuku arrived to Recovery Girl's office and proceeded to lay Achiko on a bed. Poor girl, she's so hurt. I swear I hate the sports festival. Recovery Girl exclaimed as she kissed Achiko and activated her quirk. Due to the fact that Achiko used all of her strength, Recovery Girl couldn't completely heal her, so she wrapped her arms and forehead with bandages. After a few moments, Achiko finally woke up. What happened? She asked while she held her head. She was a bit nauseous. You passed out after Kaken knocked you out of the ring. Izuku replied. What? Achiko exclaimed with visible sadness. She thought that no hero will scout her, now that she lost against Bakugo. I lost. I failed. But before she could finish, Izuku gave her a chop on the head. Don't you dare say that. You hear me? You're not useless. Izuku sternly scolded her. He was not going to let her belittle herself like that. Deku, she muttered. Izuku stood up from his chair and proceeded to pat Achiko's head. Uraraka, you were amazing out there. Your match was even better than mine. I'm sure that the pros will scout you, Izuku exclaimed in a cheerful tone. Achiko couldn't help but blush. But how was Izuku so sure? How are you sure about this, Deku? She questioned. A part of her wanted to believe that he's right. Izuku pulled out his phone and showed Achiko a video when the whole crowd cheered for her. You see, you did your best, no, more than your best out there. You were simply amazing, Uraraka, Izuku exclaimed, while Achiko had a puzzled look while watching the video. She lost, so why are the people cheering for her? But why? She asked. Wait, you don't remember? Izuku asked, perplexed by Achiko's question. Remember what? She asked the Sharingan user again. Izuku was now confused as how Achiko didn't remember what happened at the end of the match. Uraraka, you made Kaken float, without even touching him, and then he actually struggled and kept firing explosions to stop himself from going higher, but he ultimately knocked you out with a big explosion. Izuku explained, hoping that Achiko remembers what happened. Achiko narrowed her eyes and gave a thoughtful look trying to remember what happened. She then widened her eyes as she finally remembered what happened. "Oh, I remember now. Great!" Izuku exclaimed as he grabbed his notebook and pen. "Uraraka, please tell me everything about that new ability," Izuku added as his pupils became like stars. Uraraka looked at her hand for a moment. She tried to nullify the gravity of a water bottle without touching it, but ultimately failed. "Sorry, Deku, I can't. I don't even know how I did that to begin with." She apologized for being unable to draw out that power. "I see a temporary power-up," Izuku murmured as he put a hand on his chin and thought about it. "Or maybe my quirk almost awakened just like you, Deku," she said with a cheerful tone and smiled. She liked the fact that maybe her quirk can awaken like Izuku's. "Yes, maybe it could be that," Izuku answered. "Is that really possible? As far as I know, only my Sharingan was the only known power that has the ability to awaken," and Shinso corrected that by saying that it was just evolving and getting stronger. "Can quirks really awaken? If that's possible, then could one for all awaken too?" Izuku thought as a million questions popped in his head. "Deku, is something wrong?" Achiko asked, snapping Izuku's out of his trance. "Don't worry, it's nothing. I'm totally fine," he answered, before Achiko's phone began to ring. "Oh, I'm sorry, that must be my dad," she explained. "It's okay. I'm going back to the stands. But before I go, Uraraka, I need you to know that I'm proud of you, and that you should be proud of yourself too," Izuku said as he gave her a thumbs up, before leaving her alone. Achiko blushed, before finally answering the phone. When Achiko's father called, he told her how proud of her he and her mother were. And although Achiko replied, saying that wish she could have done more, her father told her that she did more than enough, and that there's always a next year. He also mentioned how happy he was when the people cheered for her, which managed to convince Achiko that she surely got scouted by pros. She was only frustrated that she lost against Bakugo, and decided that during the internships, she'll focus on combat training. That way, she'll have more options as a hero in the future. As Izuku was making his way back to the stands, he met All Might in his skinny form. "Young Midoriya," he called his successor. "All Might," Izuku responded, not expecting to see his mentor here. "I was looking for you, young man. You were so amazing during your match. You really managed to pull it off," All Might said without referring to One for All. He pulled Izuku to a staff room so that they could speak without worries. "I can't believe you used One for All like that. I never imagined that it was even possible." Izuku rubbed the back of his head while smiling sheepishly. "I wanted to save it for the finals, but seems like I managed to surprise you. I can't say I didn't jump off my seat, while the other teachers just stared at me like I'm a weirdo," All Might replied with a chuckle. All Might then took a more serious tone, as he had something important to tell Izuku. "Young Midoriya, I'm afraid we need to do a better job at hiding your quirks. After the USJ incident, there were already questions regarding your quirk, and now with your lightning powers, there ought to be more," All Might explained while also thinking about his talk with Endeavor. Izuku frowned as no matter how hard he tried to find an excuse that would be convincing enough, he couldn't. "It's really that bad, huh?" Izuku pointed out. "Yes, but luckily for you, I got the perfect one," All Might exclaimed, giving Izuku thumbs up. "That's great, All Might. What do you propose?" Izuku asked. "We'll say that your quirk is Sharingan, a mix of an enhancer and emitter quirk. The enhancer part enhances all the physical aspects of your body, including your perception, while the emitter part is the illusions you send to the brain," All Might explained, as in reality this was an idea derived of Izuku's grandfather, Hajime Midoriya's idea when he used to talk about his quirk too, except in his case things were different. Izuku gave a thoughtful look, trying to think if there's anything that doesn't seem convincing. "What about the Chidori?" he asked. "Well, when you usually use full cowl, lightning appears around your body, right? You could just say that you found a way to use that lightning," All Might replied with a shrug. Izuku thought about it for a second, before he replied, "Which is kinda true. Seems convincing to me." "All right then, I won't take too much of your time. Now good luck in your next matches. Keep up the good work and show them who's the next fledgling symbol of peace." "Yes, sir," Izuku replied, as his eyes shone with determination. Izuku finally returned to the stands only to see Hatsum walking out of the ring as she was sweating in exhaustion. I've presented each and every last one of them. I have nothing left to say, Hatsum exclaimed, satisfied with her so-called match. Midnight was confused about this whole thing as she shakily raised her hand. Hatsum is out of bounds. Ida advances to the quarterfinals. You tricked me, Tenya cried out in horror. Hatsum walked away, heading towards the tunnel, before saying, I'm sorry. I used you, she said shamelessly. I hate you. What happened? Izuku asked. Well, you could say that Hatsum used Ida for advertisement purposes. Achiko laughed as she couldn't help but feel that the whole situation was so funny. Izuku chuckled too before saying, That's Hatsum for you. By the way, Deku, where have you been? You said you would return to the stands, yet when I came back you weren't here. Achiko asked. I was using the restroom. Izuku lied, convincing the girl, but Itsuka on the other hand felt that something was fishy. Next is Yaoyorozu against Ishido, right? Izuku asked, trying to change the subject. Yeah, and I guess that one will be more entertaining than the last. Ojiro replied, until he remembered something. Oh right, Izuku. I want to know more about the Chidori thing you used during your match. Bakugo immediately opened his eyes that were close, taking interest in the conversation. It was shiny and magnifique.
Vraiment, la crème de la crème.
Aoyama exclaimed. He respected the fact that the attack was both shiny and powerful. Magnifique equals magnificent and vraiment equals really, and la crème de la crème is an urban expression which means something of high quality or simply elegant. It was so manly, Midoriya. One of the coolest things I have ever seen, Kirishima said with his usual cheerful tone. Well, you know my Sharingan is a mix between an enhancer and emitter quirk. And normally the enhancer aspect generates lightning around me. So I thought, why not use it? He said with a shrug. He decided to skip the details and spread the new lie about his quirk. That's not fair. A voice muttered, but everyone was able to hear it. They looked at the voice owner. It was Denki who was sulking. Why your lightning worked against grass while mine didn't? I'm the one with the lightning quirk here. You cheated, he added while everyone laughed. Yes, it's not fair at all, Midoriya. I can't forgive you. Why do you have a quirk that can let you see Hagakure naked? I'm the one who should have been blessed with a quirk like that. Mineta threw a temper tantrum, but Tsuyu slapped him with her tongue, while Jiro used her earlobes and plugged them in his head, sending vibrations to his brain. Now everyone, get ready because the fifth match is about to begin, Present Mike announced. All-purpose creation. She was admitted through recommendations, so her abilities are certified. From the hero course, it's Momo Yaoyorozu. Versus is something going to come out of those horns? Well, from the hero course, it's Mina Ishido, Present Mike announced. Aizawa let out a sigh, before saying, You always have to say a stupid comment, don't you? Always, Present Mike replied with a grin. Midoriya, what do you think of this match? Ojiro asked his friend. Izuku, who was now holding his notebook, gave it a thought before he said, I think that time will be the key. Izuku replied while Ojiro nodded. Mina will try to get close to me when the match starts. If I can create my first item before she could get close, it'll be checkmate. Momo, though, as she revised her plan, she had more than an hour to devise one, and knew that it will all depend on how fast Mina could close the distance between them. Fifth match start. Present Mike cried out. Once the match began, Mina quickly started to use her acid to slide on it and close the distance between her and Momo, while Momo started to create something quickly.
Come onorevole.
Quickly, Momo said in her mind before creating a shield. A shield? Ha! That won't work on me, Mina exclaimed, as she threw her acid on the shield, waiting for it to melt. She had a grin on her face as she got closer, but to her horror the shield didn't melt. What the? How? High alloy steel, Momo replied. High what? Denki asked. High alloy steel. It's a special metal that has high resistance to acid, Izuku explained, while everyone looked at him. He remembers that from reading a book about metals that have high resistance to acid when he used to spend his time in the school's library. Right now, Ashido is at a big disadvantage. Not fair. Mina cried out as she frowned and moved her arms. Next, create a weapon. Momo thought before creating a staff like the one she usually uses and started to get closer to Mina. Mina tried to throw more of her acid at the shield, but it was no use. She couldn't stop Momo. If Ashido had a way to spray acid with high concentrations, then the shield would have had weakened a bit, but unfortunately for her she can't. Izuku exclaimed as he knew who would be the winner. Momo just kept getting closer and closer before she hit Ashido in her side with the staff, then her legs, knocking Mina down. She moved the staff close to her head before saying, "Do you give up?" "I give up," Mina replied with frustration. Ashido lost by yielding. Yaoyorozu advances to the next round. Midnight said as she cracked her whip. From the hero course, Momo Yaoyorozu wins. "I gotta admit folks, being a chemistry nerd helps sometimes," Present Mike exclaimed, while the crowd cheered for Momo. Player waiting room 2. Shoto was walking, heading to the arena. It was time for his match. He was thinking about Izuku's Chidori and Bakugo's final explosion, until he came across his father. "You're in my way," he said with visible disgust. Endeavor stared at him for a moment, before he said, "You're acting disgracefully, Shoto." However, Shoto decided to walk away and not hear any of his shit. If you used the power in your left side, you would have had an overwhelming victory in the obstacle course and capture the flag. Stop this childish rebellion already. You have a duty to surpass All Might. Do you understand? You're different from your siblings. You're the greatest masterpiece. Endeavor exclaimed while Shoto kept walking away. "Is that all you can say, bastard?" Shoto began to retaliate, but was interrupted. "Don't say I'll win using my mom's power, because you won't," Endeavor pointed out, which finally made his son stop in his tracks. His father never doubted him before. "Explain," Shoto demanded. "Putting it simply, you can't win against Izuku Midoriya unless you use your left side," Endeavor explained, which shocked Shoto. When did his father ever took interest in learning one of his classmates' names? "You talk as if you know a lot about him." "I know him better than he even knows himself, Shoto. I know his full potential and what he's capable of, and let me say it straight to you again. You can't defeat him using only your mother's power." "I won't use your damn power," the younger Todoroki protested. "Even if that works now, you'll soon realize the limits of this power." Endeavor finished, while Shoto started to walk to the arena again, wearing a really angry face and full of rage and disgust. He despised his father more than anything. "Thanks for waiting. It's now time to start the 6th match of the first round. Next up is these guys," Present Mike announced as the crowd cheered, seeing the displayed images of Todoroki and Shiro. "He's good. He's good. But what's with that plainness he just can't get rid of?" From the hero course, "It's Hanta Shiro. That's mean," Shiro said in response to Present Mike's comment. "Versus taking 2nd place in the obstacle course. You're way too strong, kid. He wasn't recommended for admission for nothing." Also, from the hero course, "It's Shoto Todoroki. And now, 6th match. Ready? Start." "Well, I don't feel like I can win." Shiro then wrapped Todoroki around with his tape. "But I don't feel like losing either," Shiro yelled as he began pushing Todoroki with his tape towards the end of the ring. A surprise attack aimed to push his opponent out of bounds. "Don't you think that was the best choice for this situation? Seriously, get him, Shiro," Present Mike shouted as Shiro was close to getting Todoroki out of bounds. "Sorry," Shoto simply said. He planted his foot down as he launched a stream of ice towards Shiro. The ice transformed into a giant ice wall that resembled a glacier. It was able to reach the top of the entire stadium, and it completely froze Shiro in place. Everybody gawked at the sheer magnitude of the ice wall that Shoto created. "What's that?" Both Death Arms and Kamui exclaimed with visible shock, as they were able to see the ice glacier from outside the stadium. "Don't you think that's a bit much?" Shiro stuttered as he shivered. He was damn near freezing to death. "My arena!" Cementos cried out again. "Shiro, can you move?" Midnight asked. She too was freezing from the ice on her. "Of course not." "Ow!" Shiro is immobilized. Shoto Todoroki advances to the 2nd round. Everybody in the crowd was speechless until one pro hero said, "Don't worry about it, don't worry about it, don't worry about it, don't worry about it." The whole crowd started chanting "Don't worry about" in an attempt to cheer up Zero for his devastating defeat. "Sorry, I went overboard. I was angry," Shoto said as he began melting the ice glacier with his left hand. Shoto then glanced at Izuku, who the ice glacier was only a few centimeters away from his face. Izuku looked at Shoto, who was staring at him with cold eyes, as if he's telling him that this is the fate that awaits him. He looks sad more than intimidating, Izuku thought, as he could tell something was troubling Shoto. So he made his decision that he will help Shoto. Chapter 20. The Battle of Hypnotists. "Sorry, I went overboard. I was angry," Shoto said as he began melting the ice glacier with his left hand. Shoto then glanced at Izuku, who the ice glacier was only a few centimeters away from his face. Izuku looked back at Shoto, who was staring at him with cold eyes, as if he's telling him that this is the fate that awaits him. He looks sad more than intimidating, Izuku thought, as he could tell something was troubling Shoto. So he made his decision that he will help Shoto. While Shoto was busy melting the ice glacier he made, Izuku was writing some stuff in his notebook. To be more precise, he was changing Achiko's stats and adding new paragraphs about her quirk. He wrote down, name, Achiko Uraraka, quirk, 0 gravity. Achiko's quirk gives her the power to nullify the effects of gravity on solid targets, living and non-living, by touching them with the pads on her fingertips, causing them to become weightless and float. She is able to cancel the effect of her quirk by touching her finger pads together. The main drawback is that if the upper weight limit is exceeded, or if Achiko floats herself, she will suffer from severe nausea. Stats: power 2/5 D, speed 1/5 D,
Technique 5/5 A.
intelligence 3 out of 5 C, cooperativeness 5/5 A. Uraraka, did you still feel nauseous when you used your new ability? Izuku asked the brunette, halting his writing for a second. She gave a thoughtful look, trying her best to remember the sensation before she gave a nod. "Yes, I still felt nauseous, but I think it was lighter than before? Not so sure." "It's okay," Izuku replied. Quirk awakening. Gravity manipulation? A new level of gravity control on objects around her, much more powerful, to the point of it being easy to confuse it for telekinesis. Nausea weakness is still present. Quirk awakening state stats. Power 4.5/5B+, speed 1/5 E.
Technique 6.5 5S+.
Intelligence 3 out of 5 C. Cooperativeness 5/5 A. I don't have a lot of information about her quirk awakening or whatever it was, but for the meantime, I think these notes should suffice. But man, I have to say, you really should be proud of yourself, Uraraka. If I had gone against you, I would have definitely lost. It's a shame that your first opponent was Kaken, who his quirk helped him a lot to counter yours, but with that kind of power, you could have easily gotten first or second place today, he said in his head, as he reread the notes he just wrote. "Deku, is that me?" Achiko asked. She leaned closer as she observed the sketch and the notes with interest. "Uraraka, so close," Izuku stuttered as he blushed. "Oh, I'm sorry." She pulled away with her own blush. "Wait, why am I getting all flustered?" she mentally asked herself, but they quickly snapped out of their embarrassment. However, this didn't go unnoticed by Mina, who decided to observe for now. "Deku, you've been amazing since I met you, but the sports festival is making me think that you're amazing all over again," Achiko exclaimed as she read Izuku's notes. She agreed with everything Izuku wrote. "Wait, what's in this notebook of yours?" Ojiro asked Izuku with visible interest. "It's my hero analysis journal. I write notes about heroes and their quirks in it. Nothing really, but a hobby I've had since I was a kid. I wrote some stuff about you guys too," he said with a sheepish smile. All the students were now interested by the revelation. They were eager to see what did Izuku write about them. "Tisk, nerd," Bakugo muttered under his breath. "May I take a look?" Ojiro asked his friend. "Sure, why not?" he exclaimed as he gave him his notebook. Ojiro flipped through the pages until he stumbled on the ones about him. Soon enough, his eyes widened in surprise. "Midoriya, this is amazing. You have everything noted down: strengths, weaknesses, applications, and much more. Ojiro was truly impressed. His earlier statement managed to get Class A and B's attention, who began to pass the notebook to one another. Seeing this made Izuku happy and managed to put a smile on his face. He was happy that people appreciated and liked his little hobby. I have to say, Midoriya, in terms of analytic skills, yours might be better than a pro. I can't believe you managed to find about my quirk's weakness without me mentioning it. Karo. Tsuyu exclaimed. During the battle trials, when Todoroki froze the whole building, I noticed how you were shivering. I put 2 and 2 together and immediately deduced that it was your weakness. Glad to know I was right, Izuku explained, to which Tsuyu gave a nod. Hey, Toru. Look, Midori has an idea on how to create an invisible hero costume for you, Mina said, grabbing the invisible girl's attention. Yeah, after what happened during the second round too. Tried to think of a way for you to do hero work without resorting to get rid of your clothes. I heard that when they made Mount Lady's hero costume, they used a piece of her hair or something. That way her clothes become bigger whenever she activates her quirk. Izuku explained with a blush, as he remembered Toru's naked body. Hearing this made the invisible girl so happy that she pulled Izuku in a hug, with the latter's face becoming as red as Kirishima's hair. That's so brilliant, Midoriya. Thank you so much. I don't know how I didn't think about this before, but thank you, she exclaimed before pulling away. Izuku muttered something between a no problem, and Ituka, Momo, and Achiko frowned, with the latter two not knowing the reason. Lucky, Mineta murmured with a drool coming out of his mouth, but Tsuyu slapped him with her tongue. Everybody, sorry for the long wait. The stage that was frozen in the second match is finally dry. So on to the next match. Offense and defense in one body. The Dark Samurai accompanied by Dark Shadow. Or maybe he's a stand user. From the hero course, it's Fumikage Tokoyami versus Manly and Passionate Hardening. From the hero course, it's Ojiro Kirishima. Hell yeah! Kirishima shouted with enthusiasm. He really liked his intro. Let's start the 7th match. I believe this is more of a rematch. Don't you think, Tokoyami? Kirishima exclaimed while cracking his knuckles. Indeed. This time, however, Ojiro isn't here to help you. Tokoyami replied. Well, may the best man win then, Kirishima said as he activated his quirk and immediately sprinted towards the Dark Samurai. Seeing this, Tokoyami activated Dark Shadow, who punched Kirishima right in his forehead, but it didn't even faze Kirishima thanks to his quirk. Kirishima then threw several punches at Dark Shadow, but the Dark being swiftly dodged them, going left and right. Dark Shadow then uppercut Kirishima's chin, which stunned him for a second. However, this second was more than enough for Dark Shadow to land a barrage of hits on Kirishima, keeping him away from his master. After all, Tokoyami knew that it would be in his best to keep the other teenager at a distance. Is that all you've got? Kirishima taunted Dark Shadow as he endured more hits. Bold of you to say that when you can't even get past me, the Dark being replied as he pushed back the red-haired teen. Midoriya, who do you think will win? Tenya asked the Sharingan user. Izuku only looked at the sky before he gave his answer. Tokoyami will win this. Kirishima may have a strong defense, but it's not unbreakable, not to mention he can't harden his body for long. I assume that knowing this, Kirishima intended to get close to Tokoyami where he excels and push him out of the ring. However, Tokoyami excels at long-range combat thanks to Dark Shadow. Also, he then pointed at the sky, specifically at the sun. It's past noon, meaning that Dark Shadow is much stronger now than he was at the start of the festival. Izuku finished as both Tenya and Achiko listened carefully. Kirishima punched Dark Shadow in his beak, but the Dark being grew even more ferocious and even slightly bigger. He began attacking Kirishima again, who couldn't harden his body any longer, and with one final push he knocked him out of the ring. Ojiro Kirishima is out bounds. Fumikage Tokoyami wins and advances to the next round, Midnight announced as she cracked her whip. An overwhelming victory. A completely overwhelming victory. Tokoyami's Dark Shadow. Could it be the greatest quirk ever? Present Mike cried out, as the crowd cheered. Before heading out of the arena, Kirishima extended his hand to Tokoyami, who kindly answered the gesture back and shook the other teen's hand. It was a manly match, Tokoyami, but know that next time I won't lose. But today, I hope you make it to the finals. Kirishima said, Thank you. I will do my best today, but I also look forward to the next time we face each other. Tokoyami responded, which made Kirishima's eyes teary while saying how manly the dark samurai was. SSO youthful. Midnight squealed with a blush on her face. And now, for the final match of the first round. He's one of those who have been in the lead today, the one who got second place in Capture the Flag. From the hero course, Masahiro Ojiro versus, also from the hero course. He's the one who was popular in elementary school for helping you when you forget your glue.
Yosetsu awase.
The fuck? Awaze exclaimed, clearly not happy with his introduction. But before he could say anything more, the match started. 8th match start. All right, Yosetsu. Remember, all you have to do is bind him and restrain him. Simple. Man, who am I fucking kidding? Do I really have a chance against him? He's the only guy who was able to stand alongside Midoriya in the front lines. Awaze screamed in his head as Ojiro sprinted towards him. Ojiro threw a punch at Awaze, but the latter dodged to the side and used his quirk to bind Ojiro's arm to his forearm. I got you now, he shouted with newfound confidence. He was so close to victory now, all he had to do is just bind Ojiro to the floor and then it would be done. However, unluckily for Awaze, he was the one who was caught in Ojiro's plan. I'm the one who got you now, Ojiro said with a smirk, before giving the teenager a karate chop to the neck. The crowd was silent for a moment, waiting for the match to continue, but nothing happened. The silence was quickly broken by Ojiro. Midnight Sensei, Awaze is unconscious, Ojiro exclaimed, and true to his words, the other teen was unconscious. Seeing this, everyone gasped in shock except Daisuke. Midnight raised her eyebrows for a moment, trying to comprehend the situation, before she snapped out of her shock. Yosetsu Awaze is unconscious. Masahiro Ojiro wins, Midnight announced as she cracked her whip. Unbelievable, everyone. Masahiro Ojiro defeated Yosetsu Awaze with one hit. What power? Present Mike cried out, but the crowd was still silent. However, the silence was once again broken by Ojiro, who realized that his plan had one mistake in it. Midnight Sensei, I don't think you know how to deal with this, right? He motioned at his arm that was still bound to Awaze. Seeing Ojiro carrying Awaze's limp body earned him cheers, claps, and even laughs from the crowd. But sure enough, they respected him and were satisfied by the display of power he showed. I guess it's my turn now, Izuku murmured as he stood up from his chair. He looked at Ituka, who was staring at him, and gave her a simple nod before going. Hey Ojiro, nice match back there, Izuku exclaimed as he approached his friend. Thanks, Midoriya, but aren't you running late on your match? Ojiro asked, while still holding Awaze. Izuku chuckled before replying, don't worry about it. So, how much are you still holding back? Ojiro flinched for a second, before he smiled. As expected from you, you already figured out that I was holding back, Ojiro said, before Izuku grabbed his forearm. I see. So that's how you were able to knock Awaze down with one hit, Izuku exclaimed, as he let go of Ojiro's forearm. Well, it's kinda of an advantage and disadvantage in the same time. I also asked Aizawa-sensei about it and he said it was fine, Ojiro explained, before giving the other teen a smirk. When we meet in the finals, I'll go all out, so be careful. Now go, you have a match to win and I have to get Awaze to Recovery Girl, Ojiro said before walking away. Yes. See you in a bit, Izuku replied as he clenched his fists. A menacing aura was surrounding him. He was still angry about what Shinso did to Ituka. Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. Please come to the arena to start the first match of the second round, Present Mike announced. His voice was easily heard in the corridors. Better hurry then, Izuku murmured to himself as he ran to the arena. Now everyone, no need to worry, because Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. The powerhouse is finally here, Present Mike announced as the crowd began cheering. Wait a second. How is he here? Last time I saw him, he was too tired to even walk. Shinso said in his mind, as a lot of questions began to pop in his head. It doesn't matter, it doesn't change what I have to do. Sorry for being late. Izuku told Midnight with a sheepish smile while rubbing the back of his head. It's okay, you weren't that late. We were supposed to have a short break, but we're running behind schedule, so we decided to speed things up. She replied, because you kids keep destroying the arena, Cementos shouted from the back. Versus the guy who's from the general studies, but who is slowly making his way to the top. Hitoshi Shinso. Shinso walked into the arena. Both he and Izuku were looking intensely at each other. And now start. Present Mike cried out. Izuku activated his Sharingan and won for all full cowl before taking a battle stance. He was ready to fight. Tell me, how did it feel to be attacked by villains during the USJ? Shinso asked, but to his surprise he got no answer. Izuku was just staring at him silently. I see. That bitch told you, right? She told you how my quirk works, right? Tell me, was she crying and being pathetic like the useless hero she is? Shinso exclaimed, trying his best to taunt Izuku and force an answer out of him. But Izuku didn't reply. Only a frown began to appear on his face. Fine. If you won't talk, I'll use another trick, he said in frustration, as he brought his hands together to form a triangle with his indexes and thumbs. Mind transfer, he shouted. Izuku's eyes widened. He was taken by surprise. He didn't know what was happening, and then suddenly, his control over his body slipped away. On the other hand, Shinso fell on his knees. He wasn't moving. Shinso is unconscious, but Midoriya isn't moving too? What's going on? Present Mike asked with visible confusion. Aizawa was confused, Midnight was confused, and the crowd was confused. Silence filled the air for a moment until Izuku raised his hand.
Midnight Sensei.
I didn't want to use this until the finals, but it doesn't matter. I managed to take your body, Izuku Midoriya, and defeating you will surely be a great feat in itself. Shinso thought, as he was in control of Izuku's body. Oh right, you defeated Shinso. Sorry, I was confused for a moment on how you did it. Bu Midnight began, but was interrupted by Izuku. No, Midnight Sensei, Shinso didn't lose. What I want to say is Izuku Midoriya would like to give. Izuku exclaimed, up. Shinso gasped in shock as he heard his own voice finishing the sentence. He took a quick look at himself and realized that he was in his own body, and not Izuku's. He then looked at where his body was supposed to be, and his shock grew even more. His unconscious body was still there. What's going on? He asked himself with visible confusion. The next thing he saw was his unconscious body standing up and changing into Izuku. What? You shouldn't be able to move freely, yet alone, Dodo. Do these tricks. What did you do? He shouted. His incomprehension of the situation was making him go crazy. Hey! Izuku simply said as his eyes were closed. You made fun of Ituka for how she dealt with the villains, right? You said that she wasn't a hero, that she was useless, and called her a bitch. He calmly exclaimed, but not without a terrifying aura rapidly filling the air around him. Then let's see how you'll deal with them. He finished as he opened his eyes, revealing his Sharingan. At that moment, everything became dark. Shinso was no longer in the arena. The whole stadium disappeared. Usually, it was so hard for anything to phase Shinso, not even Bakugo managed to do it. But when he saw himself in the USJ surrounded by the Black Nomu and the Green One, he felt utterly terrified. He never imagined that the Hero Corps students had to deal with these beasts. He wanted to run, but he couldn't move his legs. The Nomus then grabbed him, restrained him, and were slowly dragging him to Shigaraki. Stop! Release me! Stop! He cried out, truly terrified by what he was experiencing. He took a quick look at Shigaraki and saw Vlad in a puddle of blood and Aizawa broken and beaten, before Shigaraki decayed them both, turning them to dust on the spot. His eyes widened. He tried to break free of the Nomus grasp, but it was useless, and so right now, his brain couldn't comprehend anything except fear. With each passing second, his fear doubled as Shigaraki's hand was closer and closer to his face, until it was a few millimeters away. No! Stay away! Stay away from me. He begged and pleaded, but to no avail. Please, he repeated with a shaky voice. He closed his eyes, waiting for Shigaraki's hand to touch his face and kill him, but he never felt it. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the arena once again, in front of Izuku. You, what did you do to me? Shinso asked angrily, while panting and shaking. I showed you how USJ was like when we got attacked by villains. What you just saw was a common scenario that many of us had to see in our nightmares after the attack. This is what the students you mocked them had to deal with. Izuku explained. You arrogant bastard, Shinso yelled. He got up and tried to punch Izuku, but the punch went through him, which made Shinso stumble on his feet and fall on the floor. He got up again and tried to kick Izuku, but his leg passed through the Sharingan user. Don't even try, you're trapped in my genjutsu. Izuku replied calmly. A what? A genjutsu, an illusion I created. You're in my world, my territory. My word is rule here. Your quirk won't work and nothing you'll do will work. Izuku continued with his explanation. How? How did you counter my mind transfer ability? He asked the Sharingan user. Simple, when the match first began, I looked in your memories with my Sharingan and learned all about your quirk, and then trapped you in an illusion before you even tried to use your mind transfer ability. Izuku replied. He still had his dark gaze. Of course. How stupid of me, Shinso said as he fell on his knees. And here I thought I could beat the #1 freshman. How foolish of me. I guess I'm not blessed after all, Shinso murmured, before he received a punch from Izuku. Izuku then grabbed Shinso by his shirt. You really are getting on my nerves, you know. Always complaining about how your quirk is useless and how the hero core students are blessed with powerful quirks to help them. Think again, moron. How the hell is your quirk useless if you manage to secure a spot among the top 8 students today? Huh? Answer me. You have one of the most amazing quirks, you fool. Like you're one to talk. Your quirk gives you so many abilities at once. You can produce lightning that can easily shatter the arena. What do you know about my pain? I'm jealous. Thanks to my quirk, I've been behind from the start. Someone who's been blessed like you can't understand. Can you? He retaliated in frustration. All of his emotions were bubbling to the surface. But the same thing could be said about Izuku. I understand because I felt the same way too, Izuku shouted. But it's true. I've been blessed. See, you're someone who was born with the ideal quirk. You're someone who can easily reach his goal. You know, if you had worked on your quirk and physical abilities instead of comparing yourself to others, you would have been in the hero course today. Like, look at my classmates. We have an invisible girl and a guy with a tail. But instead of being held back by their jealousy, they worked hard every day to get here. I'm Ojiro's rival, and let me tell you something. When Ojiro trains, he doesn't compare himself to me or to anyone else. He compares himself to what he was the day before. Because this is the true path to strength, to self-improve, to go beyond plus ultra. Izuku exclaimed with visible anger. However, his anger quickly subsided and he let go of Shinso. 2. Shinso was utterly speechless. There was nothing he could say. Izuku was right about everything he said. He couldn't deny it. One last thing, Shinso. Try to put some trust in others. I know how hard it may seem now, but open up to other people. You're not alone, Izuku said with a hint of sadness, before he undid the genjutsu. As soon as Shinso snapped out of the illusion, he was met with a roundhouse kick from Izuku that knocked him out of the arena. Hitoshi Shinso is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya advances to the next round, Midnight announced as she cracked her whip. Yahoo! And yet again, folks, your favorite cinnamon roll won and will advance to the semi-finals. Is there anything that can stop him? I honestly don't know, Present Mike cried out as the crowd cheered. But first, Midoriya. Present Mike called out the Sharingan user, which caught Izuku's attention. What happened between you and Shinso? You two seemed out of it for a while, until you finally kicked him out of the arena. Care to explain? Sure, no problem. You see, Shinso's quirk is brainwashing, and since I don't know how it works, I decided to trap him in an illusion. But Shinso was a lot stronger than I thought. So, it ended up being a battle of minds, a battle of hypnotists, you may say. It was really a hard battle, more than you think. but I managed to win. Like at some point Shinso had control over my body and mind and almost won. And after finally winning the battle of minds, Shinso was tired and so I knocked him out. That's it really. Izuku explained and lied about what really happened. Incredible. All of this time you two were fighting in your minds. That's crazy. Give them the respect they deserve, everyone. Present Mike cried out as the crowd began cheering and clapping, while Izuku walked over to Shinso and helped him to stand up. What are you saying? Why didn't you tell them the truth about your overwhelming victory? Shinso whispered, which made Izuku chuckle. Consider this an apology for being so harsh on you earlier. I really went overboard with that USJ illusion. Izuku replied as he clearly looked sincere about it. Shinso paused for a second as he thought about his next words. No, don't apologize, I deserved it. I kept mocking you guys from the hero course because you got so much attention after the USJ attack because I was jealous. But after seeing how terrifying the experience really was, I realized that I was wrong. Also, it doesn't help that I insulted your girlfriend and your friends, Shinso said with an apologetic tone. He clearly regretted the things he said earlier. GI girlfriend. No, Ituka and I aren't like that, we're just friends. Izuku replied with a blush on his face. Really? So, you guys aren't dating? He asked once again with a teasing smirk. Absolutely, Izuku began, but suddenly felt all control over his body slip away. People are usually wary when they talk to me, though. At this rate, someone will trip you up in no time. At least, Shinso said with a smirk before he undid the brainwashing. Don't lose in an unseemly way, Shinso added, which made Izuku laugh. Then, when they were finally heading to the arena's exit, Izuku and Shinso were interrupted by several comments coming from the crowd. Music. You can become a hero OST. You're so cool, Shinso, one of the general studies students shouted, who was quickly followed by others. Good job. I was really surprised. You're the star of general studies. You managed to come out of the top 8 and put up a great fight against the number 1 freshman. Besides, one student said, as he pointed at some pro heroes, that quirk would work quite well against villains. I wish I had it. One of the pro heroes pointed out. UA's not very smart if he's in the general studies. Well, they've got a ton of people applying, so some things just can't be helped. It was the difference in their experience, I guess. Yeah, it ends up making a big difference. What a waste. You hear that, Shinso? You're amazing. For the first time in his life, Shinso felt happy. For the first time in his life, he truly appreciated his quirk and what he had. He didn't know how to react all, he felt blessed. Izuku put a hand on Shinso's shoulder before saying, you see, Shinso, you too can become a hero. Shinso was truly conflicted. He couldn't stop himself from smiling, and he also couldn't stop his tears. He touched his cheeks and was surprised. He was so happy that tears of joy were filling his eyes. Seeing this, Izuku decided to leave Shinso alone so that he could enjoy this moment. Midoriya, thank you so much, Shinso shouted as he bowed in respect. Right now, Shinso had mad respect for Izuku. I mean, how couldn't he? Izuku managed to guide him on the right path. He helped him realize his worth. He saved him. Don't mention it, Izuku replied as he waved his hand and went on his way. Depending on the results, they'll consider our transfer into the hero course. Remember that. Even if it didn't work this time, I definitely won't give up. I'll get into the hero course, get certified, and I'll definitely become a better hero than you guys. But I'll also become a better version of myself, of what I was today, Shinso yelled, while Izuku gained a smile. Many of us believe that saving someone means saving their lives or saving them from danger. But truth is, a lot of people suffer from mental health problems, and sometimes all it takes for them to feel better, all they need to feel better, is just to hear a few words. And in its own way, this is saving someone too. Izuku knew well what Shinso wanted to hear. Izuku saved Shinso. Staff room. Death arms. Mount Lady called her coworker. Yeah. He responded. You said that Midoriya won't be able to continue participating in the sports festival, right? She exclaimed. Yes, he replied. Then how did he just win his second match and advance to the semifinals? Mount Lady asked. You're kidding, right? Death Arms said as he raised an eyebrow, not believing her. She pointed at the TV and the pro hero took a look. He then put a hand on his chin and tried to think of an explanation. Does Yue have a healer better than Recovery Girl now? No. Present Mike said that she was the doctor. I don't know what happened to him, but seems like he's back in the game, I guess. He shrugged. How do you think Kamui will mount? Lady began, but was interrupted by Kamui himself. Midoriya, thank God you're still in the sports festival. You saved my savings. Kamui would comically said as he hugged the TV. Tears of joy were escaping his eyes. After all, the man thought that his salary and savings were all gone. The sight made all the pro heroes present in the room sweat drop. By the way, I'm going to bet on that Bakugo kid. Death Arms pointed out. What? I thought you were betting on Todoroki. Mount Lady said. She was surprised that Death Arms changed his mind. The boy defied gravity itself with his willpower and explosions. He has guts and I like that. Besides, why does it matter to you? If I lose, it just means more money for you. He replied. In that case, I don't mind at all. She exclaimed as her pupils became bright stars. Young Midoriya, All Might called his successor with a smile on his face. Toshinori Sensei, you did it, you're going to the semifinals. I have to say good job on making it this far, my boy, All Might exclaimed. He was so happy by his disciple's performance. Yeah, he murmured, but loud enough for All Might to hear him. He wasn't sharing the same energy his mentor had. What's wrong, young Midoriya? All Might questioned. He wanted to know why his successor seemed troubled. Izuku told him the truth about their battle in details and what really transpired. He also told him about the USJ illusion and what he did to Shinso. I couldn't smile at all. I didn't like how the match went. Well, his cries hit close to home for you, huh? All Might replied, but that didn't mean that I could do that to him. Izuku protested. All Might sighed before he patted Izuku's head. Listen, young Midoriya, you were consumed by anger at the time, and that's totally human. You're someone who cares about his friends after all. Even I sometimes can't control my anger. It's normal, we're humans after all, and we always do mistakes. But let me tell you something. When you understood him, your anger subsided and you decided to help him, right? All Might said, to which Izuku nodded. And you managed to help him. His expression at the end of the match was much different. He was happy and grateful. Sure, you were a bit harsh on him, but in the end, you did the right thing and quickly fixed your mess. And remember, you're still a hero in training. You're here to learn to be a hero. What's important is to learn from what happened today and become a better version of yourself tomorrow. Isn't that what I taught you? All Might explained, as Izuku listened carefully. Yes, sir. You taught me great valuable life lessons that I'll never forget about. He replied as he regained his smile. And I'm glad to hear that. You're doing a great job today, so keep at it. Okay? All Might exclaimed as he patted his successor's shoulder. I will. I have to prove myself today. Good. Now I believe we should go and see who'll be your next opponent, right? See you later, Toshinori Sensei. Izuku said as he headed back to the stands. Hey kid, you're Shinso, right? A familiar voice asked the brainwash user. Yes. Wait a second, you're that old man. Shinso exclaimed as he recognized Kurigane. The name is Kurigane. I wanted to talk to you. The older man replied. Sure, no problem. The teen said, I'm sorry if Midoriya was a little harsh. He doesn't hate you. You probably don't know this, but Midoriya had a really hard childhood, being quirkless and all. In fact, he never had any friends and was constantly bullied for not having what everyone had, just like you. Still, I've never seen him give up on his goals, and no matter how harsh my training was, he always complied. He was always and still someone who's ready to put his life on the line to achieve his goals in a heartbeat. Kurigane talked about Izuku with a serious tone, while Shinso was looking at him with interest. I even forced him to stay underwater for 5 minutes and more. I threw some knives at him. I made him climb a cliff while carrying a heavy katana on his back, but he never complained. Excuse me, sir, but what the hell is wrong with you and your training methods? Shinso said with utter shock, while Kurigane laughed. Shinso was worried about what this man had put Izuku through, but he was also amazed. He never knew that Izuku had to go through all that to get this strong. This only made him understand more how wrong he was about Izuku. Now I know that his quirk may seem like one of the strongest quirks out there, But let me tell you, when he first awakened his quirk, it was just like yours. A quirk that wasn't flashy at all. A quirk that would have been useless in the UA entrance exams. He only had increased perception and could copy fighting styles for 15 minutes, and that is if his body was up to the task. And let me tell you, that was a big if. You should have seen how he looked like a year ago. But you see, my guess is that over time he got tired of crying, of being weak, and decided to do something about it. Even though he's still young, he knows what it means to be strong, and I think he knows better than any of us what you're going through. Whatever Midoriya has told you earlier, as cruel as it sounded, he has probably told himself that 1,000 times. Kurigane finished his explanation, leaving a shocked and silent Shinso. I can't believe this. While I was just wasting my time doing nothing, he had already taken matters in his hand and worked so hard to get to the top. I can't believe how foolish I was, Shinso said in his head as he regretted the life choices he made so far. I promised myself a long time ago that I wouldn't take any disciples again, but I ended up taking Midoriya because I saw how worthy he was of my training. But I think I can make an exception again and take another one, Kurigane exclaimed as he walked away. Shinso was still silent as his mind was still processing all what he learned about Izuku, but soon enough he snapped out of his daze. Wait, how do I even reach? He began, but stopped when he saw a paper with a phone number in his hand. When did he? Shinso began, but ignored the question and put the paper in his pocket. Wait, how did he even know about what happened during the match? Hey, Midoriya, you're back. Kirishima greeted the Sharingan user. Yeah, hope I made it before the next match starts. Izuku replied. They just started, so don't worry. Anyways, nice match, buddy. You were so manly, Kirishima said with his usual passion. Thanks, Kirishima, Izuku replied as he took his seat. Hey, Four Eyes, remember what I told you the first time we met? I said that I would crush you, and today is the day I deliver my promise. Bakugo violently said. I have to admit, I was looking forward to this match as well. So, prepare yourself because I'm going to defeat you right here and right now. Tenya replied. Don't underestimate me, you bastard, Bakugo shouted as he used his explosions to propel himself and attack Tenya. However, Tenya dodged and ran to the other side to evade Bakugo's explosion. He's not planning on giving me any time. Huh? Tenya mentally said, but Bakugo fired a huge explosion in front of Tenya, stopping him in his tracks. You're not getting away from me, Four Eyes. D. Bakugo yelled as he fired another explosion at Tenya. Bakugo's going in for the win right away, Present Mike cried out. However, out of the dust came Tenya, who had managed to jump high in the air when Bakugo fired his explosion. Wow! A standing long jump, Ochako exclaimed in amazement. Recipro burst, Tenya shouted as his engines emitted blue flames. He tried to hit Bakugo's head with a roundhouse kick, but the latter ducked under the kick. I have about 10 seconds before my engines stall. I have to win it in that time, Tenya yelled in his head as he once again attempted to kick Bakugo, but this time he hit his mark. A direct hit, Present Mike yelled as Bakugo's body slammed into the arena. He got a pretty heavy hit in, Zero said with visible shock. That kick was way too fast, Denki added. 8 seconds left. I can do it, Tenya thought as he outstretched his hand to grab Bakugo. However, he never expected Bakugo to quickly recover and fire a huge explosion from point-blank range. D. Bakugo shouted with a devilish grin. Tenya was immediately sent flying away, and once he hit the floor, he kept rolling for a moment until he finally stopped. He couldn't move anymore and he was knocked out of the arena. Ida is out of bounds. Bakugo wins, Midnight said as she cracked her whip, before the crowd began cheering. Bakugo advances to the semi-finals. I have to say, folks, even I can feel your excitement, Present Mike exclaimed, as Bakugo looked at Izuku with a shite-eating grin. He looked like a lion who finally caught his prey. Izuku stared at Bakugo, neither of them breaking the eye contact. To be honest, while he was a little bit nervous, Izuku was excited. He wanted to go all out against Bakugo. He wanted to face him, he wanted to have a chaotic battle with him. He didn't understand why, but he didn't care. Tensei. Tenya muttered his brother's name as he was being carried by the medics to Recovery Girl's office. Fame, money, They're all calling themselves heroes. A menacing voice said as a phone covered in blood was showing a missed call notification from Tenya. But you bastards aren't heroes. You're a fake who became one out of obligation. You became one in order to continue your family's mantle. Isn't that right, Tensei Ida? How did you know Stain? The man, identified as Tensei, who's wearing a knight armor that resembles Tenya's weakly said. He was lying in a puddle of his own blood in a dark alleyway. I know everything. My eyes see everything. And what I see right now is your death. Stain explained as he stabbed Tensei's body with his katana. Tensei screamed in agony. The pain was unbearable. The only one I'll let kill me is All Might, Stain exclaimed as Tensei lost his consciousness. Stain then licked the blood that was on his blade before he looked at it. It showed his reflection, it showed his special eyes. Midoriya, what do you think of this match? Ojiro asked Izuku. He wanted to get his friend's opinion. Yaoyorozu has a versatile quirk, there's no denying that. However, its strength depends on her mind. I'm afraid when she goes against someone like Todoroki, her abilities won't be enough against his overwhelming power. Izuku explained, to which Ojiro agreed with him. Todoroki is a strong opponent. He's a recommended student just like me and someone who fought on par with Midoriya during the second event. I cannot underestimate him. In addition, Todoroki can freeze the entire arena with no time lag, so there's no doubt he will start with a preemptive strike. It would be best if I create a Momo thought, as she tried to think of a plan to counter Shoto's ice glacier, but was interrupted by Present Mike announcing the start of the match. Third match start. As soon as Shoto heard the start signal, he froze the arena on the spot, trapping Momo in an ice glacier. Shoto was someone who understood well that against someone like Momo, the best defense would be an attack without hesitation. Not giving her the chance to think and attack was the best strategy. Kinda like chess when you think about it. Yaoyorozu is immobilized. Todoroki advances to the semi-finals. Midnight announced as she cracked her whip. The crowd then began cheering again. Todoroki wins again and advances to the next round. I have to say, folks, I have a feeling that the next matches are going to be chaotic. Present Mike exclaimed as the crowd began to cheer louder. They were so excited for the next matches.
No.
I couldn't do anything. Nothing. Momo murmured as tears began to form in her eyes. Todoroki's too amazing. I can't believe he defeated her in a second. Izuku exclaimed with visible shock. He never knew that the gap between the two recommended students was this big. That's how easy it was for him. Huh? I wonder how strong he'll be if he used his fire. Ojiro questioned, which made Izuku think about it. Could Todoroki be stronger than me if he used his fire? Izuku thought. Midoriya Ojiro called Izuku, who quickly snapped of his daze. Don't tell me you're being nervous right now? He asked. No, not at all. Izuku responded. Well, there's no reason to anyway, because I'll be the one who defeats him. Ojiro said as he gave Izuku a thumbs up. Izuku nodded with a smile before he said, How about we go to the waiting room? I mean, your match will start after Todoroki melts the ice glacier. Right? You're right, let's go. Ojiro replied. The two of them stood up and walked away, but before leaving the stands, Izuku looked at Momo. She must feel really frustrated, he thought. While Izuku and Ojiro were walking in the corridors, they were talking about the sports festival, until they saw Endeavor in front of them. Endeavor? Both boys said with shock. They never imagined meeting the number 2 hero here. Oh, there you are, he said as he approached Izuku. Endeavor, what are you doing here? Izuku asked, clearly intimidated by the older man. I wanted to speak with you, Midoriya, and privately, he pointed out, making sure Ojiro understands that he should go away. Don't worry, Midoriya, I have to go to my match. I'll see you in a bit, Ojiro said as he walked away. I watched your fights. You have a wonderful quirk. You created so much wind pressure just by punching the air. If we're talking about power alone, yours is comparable to All Might's. Endeavor exclaimed, which made Izuku even more nervous. What are you trying to say? He nervously questioned. Endeavor knows about One for All? No, from the way he talked, he doesn't know. Anyway, this is the one person I can't let find out. However, your Sharingan is still weak. Endeavor added, which immediately raised the red flags in Izuku's brain. He knows about the Sharingan, the Uchihas? Izuku thought, I don't really know how your Sharingan works since instead of having fire powers you have enhanced strength. However, based on the numbers of tomos in your eyes, you're still missing one in each, which means that you can still become stronger. Endeavor explained. Izuku gulped before he asked, how do you know so much about the Sharingan? Endeavor smiled before he gave a response. You see, my boy, you're a special kid. You're the descendant of the only man who I can openly admit that his flames were stronger than my own. You're the grandchild of my mentor, Hajime Midoriya. Endeavor further explained. Hajime Midoriya? Who's that? I don't know who's that guy. I never even met him before. Izuku replied, that's because he died long before you were born. Seems like no one really told you anything. Endeavor added with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Izuku's whole world was shaking. There were so many questions on his mind that he just forgot about the sports festival. Is he my grandfather from my father's side or my mother's? He asked. He's your grandfather from your father's side. Endeavor replied before he decided to get to the main point. I came to give you an offer. I know that All Might, Kendo Sensei, Mora Sensei, and that sadistic geezer Kurogane Sensei trained you. But I'm offering to train you, to develop your Sharingan and help you get stronger. Today will even be your first test. Endeavor further explained, which added more questions to Izuku's brain. What? How do you know that I trained with All Might and the three old men? And how do you even know them? And what do you mean by a test? Izuku asked many questions as he started to mutter like usual, but stopped when Endeavor raised the temperature of his flames. He got annoyed by the boy's muttering. Calm down, boy, and listen to me. You'll get your answers after the sports festival, but for now I'll explain your test. It is my Shoto's duty to surpass All Might. I have no doubt that you and him will face each other in the finals. With that being said, his match with you will be a very instructive test bed. I want you to force him to use his fire side and see how you're fair against it. He has rejected his left side due to a personal vendetta. But I'm sure that with you being the grandson of Hajime Midoriya, you'll be able to figure something. Without using his damn quirk. No, I'll reject him completely by winning first place without using it. Izuku remembered the conversation he had with Shoto after capture the flag. He gripped his fists as he nodded his head. I guess Todoroki was right after all. You only see us as tools, you see your son as a tool to surpass All Might where you failed. And now you see me as a tool to help your son fulfill your goals. You even used Todoroki's mother as a tool to create your so-called masterpiece. Izuku said with anger, which took Endeavor by surprise. Yes, this woman means nothing to me anymore. Her quirk is of no use to me now that I have Shoto. Endeavor replied with visible annoyance. Tell me, did you cast away Todoroki's siblings too? Just like their mothers? And what would happen if Todoroki is no longer able to use his quirk? Will you toss him aside like he's nothing too? A broken tool. Man, that's so wrong. So wrong. Izuku exclaimed with visible anger and sadness. His eyes were teary, and to be honest, Endeavor was speechless. I will save Todoroki, but not in the way you want, because I'm not All Might nor my grandfather. Izuku added, breaking the silence. That's OB. Endeavor began but was interrupted by Izuku. That's obvious, right? And Todoroki isn't you either. Izuku sternly pointed out as he began walking away. All this time Endeavor only had a puzzled look on his face. And let me tell you one last thing. My family may be small, but my family is a circle of strength of love. With every birth and union, the circle grows. Izuku pointed out as he thought about his mother, Himiko, and All Might. Endeavor gasped in shock as he remembered his mentor's words. Flashback, music, bleach will of the heart. Welcome to our team, Enji. You're part of our family now. Hajime said to a young Endeavor who came to intern with his mentor. Why is he here? I don't like him, sensei. The young Endeavor said as he pointed at a young All Might, who was just smiling at the other teen. Now, Enji, don't be like that. I'm sure you two and Hayashi will get along and become wonderful heroes. After all, we're a family now, and a family is a circle of strength of love. With every birth and union, the circle grows. Hajime replied, while Enji let out a sigh and frowned. Fine, I will get along with them, he replied, to which Hajime gave a smile. Dad, I want to be a hero with you and big brother too. A little kid with dark green messy hair said. Now you little champion, you'll have to wait for your mother to pick you up, Hajime pointed out as he patted the little kid's head. Dad, stop treating me like a kid. I'm already 10, the kid said with visible embarrassment. Big brother, can you help me with my fireball training? The little kid questioned his brother. The older kid, identified as Hayashi, kneeled before he poked his brother's forehead with his 2 fingers. Forgive me, Hisashi. Next time. Okay? You always do that and then say next time. But you never keep your word, big brother, Hisashi said with visible annoyance, but it was cute that it made everyone laugh. Hajime stopped laughing for a second as he looked at Enji and said, You see, Enji, this is what it means to have a family, he said with a gentle smile. The memories then began to shift to a much darker day. The day when Hajime Midoriya was killed in duty. Why? Why did you go alone, sensei? Why? We could have been there for you. We could have helped you. A young adult, Endeavor shouted with visible tears in his eyes. I'm sorry, Enji, I did what I had to protect you guys, to protect my family. I already failed multiple times, and I couldn't bear to lose anyone again. But this time I think I did it, Hajime weakly said. What do you mean, sensei? I don't understand. Enji, don't cry. I'm sure you'll become a wonderful hero, but always remember your first lesson. Family is the most important thing. Family is a circle of strength of love. With every birth and union, the circle grows. Hajime weakly muttered for the last time. Seems like I'll join you now, Nana, he thought before finally passing away. He died with a smile on his face. Endeavor, who was still holding his sensei's hand, noticed that it went limp. He noticed that his sensei stopped breathing.
Sensei, no.
No, sensei. This better be one of your illusions. Please don't go. I still need you. Don't go. This isn't fair, Endeavor yelled as tears streamed from his eyes. Medics came rushing in to take Hajime's body, but Endeavor wouldn't let them. Sir, please, we need to take him away, one of the medics said. No, he isn't dead. He isn't. Sensei is not dead. You hear me? He's not. Endeavor yelled in frustration. Enji, stop, a man with ginger hair and teal eyes ordered, but his eyes were also teary. Kendo sensei, please tell them that Hajime-sensei is still alive. He can't be dead. He's the strongest. Endeavor was still in denial. I'm sorry, Enji, but even he wasn't a god. He's a human, and that's our common destiny, Daisuke said, before he enlarged his fists and grabbed Endeavor, giving the medics the chance to take the body away. No, let me go. Let me go, Endeavor shouted. His spirit was broken. Enji Todoroki lost his mentor and father figure at age of 20. Present day, sensei, Endeavor muttered as tears fell from his eyes. Your will has been passed on, but I'm afraid I failed you, he added as Izuku's words made him reflect on his life decisions. He was sure that if his sensei was alive, he would have been disappointed. Endeavor then felt the presence of a hand on his shoulder and heard Hajime's voice in his ear. You can still redeem yourself, Enji. Prepare them, prepare the next generation. Sensei, Endeavor quickly turned around but saw nothing. What was that? He asked himself. Player waiting room 1. While Endeavor was busy remembering the past, Izuku met Momo, who was crying. Yaoyorozu, what's wrong? Izuku asked with visible concern. Seeing him, Momo quickly wiped her tears.
I'm sorry.
I know you have an important match coming up next, she said with a shaky voice. She then stood up and headed towards the door, but Izuku grabbed her hand. Wait, please stay, Izuku asked her. Midoriya, She tried to protest, but Izuku wasn't having it. I insist, Momo nodded before she took back her seat. I feel like I'm useless, Momo began. Why? Why do you feel like that? Is it because you lost? Izuku asked. It's not just because I lost. It's because I've been doing a lot of wrong things since I came here, I let you get hurt by the villains in the USJ. And I was so afraid when I heard that you might never wake up again. I felt guilty. I was so sad and I blamed myself for what happened to you. And then today, I tried to make it up to you during the second event by joining your team. But once again, you did everything. I was useless. The moment Todoroki took our flag, Ochiko, and you went to get it back while I did nothing. And now I lost in less than 10 seconds during my match. It was a devastating defeat. She cried out as she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. That's not true, Yaoyorozu. During the USJ, no matter what anybody would have said, I would have still gone to save my teachers, which would have led to me fighting the Nomus again. It is how it is. And during the second event, if it wasn't for you being part of my team, I would have lost. I'm not a one-man army or anything, and without your and Mei's gauntlet, I would have lost. It's a fact. We all contributed in some way, and support is just as important as attacking. Not only did you support our team, but you defended the 1 million flag for 14 minutes. I don't know about you, but I think it's an achievement. You proved yourself time and time again that you're an excellent hero in training. I mean, look at you, you made it out of the top 8. And remember, there's always next year. Izuku replied, as he showed to Momo that she's not useless at all. I don't know, Midoriya. I don't feel, she began, but Izuku interrupted her. Yaoyorozu, I bet that many pro heroes who are both present and not present will send you an internship. If this is not true, I, Izuku Midoriya, will leave UA. And yes, I'm betting my whole career on it. Momo gave a thoughtful look for a moment, thinking about what Izuku just told her. No matter how much she tried to deny it, he was right. Thank you, Midoriya, she simply said. No problem, he said before standing up and leading her to the door. However, he didn't expect her to hug him. Izuku was truly taken by surprise. He totally forgot about his family issues and his match with Bakugo, and no one could really blame the dude. Anyone would have done the same when you're feeling Momo's well-developed boobs rubbing against your stomach. He was so red and heating up that smoke was coming out of his ears.
No, Izuku.
Pull yourself together. She needs this hug, and remember, don't be a pervert, don't be like Mineta. You're better than this. He mentally told himself as he kindly hugged her back and comforted her. However, just like him, Momo was getting embarrassed. Oh my god, I don't know what came over me. I never knew that his abs were this hard. His muscles are really… What am I thinking? I'm totally abusing his kindness. She mentally scolded herself. They both stayed quiet for a while before Momo pulled away. She was blushing and looked like she was thinking about something. Midoriya, I have 2 requests, she said as she brought her 2 index fingers together. Sure, tell me, he replied. First, can you train me after the sports festival? You could teach me how to fight with weapons. Momo asked. Of course, no problem at all. I'm happy to help, and what's the other request? He asked, making her face brighten with a smile. Can you call me Momo? She asked. Now this wasn't expected. He took a deep breath to calm himself down before he gave a response. Sure thing, Momo. You can call me Izuku too if you want. He replied. All right. Thank you for everything, Izuku. I won't take any more from your time, and good luck with your match, she exclaimed before she left. Yeah, like he could concentrate on his match after what just happened. I called a girl by her first name for the 3rd time, he though with a blush on his face. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Present Mike announcing that Ojiro had won his match against Tokoyami, and that it was time for his match against Bakugo. If Izuku had to guess, he would say that thanks to his new incredible speed and power, Ojiro managed to close the gap between him and Tokoyami before he landed some devastating blows. He left the room and headed towards the arena. His mind was back in the game now. Music. One Piece OST overtaken. Now that we have our final 4, who are surprisingly the same 4 who have been dominating the sports festival so far, or not so surprising. But now is the time to determine the best out of the best. Let's start the first match of the semi-finals. Present Mike announced as the stadium screen displayed Izuku and Bakugo. The crowd cheered louder than ever as they knew this was going to be a good match. First off is the green powerhouse that has just kept dominating this entire sports festival with each and every round. From the hero course, your favorite cinnamon roll, Izuku Midoriya, versus he's got some anger issues. But he's the man with the will that defies anything, even if it's the laws of physics. Also from the hero course, it's Katsuki Bakugo. Present Mike introduced the two competitors, but Bakugo had a tick mark on his face. What do you mean by having anger issues? I'll kill you, bastard, he growled, which showed more than enough that he didn't like Mick's comment. All right, I think it's time for me to wake up from my nap, Aizawa said, as he put his sleeping bag away. He knew about the heated history between these two, having seen firsthand their first battle. However, unlike last time, he knew that things won't go the same way. Popcorn, he offered Present Mike, who gladly accepted it. Ready? Present Mike interrupted but was cut off by both Izuku and Bakugo. Me and him, one-on-one with no rings outs, no disqualifications. Bakugo explained, no holds barred. The winner is decided when one of us submits or is completely knocked out. Izuku continued, this is a battle to determine, Bakugo said, raising his voice, unable to contain his excitement. Who's the better hero? Who's the strongest? Izuku raised his voice, too unable to keep his excitement in check. Right here and right now, both shouted in unison as they activated their respective quirks. That's it for today, legends. Deku's Sharingan evolution is shaping up to be one of the most epic journeys yet, and it's all thanks to you for tuning in and showing your support. You guys are the heart of this channel, and I appreciate every one of you. Remember, we're aiming for 100 likes to bring you the next chapter of this saga. Like, comment, and subscribe to stay updated on every twist and turn. And don't forget to give a huge shout out to Mr. Author 18 for their incredible storytelling. Until next time, stay legendary.